No! No! Ah!
CoCoTALK would like to thank the patrons who sponsor our show. So our heartfelt gratitude goes out to Al Hartman, Alan Murphy, Alan Huffman, Amigos Retro Gaming, Blair Ledoux, Brendan Donaghy, Brian Weasler, Karen Anscombe, D. Bruce Moore, Davey Mitchell, Diego, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Vebke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Downs, Jenna Farron, Ken Reichert, Kyle Eder, Malfunct, Michael Pitsley, Rick Hewlin, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Paul Thayer, Rob Inman, Stephen Wagner, Steve Batson, Steve Rasmussen, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tom C., Tom S., Tim Lindner, Tom Heron, and Tony C. Thank you ever so much, patrons. CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world. CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world. Ease of use. All right, there we go.
Hey everybody, how you doing?
Oh, how you doing? Looks like Twitch glitched for a little bit during the intro.
Twitch.
No,
glitch.
that's the show.
Oh,
Not coming through the, wow. Let's try that again.
Best episode
Testes 1, 2, testes, testes. Testes, ovary, and out. Okay, so yeah, my microphone was not being picked up through OBS, but we're here, and get used to it. So I said hi to John Laury. I said hi to Mark Bosley. Did I say hi to you, Mark Bosley? I did, right?
yes, you did.
Okay. And then Alan Murphy, did I say hi to you? Okay.
You just did.
You just did.
Howdy.
Hi, Alan Murphy. Our foreign correspondent and co-creator of the Ease of Use project, L. Curtis Boyle, is here. Thank you, L. Curtis. Okay. And from Ron's Garage, it's Ron Delvo. Hello, Ron.
Hello.
Rick Eulin's here. He's wearing proudly sporting his OS9 gear. All right. And the world's, everyone's favorite game host segment, Nick Marotta. Nick Marotta is here. Hello, Nick.
Stevie.
All right.
Hey, Stevie.
Legendary game designer, owner of multiple exotic sports cars, Nick Marentes is here.
Hey, everyone.
And James Diffendaffer is here, too. How you doing, James? He's doing about...
well.
There we go.
Greetings, everyone.
Saying about as good as my microphone was doing before, right? And so getting back to what I was also saying earlier when my microphone wasn't working, but Kevin Holloway was one of the first people who joined us early. Definitely got the worm for being the early bird. Canadian Retro Things is out there. Daddy Burrito is out there. Sixy, Karen is there. Jim Rye, Mikey is here. Canadian Retro Things. Tom Eric Gunderson is here. Daddy Burrito. My favorite is Mama Enchilada. Frederick D. Provincia is here. And Scott Cooper. We got all kinds of people watching us live. Thank you, and we're sorry. So we got a great show. We're going to be talking about the latest update of NitrOS9 Ease of Use. We're going to be talking about that. We've got some Game On results for you peoples. We got all kinds of things. What else was on my to-do list? How about we do this? We do have a couple of updates on some of our segments. So one of the things is who's new to Discord this week, and also the CoCo map, something that we forget to remind people about sometimes, but we do have that CoCo map. And so I was recently given an update from Salvador Garcia. We have someone in South America, all the way in Colombia, joining the CoCo map. So how about we take a look at who's new to Discord this week and who's new to the CoCo map, and we'll be right back after that, boys and girls.
It's time for everyone's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord This Week?
Please welcome Tech Per Eric, who says, "Hi, my name is Per Eric, and I live in Norway. This Discord server has been mentioned several places when looking for information as to using my modded FD500 and CoCo SDC on my Dragon 32. Hoping to learn more about the TRS-80 and Dragon computers." Philippe says, "Hello everyone, this seems like a busy place. My name is Philippe from Belgium." Bill says, "Hi, my name is Bill. I've taken up retro computing as my new COVID hobby. The YouTube algorithm pointed me to CoCoTALK Live a few weekends ago, and that's how I found this group." Cloud Pirate Marcus says, "I'm on the board of the University of Saskatchewan Computer Museum, and I'm interested in retro computing in general. Cheers." Smacky Tacky Fedro says, "Hey, my name is Fedro, and like Bill, I came into the retro computing hobby because of COVID. Reaching out to this group for advice and to share experiences. You guys came to the right place." Also, a special thanks to all of our CoCoTALK patrons, Paul Fiscarelli and Terry Steggy, for boosting the Discord server. You can join us on Discord by going to discord.cocotalk.live.
See y'all on Discord.
Let's take a look at who's new to the CoCo World Map this week. Please welcome Jose Antonio Vacabello from Ibagué, Colombia. Welcome to the CoCo World Map, Jose. If you'd like to be added to the CoCo World Map, send an email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live. And to see where your other fellow coconuts live around the world, check out the CoCo map at map.cocotalk.live. And we'll see you all on the CoCo World Map. All right, there we have it. We've just covered those things that needed to be covered. And because Brian Weasler is not joining us today, he's on the road, actually. I believe he's on the road to acquire more things because the guy just doesn't have enough CoCo content right now. So I think there's only one update and acquisition. I think it's just me. So it should be brief, and then we'll move right on to Game On results. And so can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So what I'm showing you here on my screen here, this is the new development environment that Eric Canales is working on. So it's called Dev 609, and it lets you develop in BASIC and assembly. I'm actually just threw together a real quick project in BASIC, but what you'll notice is it looks like an editor. It's got keyword highlighting and stuff like that. You can indent your code to a degree, and you don't need line numbers for a lot of things. So it does some kind of cool things. So this is literally, you're looking at all of the source code for a real quick and dirty proof of concept version of my Kabam game that I've been working on. So that's the source code, and then when you press F5, it comes up in the thing the kids these days call MAME. And then this is firing up MAME. and then this is going to run my program, and then I'll just show you what I've been working on. I spent throwing a few hours over a few weeks into this, and it's real simple, real dirty, but it works, and it's a great proof of concept to test a project in a development environment. So this is Kabam SG, the semi-graphics version of my Kabam game that I'm working on for the CoCo VGA. And this was really inspired to me by like what all the guys in the MC10 space have been doing with the semi-graphics mode and making stuff look amazing, and what Erico has been doing in the semi-graphics space, where he's actually got animated guys fighting in cities and stuff. And so with very few pixels, the people have done some amazing things. And then there's this, what I've done. But so what you're going to see here is real simple. The bombs are falling and you catch the bombs, or you don't catch the bomb. And then in between that, it kind of shows you what your score is and what the high score is. And then you repeat until you run out of lives. But for this being in BASIC, the speed is fairly good. You know, it's using the high-speed poke, which speeds up the BASIC ROM. But, you know, it'll handle 8 bombs at the same time, and the falling speed is good. So this is a real quick and dirty kind of proof of concept, but it's just doing something in semi-graphics, and I kind of like the way these bombs look in semi-graphics. It's got an interesting kind of appeal to it. But literally, this is all there is to see. So if nobody has any further questions, I'll end your misery. But this is my current project update. Questions, comments, concerns, or take it away?
It's looking good.
Yeah, so I think the biggest challenge I'm trying to figure out right now is to kind of figure out the speed in which they fall. Not in which they fall, but the speed in which they are placed on the screen. I had to throw in some randomness to delay how quickly they come on the screen, because they were popping up too fast and there was too many to deal with. And right now I think they're coming out maybe a little tiny bit too slow. And of course I'm using an emulator and an Xbox joystick, so the controls are a little janky, but that's about it. And so I will close that. That's the editor. Close the editor, and then boom. So that is my project update. It's a little semi-graphics game, very small program, yeah, and that's it. So that's my update, and now for my acquisition. I have an acquisition too, inspired by legendary musician Nick Marotta. I've decided I was going to buy a ukulele. And this is not a $5 ukulele. This is actually a much more than $5 ukulele. But I'm going to teach myself a little bit, and then I'm going to take lessons with Nick, because he's mentioned that he gives people lessons on Discord or on Zoom or whatever. So in the near future, you'll be hearing stuff like this coming from me. So ukulele forever. I've said this a million times. The ukulele is a fantastic instrument. It's an incredible instrument. Right. People are doing some amazing things with it. And what Nick had suggested for me, because it's always been a bucket list of mine too, to learn how to play the guitar, he suggested I get a baritone ukulele, because the strings are tuned like the bottom 4 screens of a guitar. So I'm actually kind of learning how to play 66.6% of a guitar as I'm learning to play the ukulele. So there you have it, folks. So that was my project update. That was my acquisition. Without any further ado, are you guys ready to jump into Nick Marotta's favorite part of the show, where we get into the game on results? Now, Samuel Gimes. Now, Ron, brace yourself for disappointment. Samuel Gimes did not create a new song for you this week. I know you're disappointed, Ron. Everybody go, oh. Yeah.
Don't think I'm disappointed.
So, while we do not have a brand new Samuel Gimes for you, there's been so much. His body of work is so large, and he's given us so much that there's so much to draw from, that I've picked one of my personal favorites from the Samuel Gimes CoCo Thoughts archives. So to play us into the game on results, let's hear one of my personal favorites of CoCo Thoughts, and then we'll get into the results.
And now, CoCo Thoughts
Carr's joining us
by Samuel Gimes. Some truths are self-evident, such as buzzard bait is far superior to answer.
People have spoken.
Thy mic is dropped. All right.
Just proof that the majority is not always right.
High Score Challenge with Nick Marotta.
Welcome back, everybody, to the results of this week's Game On Challenge. The game this week was Shooting Gallery, and there were 14 participants, and the scores were as follows. David Craker, 3,470. CoCo Discord user, 3,490. Sloopy Malibu, 3,620. Henry No Nick, 3,850. Cat Lord, 5,770. Rich N, 6,200. Rick U, 7,410. Frodo NL, 8,110. Mr. Dave, 6309, 8,570. Canadian Retro Things, 13,970. L. Curtis Boyle coming in just before supper with 14,540. Tom C. from Jersey, 17,920. Nick Marotta coming in at 18,980. And the number one score this week will come as no surprise. It's none other than
CoCoTALK salutes Buck Owens.
the number one score this week, and our hats go off to Buck Owens for shooting himself up a real good score of 19,570 points. Congratulations, Buck Owens, and thanks to everyone who participated this week. All right, and there you have the results.
Good job. I like that video.
There was a subtle comment last week where someone suggested they didn't like the production values where the videos were going, so kind of pulled it back to some a little bit more period correct looking video there. And that same person also commented on the smooth scroll I did. So what I did is I did this whole hacking of the SAM and the VDG where the screen started. So it actually thought the screen was starting at each smooth line. It's a smooth hardware scroll, and I totally did not do that. But anyways.
I was going to say, oh my goodness.
Yeah, man, totally. Yeah. So Nick Marotta.
Yes. Thank you, Stevie, for doing that video. That was excellent.
Yes.
All right. So, yes, we had 14 people this week. So it was a fairly good turnout. Thank you to everybody who participated. And once again, Canadian Retro Things has provided us with some gameplay. Thank you. Check out his channel for CoCo and other retro-related content. Canadian Retro Things.
Did you say continent or content?
Content.
Content, not continent. Not inconsonants or anything.
Not incontinence either,
okay,
no.
okay,
No.
good.
So, yeah, this was a game that I most of the games that we've done in this segment were games I played as a teenager, and this is another one. It's a good game. I like it. It's somebody mentioned, I never thought of it before. It's like a fancy version of Space Invaders almost, except you're not dodging bullets, but you're still going back and forth and shooting. And you had to make sure you shot things a certain way. Like if you shot frowny faces, more bunnies would spawn, and things like that. So it's a good game, I thought, anyway. And I don't know if I have any comments from people here in the
It's got that intermission stage when you're between screens, like when you take everything out on the screen here, you get that guy running back and forth. You got to shoot, and he keeps speeding up, and you have to keep him on the screen here. If he runs off, that bonus round is over.
Yeah, I always thought of him as a teddy bear. I'm not sure what he actually is, but he kind of looked like a teddy bear to me.
Canadian Retro Things mentioned during his video, and I agreed that you want to get rid of those smiley faces sooner rather than later, because the fewer things you have on the screen, the faster everything moves. And then that window where you can shoot them seems very small when it gets too fast. So definitely want to clear those at your earliest opportunity.
Yeah, I did that too.
Now, every now and then you were able to kind of graze an object and hit more than one thing with one bullet. It didn't happen often, but I have seen that happen in the past where I grazed an object on my way up. The collision detection hit it, but the bullet went up another row and hit something else.
I got a 3-for once.
Oh, yeah? Yeah.
I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, this game is the game concept is very simple, but it's visually very well done. It's very playable. It's inspired by a very popular game in the arcade that was called Circus. So versions of this were in the arcade. Versions of this were in a lot of 8-bit systems. I believe the Atari 2600 had probably a port of Circus to it. Or Carnival. I said Circus. Carnival. So yeah, in the arcade it was called Carnival. Right. And so, yeah, Circus was the clowns and balloons thing. So Carnival was what this was called in the arcade. There's a really good version of Carnival on the ColecoVision, because the arcade Carnival had like these spinning pipes that were up on the top that you could shoot the different pipes, and the ducks would come down and eat some of your bullets. You had to manage your resources in this type of game. You had one life. Only so many bullets, and you could, like you mentioned, if you shoot too many sad faces, you'll produce more bunnies, and you'll end up having more objects than you have bullets, and you'll never clear the screen. So, strategy and resource management go into the playing of the game.
I did kind of like the gambling aspect to the frowny guys, because you occasionally had to shoot them before they changed.
Right. So you're hoping they fall into your bullet. Yeah.
And turn just at the right time. Oh, he's smiling just as I hit him.
Damn teddy bear, whatever the hell he is. Ken's doing good here in that round there.
Yeah. So one thing I discovered I didn't know is you reach a point when you get to level 10, it puts the word expert across the top. And you can only shoot between the P and the E to get the diamonds.
Oh, that becomes like a force field?
Yeah, you can't shoot the letters.
Oh, it's a barrier.
It's a barrier.
You can't shoot any of the other things there, or you just can't shoot the letters?
You can't shoot anything.
You have to shoot, so you can only shoot through the middle to get to that top diamond row.
There's a space between the P and the E you can shoot through.
That's the only. Wow. Okay.
So that only affects the diamonds, obviously.
Yeah, but that's your bullets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have to time those shots perfectly for them to basically scroll right into your bullet.
And you'd have to find a magic spot on the screen to get it to shoot through there to hit, especially when you're on your last diamond, because you're only going to get one shot at the diamond as it is, even if you didn't have the word expert flying across. And then you got to try to aim. Like they're going in opposite directions, I presume, too, Nick?
No, it doesn't move.
It's just there. It's like a fixed barrier on the screen.
Oh, okay. I thought it was moving. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
No. It stays still. That'd be.
Well, that's not quite as hard then.
Yeah. Then you just basically have to stay dead center and time your shot.
Okay.
Which you always have to do anyways, regardless of where you are. You're always having to time your shot to hit those damn diamonds anyways.
So yeah, that was something I discovered I didn't know before. I had that was my 18,000 high score.
Nice.
Yeah, I think I only made like round 6 or 7 or something. So.
And as Curtis mentioned last week, when you look at that diamond row, they did a lot of finagling with the artifacts with the kind of dithering effect to create the illusion of more color. So you kind of have those
looks good.
Light blues and oranges and dark reds and greens and purples
yellows
and stuff. Yeah. So it was
one of the best uses of artifact colors actually I've seen. It's right up there with like Sands of Egypt or something.
Right, because even when you look at the area there where you got you kind of like the box around everything, you've got the darker red and the different checkered patterns, that dithering effect. So yeah, it looked as good as it could look for having 4 faux colors, or 2 of the 4 colors were not even real to begin with, the artifacts,
This is the first game I actually got a color TV out and hooked it up to have to play it, because especially the frowny guys, the brown to blue is more important than the.
Well, it's really the mouth, because you guys, it's the are they sad or happy?
Right, but I was playing on my CM8 and I couldn't see enough of it without staring at only those.
Yeah, it's more obvious with the color change than the
you have the stripes.
Mouth turning.
I gotcha. Yeah.
Stripes would obfuscate the mouth.
ROM cartridge, sold by Tandy in the Radio Shack stores, right? Quality game, data soft, right? So,
yep.
James Gerrie, yep. One of the prolific
16K required if you had the cartridge.
James gave us Pooh Yan and Canyon Climber, so a lot of good titles came out of Data Soft between Steve Bjork and James Gerrie. And then, of course, the Sands of Egypt, another one. Dallas Quest.
Oh, that was a good game.
Yeah.
That was a game.
So one tip is to not run out of bullets.
That's pretty
thank
well
you.
made.
For sharing tips and tricks here.
Timing your shots is another one.
Timing your shots.
How about shooting things?
Shooting
Would
things.
be
Shooting
a
things.
good,
yes.
A
Yes.
good tip.
Shooting.
so
Well,
shoot
well,
things,
let me
don't
rephrase that. Hitting the target. You can shoot and not hit, so you want to hit your targets, right? So.
Okay, so hit the targets.
Well,
and
now you're
don't
getting to
hit
expert level there, Stevie.
For more tips, send a self-addressed.
That's right.
Is there any tips for shooting the
Pueblo-
bear or
Pueblo,
whatever you call
Colorado.
it there that you had? Like, do you try to keep it very much in the center, or do you let it kind of go farther
Oh, I
to
go
the
on
sides?
the
Yeah.
ends.
Well, it looked like Ken's
go on the
strategy
ends
was
and
to let it go
back
to the
and
far
forth.
right. That way you had more time to track him as he was going across more screen space. So that was...
Yeah, I
that's what I
started
did.
doing that, and then on subsequent games, I kind of did it. So I was kind of trying to get him like about a quarter from the side, so I gave myself time because he speeds up every time.
Yeah.
And sometimes
Yeah.
you wouldn't get there in time to shoot him if you're trying to wait right to the end and just fly off. So I ended up getting him not quite to the end where I tried to shoot him. So I tried to keep him, in the middle 2/3 or something.
I used the Black Beauty and just whipped from side to side. And on the
60
ends.
is asking, did anybody ever send off for tips to games? Was there a mail-in tip?
Rainbow
Sir?
Scoreboard had a section where people would write in letters either asking for tips or giving tips.
Okay.
That was part of the scoreboard.
Or scoreboard pointers.
Yeah.
You know what it was called?
Okay.
Something like that. Yeah, it was part of this Rainbow Scoreboard thing. They had
It's
kind of like
kind
a
of
mini
like
letters page.
the video game version of Dear Abby or something, right? So.
You say you were part of it, Curtis?
Sorry, what?
Did you say you were part of it?
No. I might have
Oh.
submitted one or two tips on a game or
Oh,
something,
okay.
just type thing. But it was basically just user mail specific to games. So they would put that into the Rainbow Scoreboard section rather than the regular letters to Rainbow at the beginning of the magazine.
Oh, I thought you were saying you were on the panel of people who answered the questions. It's like even back then.
Oh, no,
you
I was just a
were,
punk kid back
gaming
then. So.
guru. Yeah.
Ben Explorer VR Drakes is saying, how could anyone shoot that rabbit? Well, we had to shoot all the rabbits. Shoot the
They make
rabbit.
good stew, too,
Shoot
so,
the
you know.
rabbit. Kill the rabbit.
Duck season, wabbit season.
Yeah. Yeah, good game. Quality game. Looked good. Played good.
Yeah, simple concept, but fun. It accelerates in difficulty, both on the rounds, like that expert round that Nick is the only one who got to, and plus the bonus round there where you're getting a gradual speed up. So it's definitely a good one to hone your skills, and you can get better at it and start making it to the expert rounds past level 10. Now, Nick, I think you mentioned that the manual did mention something was going to happen starting at level 10.
It said there were Easter eggs. It wasn't very specific. I don't think I even read it. I think Buck Owens actually quoted the manual. Buck Owens posted, paraphrased the manual, and in the manual it says there are multiple Easter eggs.
So multiple. So is there more past that expert? Is what I'm wondering.
That's what I'm thinking.
I may have to cheat and make infinite bullets. I want to see what happens.
Yeah, right.
Maybe we can get someone to build a machine that'll play it like they did for Timberman. We'll get Shooting Bot.
Shooting Bot. Yeah.
Shooting Bot.
A little bit more logic to this one, but lots of things to track.
I think it'd be easier to hack the bullets so that every time you fire, it doesn't go down by one.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's true.
good game. Quality game.
All right, so thanks to everybody who submitted a score this week. And are we ready to talk about next week's
Oh,
game?
the suspense is killing me.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
Yes.
So, all right, so you guys will no doubt recognize what this game is.
Uh-oh. Da-da-da-da. Oh,
or
yeah.
At least what it's a clone of.
It's yes, this is
it's
a clone
of Dig Dug. And it's called Pump Man.
Pump Man.
By Dave Dies.
Licensed to Sugaro Software, huh?
Yeah, this is pre-Dicom. One of the couple games he sold before he made his own.
Yeah, this one looks very well. It plays very identical, but for whatever reason,
tough.
One of was it the vertical that got really slow on you? One of the two movements got super slow.
Yeah.
The vertical, right?
Still sluggish on the vertical movement. You could have unless Curtis wants to optimize it before. But yeah.
But it did capture the graphics well. Plays well. The graphics
Yes.
are very good.
I haven't looked at the code of this. I mean, Dave had the skill even at this early stage, because at this point he was still in high school. I think he was probably 14 or 15 when he wrote this. I think he could have done it faster. So he kind of slowed it down on purpose, as far as I can tell, because he released Fire Pilot right around the same time, and it's moving much bigger sprites, much faster than this. So it was a purposeful design reasoning for him doing it where you move that slow. I don't know why, because the arcade's nowhere near that slow. It's a little odd, but.
And he's very optimistic on the score. Look at the decimal places.
Yeah.
So I expect to see some million
1 million points.
Knowing how it scores here, I better get started right now. See you guys later.
Yeah, right.
Exactly. 10 points per no. All right. So that's our game. And thank you to everybody who played this week. And thanks, Canadian Retro Things. Thank you, Stevie. And we'll see you next week.
There, you've been warned. You will see us next week.
Not if I see you first.
That's right. So do you want to keep the game train rolling, L. Curtis, with some Game On news?
I can do that, and since Boat's here, you can actually talk about some of this too.
Okay. Looks like Boat's on at least his second beer now too. Welcome,
Boat.
Boat.
That's a pre-requirement for him.
Just in time.
Remember, the more you drink, the better our show is.
By the end, it's the greatest show of all time. Every week.
Geez, he's already finished 2 6-packs by the sounds of it.
What do we got, Curtis?
Well, there's this one here, which I don't know. Have you had a chance to watch it yet?
Yes, I have watched that.
So I'll let you explain it since it's one of your
ARG
shows.
Presents is a weekly show that focuses on 2 different games. Sometimes it's 2 different games from the same system. Sometimes it's thematic. And oddly enough, this week on ARG Presents, Brent and Aaron talk about non-sport franchise games. So how's that for a thrilling theme? And Aaron picked Aerobiz Supersonic for the Super Nintendo. Other way around. Brent picked that. Aaron picked franchise for the CoCo. Now, I always listen to the show, so what I was picturing in my mind was much different than what's being displayed on the show right now. Now, Curtis, you actually suggested this game, so I'm guessing you were familiar with it, right?
Yeah, actually, I didn't suggest it so much as I was trying to figure, like they said, that they want management games that are non-sports, and I didn't really understand what that meant. So I gave a link to Aaron to my webpage entry for this particular game, and I said, "Is this kind of what you're talking about?" And he goes, "Yeah, I'm going to pick it." Or it was one of the ones he got suggestions for, but yeah.
Yeah, so what you're doing here is you are basically operating a fast food joint, and you start from nothing and you work your way up, not unlike the various tycoon games that are popular on phones these days, but a pretty early example and a pretty cool example on the CoCo.
Yeah, I mean, it's another one that uses the artifact colors quite well, and you eventually try to build a whole chain of restaurants. You're competing with other restaurants too, so you get to take out advertising dollars against each other and stuff like that. And most of it's a strategy thing where you're picking from menus and you're allocating wages and buying food and all that kind of stuff. But then they have a little bit of an arcade thing where you as the manager have to go in and actually start serving the customers in real time. So you have this little arcade bit where you have to run around and somebody orders 2 drinks, a fry and a Coke, or a fry and a burger or something. You have to run and pick up all the stuff and get it to the guy in time. Just looking to find a little clip of that part here. There's one of the advertising ones. You get a little TV set.
Yeah, Frodo has joined us. Hey, Frodo.
Hey, Frodo.
Yeah, here's where you're running around in real time.
Oh, that's funny. It's like little mini games.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot of games like this that my daughter plays on Roblox, where you do have these tycoon things where you have to, build your burger franchise and feed the customers and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so.
So it's a pretty cool concept, and Stephen Hartford did a couple of these manager style games. He did a game called Star Trader for Computerware as well, which is a space trading game, which was a bit more common than something like franchise. And he did some other games too.
When I first saw the screenshot, it almost looked like Interbank Incident is what came to mind when I saw it for a millisecond there.
Yeah, the coloring is definitely very similar. No, one thing that they both complained about in this one, and I have to agree with them, this is a game that really would have lent itself to being keyboard controlled to do your menu selections. But instead Steve made it an analog joystick. So when you required a joystick to play a strategy game. Now, the only place the joystick really makes sense is on the little mini game where you're trying to serve because you're running around. But on selecting the menus, I would have preferred the keyboard too, because of the way he set it up for the analog, you can easily, jump ahead by accident and select the completely wrong thing, and you have to try to back out and stuff. So, because I remember having that problem myself when I was playing it back in the day. So I have to agree with that. The game itself is actually pretty good otherwise. And I mean, back in the day, we were more used to the analog sticks too. So of course it wasn't as big of a deal for us, but for modern people who are used to today's controllers, it's a bit of a bear.
Yeah, and it's not one of the deals where you can just plug in the 2600 adapter. It won't accept that at all. You must use the analog.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's based on the analog position. It's like Space Assault from Tandy, where the position of the joystick is where your ship shows up relative to the screen. It's not move left, move right. or in this case, move up, down through the menu. It's like you immediately jump to the position, which once you get used to, it's not too bad, and we all did back in the day. But for modern people not used to analog sticks, that's definitely a bit of a chore. Anyway, sorry, Stevie, you were saying?
Oh, I was just asking, is this like, this is turn-based, it's not real time, right? So if you took an extra 2 minutes to switch to your menu, it's not going to affect the gameplay, right?
No.
Because I would imagine based on that mechanic, you kind of have to really make sure you're highlighting the right choice, look at it, and then press the button, right? So you don't want to get...
Yeah, the game basically does, it's turn-based where you're doing a week at a time. So you're advertising your wages, your food purchases, etc. You do all your moves for a week, and then every 4 weeks, I think once a month, you do the mini game where you have to go actually serve the customers yourself, which actually I think more fast food restaurants should actually really do in real life.
And Frederick is asking, would it use a mouse any better?
It might. I've never tried it with a mouse, actually, to be honest. That's not a bad idea.
Would that theoretically work?
Yeah, it's the mouse is analog too, exactly the same as the joystick, except it would be more natural for this kind of a menu selection.
Sure.
Yeah, the mouse, it seems like it's less likely to drift because that steel ball was so doggone heavy. Once you were in a certain position, unless you applied a lot of manual, movement to the mouse, it's not gonna drift too much, because of the...
Yeah, the CoCo mouse had that steel ball, so it's definitely not a game you want to rage quit and throw your mouse at the screen. You won't have a TV left at the end of it.
No, that's a great theme, right? Management simulations, right?
Yeah. It's it's funny. These are all over the place, like you said now. But back in the day, the industry was dominated by, particularly in Europe, the football, the soccer management sims and stuff like that. But even the early computer games, a big feature was just being able to manage the team without actually having to play yourself. So.
Right.
Yeah, I do remember like the late 70s, early 80s, like when the Galactic Saga on the Apple II, and then ported later to the Atari and Commodore and stuff. And there's ports to the CoCo too, which I still have to put on my website. But the space trading games were quite common. That was a simulation. Even text-based ones on BBSs and stuff, that was a fairly common thing. But this was kind of a unique take on it, doing something like this. We also had the ones where you have to manage, medieval cities and stuff like Viking and Erland and Castle Grey Moon, where your rats are eating all of your grain, so you have to buy cats and that kind of stuff. Another unique one on the CoCo that I was thinking of suggesting too, but it would have been more visually boring because it's a text-based one, is Gangbusters. I don't know if you guys have played that one, but that's the one where you're trying to become the head gangster. So you have to get contracts to kill people. Later in the game, you can kill each other. Plus, you're managing like whorehouses, all kinds of stuff. It's pretty interesting. And this was a mainstream game. It wasn't an underground one like Madame Rose's Massage Parlor or something. So it was kind of an interesting take on the 1920s.
It's neat. It's a neat looking game.
Yeah, it's very, very well done visually, presentation-wise. And Stephen was good at that. He did a lot of good stuff with color, given the P-Mode artifact palettes. His Star Trader has a lot of color to it, too.
Over 45 zillion sold, that sign said. 45 zillion. Wow, that's a lot.
Well, that's a funny thing. Like, McDonald's used to keep upgrading. They were millions sold. Then they started doing every 5 billion, they'd bump the number. And once it hit 99, they said, screw it. It's so many you can't even count.
Yeah,
so never
right.
mind.
So, billions and billions.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the trillion sign. That's what I'm waiting for.
Cool.
Yeah. And then I'll just to give a bit of equal play here. This is Aerobiz, the one that...
on a Super Nintendo. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, that's a pretty good scrolling effect there.
Yeah, that's the special Mode 7 effect that was a big selling point for the Super Nintendo. And this is, of course, an airline management game. Hampered, in much the same way as the CoCo by being controller controlled. All of these types of games really lend themselves best to the mouse and a keyboard, really.
John Jones is asking, is there a $15 an hour patch available for that restaurant franchise management?
Actually, if you want, you can pay your employees $15 an hour in the game. You'll go broke quick.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, was it? But what I'm trying to remember, wasn't it Aaron who said he tried to be so cheap with the game, or was it Brent?
It was Brent. He tried to be so cheap that he wasn't actually producing food.
So we didn't
Shockingly, that did not lead to fame and glory.
That's like you could be the slumlord of Monopoly by buying all the purple properties and building those things up, So.
But for airline management, there is actually one CoCo game actually called Airline. It was by Adventure International, Scott Adams' company. Same guys who did all like Pirate Adventure and all that kind of stuff. And it was graphically based, but it wasn't managing airlines quite like this. It was managing just airport routes between things and then setting it up. So much simpler concept. Also done much earlier.
Let me interrupt real quick. I just realized something. Because we do not have Mark D. Overholzer on the show today, Mark is usually Johnny on the spot with posting the links. So as Curtis talks about something, Mark Overholzer would usually post those links in the live chat so people could check out the YouTube video or whatever, the link to whatever we're discussing. So in lieu of that happening during the show, just so you guys know, those links are always available on our Discord server. So if you go under the CoCoTALK area, I believe it's called News Summaries, they're actually already there. So if you were to look at the News Summaries channel, you'll find today's date, which is May the 15th, and you'll find a text file with the links to everything that's being covered in the news that L. Curtis Boyle creates for us. So sorry about that.
Thanks for reminding me, because I'll post the links. I know Mark usually posts a little like surrounding text and stuff to make it nice and easy, but I'll just blast the links.
Just the links, keep it simple. Yeah. Cool. No, this is a great, looks like a great theme. Something you don't see too often, especially, it's interesting that this, especially in the retro days, it's a lot more common now. It seems like these, like you call the tycoon.
Yeah, and in the modern day, they've definitely expanded to like franchise was at the time, outside the standard.
Almost even like some of the Sim stuff, like Sim City, where you keeps building on something.
I mean, that's a question that they talked about at the beginning of the show. Like, what exactly do we mean when we mean a franchise game? Right. Where do you draw the line? Is it something like Sim City, or does that count, or is it something like even Populous? And so. It's hard. You really have to make your own call, but I think all of those sort of count. You're sort of managing things from afar. Although with franchise, you do have some direct control in these mini games, so it's sort of a mixture.
Yeah, I like that. That adds a little something, so it's not just repetitive strategy all the time. There's a little bit of skill.
Yeah, I remember the first time I played this back in the day. I hadn't fully read the manual, so I didn't even know about the mini games. So I was just playing. I'm doing all my strategizing and stuff, because at that time I liked playing Viking. Orlando's management style games. It's like graphics. I thought, cool. And all of a sudden this mini game, and I have to run around in real time and try to serve, before the people just give up and leave down the hallway. That was a kind of a surprise, because I wasn't expecting that, because none of the other strategy games like this had that type of thing. So that was a cool one.
Unbelievable.
Next up, we have
Jamie Cho. That's all I was gonna say.
Okay, yeah. So we've actually covered this game before. Space Bandits, which got digitized sound, it's got digitized graphics, it's using the Dino Sprite library. It's the first full-blown release besides from the author of the Sprite library itself, which is Richard Kelly, I believe. And this is an update. So I actually asked him, because I briefly played it and it looked identical, sounded identical to what his early release was. So I asked him, so what's different about this? And he did mention he finished up coding level 1. So what he's planning on doing here is level 1 consists of the 5 waves in this game. Now the first wave is basically the same, and it's the screenshot you see here is basically the same. He does say that levels 2 to 5 are quite different from the previous release, and the game actually has an end now, and then there's going to be a sequel game, which is level 2. And he said there's a teaser for the level 2 at the end of level 1. So when you get that far, you'll get a teaser to the next episode. So I didn't get a chance to play it far enough to even see the second screen yet, but definitely if you guys want to take a stab at it later. And Nick Marotta, for you, this might be a game to cover now that he's officially released the final version of it at some time in the semi-near future. I know you've got some other stuff planned. Plus we got our crossover episode with Boat and Aaron here coming up too. So
yeah, for those who don't know, Jamie Cho has kind of I've been familiar with his name for a while. He's kind of popped up every now and then and shown off some really cool things. He did a presentation at CoCo Fest a couple years ago, specifically about doing stuff with Dino Sprite. And Dino Sprite is, and whenever I hear Dino Sprite, I immediately hear in my head Jimmy Walker, Dino Sprite, right? So,
showing your age there, Stevie.
Yeah. So it's a library for the CoCo 3 that's got hardware scrolling and all kinds of stuff built in. And the demo, you kind of have this big giant bouncing ball bouncing through a maze, and you can pan around this giant screen. So Dino Sprite's a tool set that's been around forever for somebody to potentially use to produce something with. And one of Jamie's presentations at CoCo Fest was he was showing like how you could do it, and he even had set up a Linux environment where you could what's the Linux tool chain called, Docker or something like that, where you could work on a project and share it with other people. There was a name for it. I don't remember what it's called, but so he was showing this off and showed how you can make a real easy tool chain in Linux and share it with people to kind of get a team together to develop on things. And then he had done a demo doing a quick mock-up of the game Ghosts and Goblins, that Capcom game with the knight that throws his little spear and stuff. And so he threw together a real quick demo showing how potentially easy it would be to make a good hardware scrolling, arcade platformer type game using this tool set. And so now this is, and I believe this is based on, this game already exists. He didn't invent this game, he kind of ported this game, right? This game exists on another platform, if I recall.
Well, he actually made his own Mac version, which you can download here as well. I don't know if the game itself is original. I think it's somewhat original.
Okay, I didn't know if this was ported from another platform that he ported to the CoCo 3, or he created this from scratch. I'm not sure. But
he's got a credit screen added on this one, and he's got credits like so and so created the graphics for the ship, and so created the graphics for the aliens.
Oh, okay.
NASA's credited with the digitization of the Earth.
And the Earth and stuff. Okay, gotcha.
The sound effects are from various open source sound libraries and stuff too. So
maybe it is original. I don't remember. I remember in an early posting I thought this was a port of something, but I'm not sure. But yeah. So yeah, Jamie's been doing some really interesting stuff in this space over the years, and this looks like a first full product that's being released, right?
And a couple of things I forgot to mention. So as you can see near the top of the screen, you can download the disk image right from Facebook. I'm hoping he gets it on the archive soon too for the new version. And then he's also got his Mac version because he actually made a common tool set. So it's actually playing the same game basically on your Mac natively. And then later on in the comments down here, he actually made a 609 enhanced version.
Ooh.
That you can download as well.
So this game is actually, complete then, Curtis?
Yes.
So level 1's its own self-contained game. That's all done. And okay.
Yeah, and that Dino-Sprite library is incredible. Like Stevie mentioned, it has hardware scrolling support. It has multi-sprite support, animation support, background digitized sound effect support, background music support if you want. He didn't use it in this particular case. It's quite the extensive library. So if somebody wants to tackle a game and not have to worry about making all the little bits and pieces to do all those things and wants a generic set of library tools to do it, all you have to do is come up with a game around it, basically in assembly. And you can call it from C too. He was experimenting at one point running it from CMOC. I don't know how far he got with that, but it's a pretty good development.
It's a hard game. It's not easy.
Looks good.
Yeah, keyboard or joystick. It works with the ORC 90 too, if you have an ORC 90 card or the built-in sound. And the 609 version apparently plays a bit of a faster frame rate and a bit smoother. Both available for download on Facebook at the moment. Next up, we have two Jim Gerrie updates. So the first one here is a port of a game originally for the Commodore PET. So we're going way back. This is originally published in Cursor magazine in 1981 called Maxit. This is not a game I'm at all familiar with or how to play or exactly what to do in it. So I don't have too many comments on it here.
Okay, looks like Sloopy's picking up on the links for us. Thank you, Sloopy. Sloopy's picking up Mark Bosley's slack.
Oh, good. I'll quit just posting.
Not Bosley, Mark Overholzer. Yeah, because Mark Overholzer's not here today. So thank you for posting the links, Sloopy. Oh, the hell is this? Looks like a game show.
Yeah, I don't know. I probably could read the directions. I just haven't had a chance to really go through it. But obviously a strategy board game of some sort. And then after that, he did an update to his poker game. This is one we showed last week where he's actually getting some suggestions from people reading the post about possible color set changes and stuff like that. So this is kind of where he's finalized it to the colors that he wants. So he went with the full inverse screen so that the text doesn't blare.
Oh yeah, with the cards. Background. Yeah, I like that. That was a good choice. And it does look like the felt you would find like on a poker table or a pool table or something.
Yeah. Oh, not a bad little poker game for the MC10. And of course, because this one's totally in BASIC, you could obviously port this over to.
Yeah, and I like the card symbols that he's come up with. The diamond, the clubs, the spades. Yeah.
Yep. So anyway, those are both available for download at this page. I think you might even have them on Facebook too. So.
Yeah, this is kind of stuff that kind of inspired my kabam. Between seeing stuff like this and seeing like what Erico's been doing in this space, you can do some really, some cool stuff with not so many pixels.
Yeah. And it's kind of like the basic 10-line programming contest or 2-line programming contest where you're working within such constraints that you have to be really innovative to get around them.
Yeah.
And do the MC10 or even the CoCo on those low res modes is kind of a way to inspire that.
And the hearts, yeah, so you can see the difference between the diamonds and the hearts, and yeah, it's cool.
Want to kill sheep now?
Jim Gerrie.
Next up, we have a Cuthbert Dragon's been busy again this week, doing a ton of his standard Dragon 32 on real hardware with his window pane reflecting in the background on its screen at all times. Because I originally thought this white line was part of the game, it's not. So, but basically, he did a whole bunch. He did probably about 2 or 3 dozen games this week, most of which we've seen before. But there's a few I had not, so I wanted to highlight a couple of these. So this one here is called Home Base. And you launch off this little thing you can see in the lower right within the play field, and then you have to go shoot a ton of stuff.
Underneath that line that's not part of the game. What are those things bouncing around up there?
I have no idea. Bubbles?
Bubbles.
I have no
Things
clue.
you have to shoot.
Things you have to shoot. There you go. Be harvested. Thanks for the technical explanation, John. It basically looks like a shoot 'em up. You're that kind of guy riding in a big bubble vehicle yourself. I think you have kind of shields too. It looks like.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you get the shields hit too many times you die, or maybe if they get hitting you on the 2 sides where the openings are for your gun, maybe that's how you die or whatever. I'm not
Yeah,
quite
there's
sure.
a shield number. You're out of shields. The next hit.
Oh, on the right there. Okay, yeah, just saw that.
So you start with 24 hits.
Yeah, and you have so many seconds to escape out of the hatch when you start over your next man. So you can choose when you come out, but only within 5 seconds. So you've got a little bit of feature option there to come out where you're protected.
Oh, it looks like you can recharge your shields by landing on that blue pad.
Yeah.
It looks like an original game. Stevie, I haven't seen an arcade game like this. Have you?
No, I'm. The thing that it reminds me vaguely of something like Robotron, where you're one thing and there's many things for you to shoot, but you can only shoot in 2 directions. It seems like either left or right.
That's what I was thinking. Robotron, but with less freedom.
Yeah, less freedom of
shooting.
Of
less
shooting.
Shooting.
Yeah.
Robotron is one of the greatest games of all time.
That we can agree on.
Yes.
The whole Lancer buzzard bait thing.
What is the? I'm sorry, Curtis. I might have missed when you explained this. What do the long thin line and the blue rhombus?
Yeah, the blue is a place where you launch from. It's also where you can recharge your shields. The white line is a reflection of his window behind him, with the shutter drawn down, so that little escape of light. Because that confused me. I was trying to figure out what the hell he's going right through. It doesn't seem to be doing anything. Then if you look in the up near above it, you can see the top of his window very faintly.
Yeah, it's like he's got a Venetian blind.
Yeah. So that was one of the new ones I had not seen.
Oh, and that was you losing your shield completely.
Here you can see his blinds are up a little bit slightly, so he's got a bit of a bigger white bar there.
The day has progressed.
Yes, right.
So this one here is called River of Fire, which is a graphical adventure game in P Mode 3, and it switches color sets depending on the scene. So it uses all 8 colors, just not all at once. And it has a rather nice animated intro.
River of Fire. So that's obviously like volcano stuff coming down. Ooh, look at that. Ooh. A graphics adventure for the dragon. Ooh.
And animated, graphics in the scenes.
Yeah,
kind of reminds me of the Mark Data products.
Pump.
P Mode 3.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not used to seeing graphics adventures with this P Mode 3 color set at all. They're usually all using the high-res stuff.
But you got to remember the Dragon didn't have artifact in your case.
Yeah,
so
the kitchen it switches. And the font's good. It's a mixed case font. So you can read the text fine.
Yep. And quite a few of the scenes actually have animations on them, as you saw earlier in some of them here. Like here, the nurse is doing something with her hands, in the crib part.
Yeah. That's kind of hard to
shimmering.
see. It's kind of hard to see the purple on top of the.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if he's animating that to make it look animated because it started telling the capture,
Or if it's
that
the
was,
TV
the
doing it,
artifact.
yeah.
The differently done artifact colors that they got between the 3 and the dragon for PAL. Nick, do you recognize that would be?
Yeah, like that color there looks completely odd. That's got to be a PAL artifact or something because that color does not ordinarily. These colors don't ordinarily exist in NTSC. It almost looks brown on the, and you can see different shades of brown and orange there, and kind of green and teal. So yeah, it's got to be some PAL artifacting going on there.
Yeah,
maybe some dithering too.
Yeah, some of it could just be the way his camera's capturing.
And Daddy Burrito's pointing out that the screens load very fast. That is true. Yeah, like that water scene there. You see one.
I think they're all preloaded in memory, and it just renders it. It's kind of like the Mercado ones. Like
okay.
When you loaded 32K.
Ooh, what the hell's going on here? What in God's green earth is happening here?
Foul fumes limit your view of the ridges between boiling mud subs and fumes I'm gathering.
Yeah. Oh, man, this is nice.
Are they? So I mean, these screens are loading in real time, right? I mean, bam, bam,
bam. Yeah.
That's incredible.
I'm guessing like Mark Data compressed their graphics so that you could load it all into one 32K machine. So I'm thinking what he's done here is the exact same thing, where he's got a way of pre-rendering it, and then he just has an ML routine that draws it real quick, based on drawing points and stuff like that, and painting in between patterns, etc., as opposed to loading a raw graphic. Because you're right, you'd need a disk drive or several disks to do all that.
Or there's a bunch of pages in memory, and he's just changing the offset, maybe.
He's got too many screens to fit that, though, even on 64K. So, and Mark Data, same thing. I mean, you'd have 60 scenes you'd have to go through with animations yet and fit it all in 32K.
That's true. Yeah.
And it seems like it's on a fairly even boundary, so it might be doing. This is P mode 3, which is about a 6K screen still, or 3K screen, is it?
Yeah. No, he's only using half for the graphics. Obviously, each screen only needs 3, but
yeah. So he's probably doing a stack blast of the.
That's what I was thinking
3K.
too. He must be stack blasting it.
Yeah. He could be doing that, or he might be rendering it. He's got a separate 3K where he just renders it there and then he blasts it on, so it doesn't have you don't have to
so you don't see it. Yeah.
Right. Like Fractal stuff.
It's kind of like page copy type thing.
Yeah. That's exactly what Fractal does.
Yeah.
It draws an 8K screen elsewhere and then blasts it onto the screen.
That's very cool.
And the last one's another adventure game. This one's called Dungeon Destiny.
And this looks really good with the true kind of RGB, right, monochrome without artifacting, right?
Yeah, pure mono with very little.
Oh, but here we go. Now we get some colors. See, this is kind of what I'm envisioning in my mind, is a kind of partition screen for an adventure game where you have your directions are always on the screen, so you know. Yeah, and that idea came to me from looking at a lot of these dragon adventures, how they took that genre and kind of just turned it a little bit and put a spin on it. The fact this has graphics is even better. I'm not looking at doing graphics right away, but I do want to have some static locations on the screen where certain content is always there, so you don't have to keep typing in look all the time to see where you are and what's available. So this kind of screen arrangement idea is something in the works, that another project that's in my brain to produce one day.
And the smaller graphical section makes it easier, quicker to render.
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Isn't that,
I'm thinking this one might actually be done in BASIC too, because it looks like the paint command.
Yeah, the paint command. Yeah.
Well,
now the text looks fast. Go ahead, James.
Isn't that how Wizardry on the Apple II and other systems worked as well, though? It had the different sections of the screen for commands,
monsters
and, for the graphics
stuff,
and monsters and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's a very nice presentation. I mean, especially for the earlier days, like when this came out. But it looks to me like the text is being drawn with an ML routine, because it's drawing the text pretty fast compared to like a draw command BASIC would. But the actual drawing of the graphics for each room looks to be like it's drawing a box and then drawing lines and painting and stuff. So it looks like that's BASIC, or he's calling BASIC routines.
Yeah, they might be doing ROM calls.
How common is this particular GUI? You've seen a lot of games where it's text on the bottom and graphics on the top. But as far as having just, maybe an eighth of the screen being the graphic, are there any other games that are like this?
Not too many. We've had a couple in the past, and it seemed to be more common on the Dragon than the CoCo. Most CoCo games did the divide by half, like you mentioned.
I didn't know if it had to do with the graphics modes, and cordoning off different sections of the screen, or if it was something else.
Yeah, they both have the same graphics hardware, so it's just really more developer choice, I think.
Yeah.
Karen's saying
nice
Mouse Maze might be one, which is a title I'm not familiar with, though.
Mouse Maze is Sockmasters.
Okay.
The one game he's actually made.
And Frodo is saying there are some like this on the Spectrum too.
So that might have been a UK design choice, I guess.
Yeah, just sort of a trope.
Yeah, I like it though. No, but seeing some of this stuff, which I've only seen frequently in the Dragon space, kind of gave me planted some seeds in my mind on something I want to do for a split screen adventure, text adventure engine.
Fred Provenchko is mentioning the Seventh Link, which is kind of our Ultima 3, CoCo 3 clone. And that does, even Gates of Delirium had the screen divided into a couple sections. So you had your moon gates in the bottom, you had your map view on the left, and then you had your command and your status of your players up in the top right and the commands in the lower right. And Seventh Link kind of does the same thing. It even has a little window for doing the 3D dungeons and when you get into the dungeons and stuff too. So yeah, I guess that's kind of somewhat similar. Though those aren't text adventure games; those are role playing games.
Okay. We got a lot of show to cover today. All right, what else we got here? Oh, yes, Geiger Punk.
Now this one, unfortunately, he's not as humorous as he normally is. He's actually legitimately playing Frogger. He does some mistakes, like he's playing with analog joysticks. Now I don't know if you've ever tried the analog joysticks on the official Frogger here, but one of the things it does is it tried to simulate an auto-centering stick in software. I guess the best way to describe it. So if you want to run up the screen, you don't just put the joystick up and run. They wanted it to make it easy so you don't accidentally jump into a car or something like that. So what they did is when you move the joystick up, down, left, right, it'll move one square in that direction, and then you have to move the joystick back to the middle to reset it and then move it again. So if you want to run up, it's like up, middle, and then to try to simulate a self-centering joystick. I personally just played on keyboard because I find that annoying as hell.
That almost sounds like Crazy Climber, where you had to use the two joysticks and simulate the up and down climbing of your hands to climb the...
Well, I think that was a little bit like the arcade. It's been a long time since I played it,
but this tune's just going to keep going. I thought I'll wait until there's a gap and I'll say hello you. Nope, it's just going to keep on going. Keyboard or I better zoom in, I suppose, because
I still like his presentation with the Tetris blocks,
the lava
and
lamps and everything else. Yeah,
that's great.
Good enough.
I don't know if he knows Neil, but that aesthetic reminds me of Neil.
And this does not have any glare from a windshield in the back.
I have a feeling that this is an LCD display.
The joystick has gone to the left.
No, it looks like it's one of those old-fashioned round CRTs.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep. He's just got this weird case on it.
I just didn't know if he put a frame around it or something like that. Because it really looks good. It captures well on the camera.
Somebody actually made a TV
hats
like
off
that.
to him.
Yeah.
To get all of that in focus, look how good the lava looks.
Yeah.
The lava lamps and the screen. That's incredible.
Yeah. He's actually done a behind-the-scenes video where he actually shows you all his equipment. He's got shelves and shelves of old computer computers. He doesn't just do Dragon stuff. He does other machines, too, in that time period.
Who is this guy?
Rob's Retro Randall. So Geiger Punk is
Geiger Punk is what his channel is called.
Yeah. And it was a request off of his subscribers there. So, but normally he does I don't know if you watched his videos before, Bo, or seen them on our show, but he normally does very humorous, because he basically sucks at the game. He doesn't read the directions half the time, so he's trying to figure out how to play at the same time. Yeah. And of course, it's much funnier because it has a British accent. So
right. What isn't funnier with a British accent?
Yeah.
You just hear that, and you just immediately think Monty Python, and you're in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Does anybody else have a lava lamp in their gaming room?
No, my one lava lamp I used to have actually broke. Cat knocked it over and broke it open.
The closest thing I have right now is an RGB version of that. So this is like a little RGB light doohickey that you can have it cycle through different modes. But yeah, it's
like
not
a Hue light or something, or what?
Yeah, I don't know. It was $16 on Amazon. So
got a real one.
I've been there.
You big spender, you.
Yeah.
Spend a little too much time shopping on Amazon, huh?
Not enough.
Yeah.
So this is a guy jumping stuff with a horse.
Yep. I will mention, Frodo mentions, says that's a Philips TV. So that case we saw with the weird...
It's like a round, it looks like a space helmet, that TV.
Like that's not a homemade case. That actually apparently is the original Philips TV. So
that's awesome.
Yep. They made that.
Oh, you've seen it before too, James?
Yep.
Oh, cool. Was that from the 60s? That just has a 60s aesthetic screaming out of it.
I don't think it was 60s, but yeah, it was. I've only seen it in pictures a few times, but yeah, somebody actually made that.
Because that just reminds me of the 60s when everything was plastic.
It's very mid-century modern.
You had that the phones that were kind of rounded, and you picked it up, and there was the dialer on the bottom part of the
yeah,
where you spoke.
kind of getting
the rotary dialer.
Trying to get real mod with some of our stuff.
That's back when they thought that we would just throw plates in the garbage.
It kind of looks like something you'd see in Clockwork Orange, So.
Exactly.
All right, what do we got here? Horses.
Hey, next up, we've got Robos from Poland. We've covered a couple of his because he's been doing a lot of Dragon gameplay videos too. And he does them by letter most of the time. He sometimes sneaks an extra letter in there. So he did 3 this week for the Dragon. The first one we're showing here is the S. Now, quite a few games we've seen before. There's a few here I do want to point out. I will not play the strip poker game for obvious reasons because we're trying to be family friendly most of the time, except when I slip up. And it's basically pretty similar to the one in EOU. So if you guys want to see what it looks like, that's pretty well it. So the first one here is called Show Jump.
Jump! Woo! Jump! Woo!
So this is very similar to the Evil Knievel game for the old black and white arcade game.
Yeah, that was the one with the motorbike instead, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's cool.
I think on the second level from the bottom, there's even got a water pit to jump over too.
Yeah, that's like the actual competitions, except 2D.
And it doesn't knock the bars off like you see on the actual competitions.
Nice. That's pretty cool.
Well, it counts the balls.
Okay, next one I want to show is Sky Joust.
Sky Joust.
Which is a rip-off of a Joust. So here, Nick's another Joust for you to play with.
Sky
Joust. Oh, that's a castle in the background.
What's that?
A castle in the background there, huh?
Yeah.
Boy, you didn't last long there.
Personally, I don't think this one stacks up to Lancer or Buzzard Bait or...
Well, because you're shooting at them. You're not even like...
You know it's better.
I'll turn the volume down to your business.
It's taken everything that was good about this game and not used any of it. Oh, those lines there are the platforms. You can rest on those platforms. I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
But you're shooting at them. It's like joust with
I won't lie.
lasers.
There are times playing joust I would like to be able to shoot somebody.
Freaking lasers.
Freaking lasers.
Well, he kind of got the graphics okay, but
graphics aren't bad.
It's like, why should I bother worrying if I'm going to boink them from above when I can just shoot the crap out of them from across the screen?
Do you boink them from above too? You can do either?
I don't know. Honestly, I've never seen this one before, so...
Yeah,
Now, what I'd like to do eventually is take like a Buzzard Bait or Lancer and patch it so that my player does get shots, but the other one doesn't, and then play 2 players. I'll play it normally for a bit, and then all of a sudden I'll let him start winning, and then I'll just shoot the crap out of him. That's a surprise.
There you go.
What is this?
Hey, Erica's out there. Hey, Erica. What? What language? Language. Language.
We're working blue.
Here's Speed Racer in P Mode 3. Just
wow. Oh, the only way that game could have gotten any better. Yes, the only way that game could have gotten better was to do this to it.
Could have been a Puyan palette.
Oh yeah. Woo.
So nice of them to even change the numbers so that you can read them on the speedometer.
Okay. Next one up is Sporting Decathlon, which is a basic game too, I think. Doing decathlon events, kind of like the one I did.
Can your computer use that poke?
Yeah, some of the earliest CoCos couldn't use it either. They actually had to clip some capacitor, other the machine would freeze when you tried to double speed. But that was like back in D-board era.
Yeah, there was a very early article.
Oh, this is cute.
Curtis, you've never looked so good.
Where's the Chariots of Fire theme?
I'll see if I can play that later on during the EOU demo.
Cute. You have run out of energy. This is a bit
different. You have energy you have to keep track of, and you lose energy every time you run into something, so that it's not just a strict time thing.
Well, at least you don't get sent back to the title screen when you die. You just move on.
Oh, this is cool. This is very decathlon-ish, right? The decathlon style games were very popular at this time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Joystick breakers.
Oh yeah. No, that's cool.
Or keyboard breakers in my case.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is cool. Very ambitious.
But for BASIC, it's not bad.
Very ambitious for BASIC. Yeah. And all the heads-up displays going on here and everything, the fonting.
That's kind of impressive for BASIC.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I had to cheat in mine. I had an ML routine to do scrolling, so at least there was a little bit of a boost. But
cool.
Okay, so that one... I'll just work it
Crowd goes wild.
So next up we have is W and Z, or Z. I'm not sure how they pronounce it. in Polish.
This looks a little bit like Downland, right?
Yeah, this one's called White Crystal. And this is another BASIC one, I believe.
It's not green.
Oh, I like the
yellow,
animation
red,
on the
blue
guy.
land.
I like the animation on the guy. Ooh, scary.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You-
He's shooting.
It's the evil overlord of...
I like how he climbs.
Yeah, the animation kind of reminds me of the Intellivision Man. You know, it's...
It's very
Yeah, that
intelligent,
was what I was
absolutely.
thinking.
Yeah. Little flick. Oh! Oh, and he's falling! That is cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, this overlord creature appears at certain set intervals, and he always shoots left and then right, and then he disappears. So basically, if you
have
figure
to-
out the timing, you know when to hide on the ladder.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
And ding dong. And
other
I'm
than that,
assuming
you-
that's a treasure chest you're going to try to pick up over there. Oh, he just barely escaped there. Get the treasure, dude. Yeah, I wish they could do something about the flickering.
That's basic, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if he page flipped, he could have got around that, but maybe it took too much RAM.
Well, that's a memory thing, though.
And his sound effects are definitely not basic. He's
No,
got
the
some
sound
routine
effects are
for the
good.
sound.
Not really. You only need 2 pages. It's only 12K. I did it on that.
Actually, I think this is P mode 1, so it'd only be 3K, so it'd be 6K total.
Yeah, I did it on that Space Invaders demo I did in BASIC, and it was rock solid smooth, and I was doing it from
Oh,
BASIC.
what happened?
And there he fell off the ladder,
Yeah.
or ran out of time. I'm not even sure which.
I like that.
I mean, yeah, it was a bit of a cool one for BASIC, I thought.
Absolutely.
And next, this one we've seen the title of before. So they had the Dragon had its own clone of Zaxxon called Zax's Son.
Oh.
Ha ha ha.
Zax's son, huh?
Which had a bit of a different theme. It's a helicopter.
Hmm. Oh,
And we've
look
shown
at
this World Boxing before.
Okay. Looks like a couple of horseshoes going at it.
Well, yeah. Very similar to Activision Boxing.
Yeah, it does look like Activision box.
Yeah.
This was family friendly.
Yeah, right.
It was written in BASIC too, if I remember correctly too. So.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, that's pretty good. Cool.
Yeah, we have.
So that's an interesting take on it, anyway.
Yeah. There's now. Is
Sort
there
of a
is there
shoplifter.
elevation too? Okay.
Yeah, the Alt 1 is your altitude.
Okay.
Because you don't have a shadow, so you have to monitor the number there as to what your height is.
Okay.
Boy, so you're constantly looking down at that and back up.
Which is annoying, yes.
Yeah.
You should have at least put it on the side. Where the
This is not bad. This is not bad. It's
Yeah. And it's nice that he did about a different take, because every other Zaxxon clone looks roughly
it's
like
got
arcade.
the proper isometricness to it.
Yeah, and I mean the scrolling is smooth.
Yeah.
Well, that was a neat effect when he died.
Yeah, and to avoid
It's kind of the Doom approach to isometrics.
Yeah, okay. And
Just,
to
moving
keep
the
it
sprites.
simple, it's all on a blank black background, so he doesn't
Sure.
worry about.
Yeah.
And
He doesn't
those-
have to worry about trying to scroll everything else. You, keep the
You know
speed
what?
up
What this doesn't have is a lot of return fire. I guess there's a couple missiles. Okay, there. I
Yeah.
take it all back.
Yeah.
It's return fire
Well,
sitting
if you
now.
think about even when you look at Steve Bjork's Zaxxon, it's everything is on the same static blue floor and red stripes too, so it's still very linear, the movement of it.
Yeah, it wasn't until he did Z89 that he actually added some more
Yeah.
descriptive floors and stuff. So.
But no, this is not terrible at all. This captures the essence of the game,
Yeah,
and it's
pretty
a
good.
somewhat of a unique take on it. Right? Oh,
Sounds
this
pretty good too.
Yeah, this one I was watching him. You tilt this line to steer the ball around, but I don't know what the ultimate goal is. If you're supposed
probably to
to
get it in that hole. It's probably like one of those
You
puzzle
probably
games, like
lift
getting
it
the
to the
marble
top.
to get the marble into through the maze to fall through the hole type
Yeah,
thing.
that's not what he did during this demo. He plays it for like a long time. And
Okay.
he just
Well,
gets it over with.
he's
near
getting
the
his
top.
money's worth out of it.
Yeah. Will the fun ever start?
Not
nonstop
Precisely.
action.
Yeah.
You nailed it.
Oh, that's cool. I get the idea, though. That's clever.
It's basic.
It's in
too,
BASIC. Yeah, no, that's impressive. As a guy who barely knows BASIC himself, I'm impressed with this. So, yeah, cool stuff. Cool.
Yeah. And then the last one here is
Looks
our
like
one.
Ken Kalish. Is this Ken Kalish? Game over?
No, this is we've seen all these before, but this is the first real gameplay video I've seen of Return of the Beast, which is actually done by who's it? Is it Stewart?
Oh, Stewart Orchard's game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which has like great music in it, and not during gameplay, but during its credits and stuff with digitized its instruments and things, and really good scrolling, etc. So I thought I'd actually play it because a lot of us haven't actually seen real gameplay, just a little demo.
Okay. Yeah, just seeing those fonts reminded me of Ken Kalish. The shadow font reminded me of like a Ken Kalish game. Yeah, this
I'll
is
fast forward a bit here because here he's still figuring out the controls, so I'll get it.
Exebius.
yeah, but multi-directional.
But scrolling left and right too, not just up
like
and down.
eight directional scrolling.
I like the sound.
Yeah. And the whole screen dissolve effect and everything. Yeah, because the sprites are larger, even the 4-color palette here doesn't seem off,
Why do you think do you think that's just an artistic effect that makes the score sort of tremble like that whenever it adds to it? It's sort of like it's ticking up all of the numbers in between.
I'll have to see it again. Oh, maybe like it's like a spinning odometer or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
The varying palettes gives you this different, flavor to each.
Yeah.
Sub level too, which is kind of cool. Even though it's the graphics.
Do you know what you have to do to get to the next level?
Probably kill everything on the level.
Okay.
Or kill certain things on each level.
Yeah. No, very well done. Very smooth scrolling. Like almost on a pixel level, the scrolling here.
Yeah. And I think this is a P mode 1 too. Maybe Kieran can correct me if I'm wrong.
Game over, puny human. That's cool. That's super ultra buttery smooth.
But here's I'll turn that out here. I mean, for a dragon back in the day, this would have sounded incredible.
Oh yeah, you'd crank this thing up.
Who needs a freaking Sid chip?
I mean, honestly, how many voices do you think this is?
I believe Karen explained the engine. It does 3 at a time, 3 digitized samples at the same time. It's almost like a mini mod player.
Right.
That's really good.
Oh yeah, this is jamming.
And this is at 0.895 megahertz in software.
So we didn't really get anything like this on the CoCo side, right? I mean, there's no game that has a title track that sounds like that, right?
No.
I'm trying to think. We've had some multi-voice music in the background, like Crazy Paint or Grabber, but not digitized.
Yeah.
That didn't really start happening to the CoCo 3.
Okay.
Like Contras, like what you chose as your theme for the CoCo show. And Sock's mod player, of course. But yeah, I mean, the fact that we had that capability the whole time and just nobody ever really figured out and tapped into it. Karen can give more details because apparently there's a few games we found that Dragon actually have stuff like Shale
And I think Karen had done something
Force,
similar in his Dungeons game where he had some type of software-based kind of mod tracker player, and then he ended up doing like a GMC version of the same thing.
For Dungeons.
Dungeons, and so.
And Fire Force we showed not too long ago also it did use that same engine, and it has the same running soundtrack. Except that one has a much longer song. Like it's unique for about a minute. I mean, it's got repeating patterns, but the song is actually a full minute long, and this is all crammed into 64K along with all the graphics and everything else.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Nope, again, the other ones. The other ones we've all seen here, like Rommel 3D, Robin Hood, Voodoo Robo. We've covered all those. So, all right, that is the end of the Game On news this week.
All right. Well, I bet we'll just take one brief commercial break, and then we'll jump into news, and the ease of use update, and who knows what else may happen. So on that note, what are we going to play here for our commercials? Because I have not run a commercial in probably 2 or 3 weeks. We've run commercial free for so long that Fletcher, you can't go wrong with Fletcher. By popular demand, we're going to run a Fletcher spot. We'll be back after these words, boys and girls.
After these messages, we'll be right back. Fletcher, I don't need that report tomorrow.
Great, JT.
I need it tonight.
But JT...
Fletcher saved 300 days with the Office computer.
Fletcher, how's that report? Fletcher.
Radio Shack's Model 100. Save $300 and put it to work.
You'll go far, Fletcher. You'll go far.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. On holidays, Uncle JT would entertain us with stories of his business conquests and his assistant who would meet any deadline that he imposed, no matter how ridiculous. Well, until she shot him in the face, that is.
Hi, this is the award-winning Alan Huffman of Subbeat the Software, and you're watching Stevie fall off cliffs.
What's going on, guys? Stevie Stroh here, and I want to say thank you so much for being part of this adventure with us. It's been such a great experience in doing CoCoTALK every week, and the support we get is just amazing. And so the fact that you watch and listen is all the reward that we need. However, if you would like to become a patron of the show and offer some financial assistance towards the production and hosting costs of the show, we do have a Patreon site available for that, and you can reach that by going to our website at CoCoTalk.live and clicking on the Patreon link. But just do us a favor and watch and listen to the show.
Hey there, I'm Marco Roser, and you're watching CoCoTALK.
This is not the Joey cereal switch. This is the Joey cereal switch. Control up to 3 cereal devices. Order yours today at cocoman.biz.
Radio Shack, America's technology store.
Right! This Christmas, Tandy has a very special offer. A family color computer pack to take away at a very special price. This family computer comes complete with software and costs an incredible $449, a saving of $241.69. It's powerful, educational, and ideal for the young and young at heart. The easy way to start computing. The Color Computer Family Pack from Tandy. Get it while it's hot. Tandy, the biggest electronics store in Australia.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Tim. Playing Dagger like that idiot from the book. You're watching CoCoTALK.
From around the world, what you need to know. Get caught up on News with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
Okay.
L. Curtis Boyle, take it away.
Hey, so first up, and since John's actually here and Aaron is in the chat, I thought I'd give them a big congratulations on the 300th episode of Amigos.
Nice.
The show Curtis.
The show that started their massive online empire.
Yeah, it's massive, let me tell you.
So basically, you guys did a special episode here. Now, originally, we were supposed to be in person with each other for the first time in over a year.
Yeah.
But Aaron ended up getting sick and didn't want to infect you for some reason. So.
Yeah. It was unfortunate we weren't able to be together, but the show went on, and it was a glorious. Aaron spent many hours going back over the past 300 episodes, pulling out the best clips from the past 5 years. We had a trivia segment starring our master moderator, Pixels at Dawn. It was a good time. 300 episodes is a long time to be doing anything. We never miss a week. We've done 300 weeks in a row without missing a week, and that's just, it's the longest I've ever actually been able to do anything in my life. So thank you, Curtis, for bringing this up. This isn't obviously CoCo related, but it was a big deal for me and Aaron and the.
Well, it is a little bit because you guys actually mentioned that originally you started with this show and then you added ARG Presents. which is kind of a generic one. But then you mentioned the other shows you created since, including the Spectrum Show, the CoCo Show.
If it wasn't for Amigos, we never would have started the CoCo Show. That's true.
Wide World of Retro says that was a fantastic event that was enjoyed by millions of viewers. So.
Second only to the royal wedding in 1981 and the finale of MASH.
And one thing I did want to mention here too is that you've got this promotion you're starting here for your next.
Yeah, so every year we do something called,
that.
Yeah, we do something called Amigathon, which is a 12-hour charity event that benefits Children's Miracle Network hospitals. We've been doing this since 2017. We've raised almost $12,000 over the past 5 years for Children's Miracle Network hospitals. And this year, last year was actually the first year that we sort of opened it up. We had Neil from RMC and Amiga Bill do a segment, and this year we're sort of blowing it wide open for all of our friends that are sort of luminaries in the retro community, including Kim Justice, Ravi Abbott, and Dan Wood. They're all going to be doing segments and or pre-recorded videos to help us raise money for these sick kids. So that's coming up on July 24th. So still quite a ways away, but we wanted to get the word out early. You can start marking your calendars, even if you're not into the Amiga, as it were. It's still a great event to be part of, benefiting a great cause.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, there's a lot of overlap here. I mean, Nick and others have had Amigas or still have Amigas themselves.
Sure.
I mean, not everybody's strictly on one platform. The only reason I am is because I'm a cheapskate and I already have these things. And also, I'm so busy developing for them, I don't have time to do anything else. I will mention, you guys do a lot of the humorous things that have happened over the years. And my favorite part, and I'll let people actually watch it, is watching Boat being drunk, trying to record a show, and actually Aaron dug out something.
You don't have to watch the video to see that happen.
Well, actually, we're watching it right now live in real time. But yeah, there was one episode that's rather infamous, I guess, for you guys, is that you were a little bit too hammered, and they ended up reshooting it. So Aaron dug out some of the old footage.
Yeah, one of our Australian listeners sent us some really, really good single malt scotch, and I downed about half that bottle over the course of the episode, and you can see what happens.
So there's a teaser for you guys to go watch the after episode.
Is that the one where you called your show CoCoTALK?
Oh, no, that's every episode of Amigos.
That was so funny.
Yeah, I like those accidental promotions.
Yeah.
Anyway, I did want to point out the charity event, because that's something worthwhile no matter what platform.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Next up, we've also got John on the call, so he can talk about the multiple things he did here. So the first one was you put up a 20-minute tutorial, kind of like we talked about last week, explaining how you got the 80-column mode to work and running it in assembly language. Because there's a lot of documentation and there's a lot of books and stuff that have been done on the CoCo 1 and 2 assembly language and how all that stuff works. Not as much in the CoCo 3. There's Lawrence Tepolt's book, which was an addendum to the original CoCo 1 and 2 book, and there's been some online stuff, but not as much, not anywhere near as much. So it's a lot more foreign to a lot of people. And there's a lot of new things to learn, like how does an MMU work, and how do you use DAT registers, and how do you set the gimme up, because that's got some totally different things. How do you do attribute bytes on a text screen, because we didn't have that before, and et cetera. So you did this 20-minute video here, and then you got some comments from Robert Galt and a few other people. I think Robert kind of misunderstood the point of the original video, so we kind of helped him explain that.
Yeah, but he did
actually legitimate.
I'm glad he definitely pointed that out, though, because he reduced all this code here to a simple jump to 3-byte JSR and then 2 bytes for the memory location, and so it it's the easy way of doing it, but it's kind of like like you said, the whole point behind it was to try and get behind the
hardware.
The hardware of actually how it works, and I did a little bit more too. The actual jump clears the screen too, so I'm doing that in here as well, and I'm printing the fact that it's 80-column mode. But yeah, it was a couple, 2 or 3 days of just studying those. The T-Polt books have all the info, but it's kind of cryptic. And he talks about the video mode register, but then he doesn't have the actual address. So you got to scroll back up and go, oh, the video mode register is FF98, and scroll back down. And so there's a lot of scrolling back and forth. That's why, earlier you saw my notepad. I had just taken pasted it on there and then edited the PDFs, marked them up, and put the memory addresses on there so I could kind of keep it all straight. And in the end, I did figure it out. I did find that mode that you said you used in OS9 where
on the boot screen.
Yeah, the 80 column mode that doesn't have attributes. And when I found that, I was like, wow. I said, what did I do? Where's the attribute byte at?
Right. I think the problem is people who understand things, they don't make the best teachers. Right? And so, because they already know where you're going, and they already know the best way to get there, at least in their mind, what the best way to get there. They don't understand the intent that this isn't designed for somebody who already knows how to do this. This is designed for somebody who's learning. And sometimes it's better to learn things inefficiently, but to learn them more thoroughly than to jump into shortcuts, you know. And I learned that because I've spent over a decade teaching people, you know, network engineering, and just because I know it, it's not a good strategy to teach shortcuts. It's better. It's like in music, right? If you understand music, then and anything else, once you understand it, you're going to figure out the shortcuts. The shortcuts will present themselves when you understand something, but to only teach the shortcuts and bypass the process of the deeper understanding is really a disservice. And that's true of anything in life. And it's true. It's just my philosophy of teaching is to teach the core material and the understanding, and then shortcuts will just magically appear. Mm-hmm. You know. So
and one of the takeaways that's in this video is I'm showing here how I did it in BASIC by just using pokes and such. And if you can do it in BASIC by poking, once you've got that your head wrapped around that, then you can go do it in machine language. And for me, it's a lot easier because I know BASIC really well, and all you're really doing is using pokes. So if you know the poke statement, then that's all you really need to know. And BASIC, other than that, is fairly simple. And so I poked my way into the 80 column mode, poked into the palette registers to change the colors, and then at the end here I'm poking into the attribute bytes. And if you hit play, you'll see on the next screen it'll show like different background colors and flashing and underline and that kind of stuff too.
Yeah,
like here's a blue background, and as it goes on, you'll see it'll turn on underline or turn on flashing or both and such.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
Yeah,
and like I said, I think Robert misunderstood. Like he viewed it as you're trying to clear the screen and set up a mode, and here's the quickest way to do it: just call the basic ROM call.
Yeah,
right.
The thing is, if you're going to write your own game, I'm sure Nick will attest to this too. If you're writing your own game, you're not going to be using the ROMs for anything because the ROMs are horribly inefficient for almost everything. I mean, even the clear screen routine there runs literally 8 times slower than it should be if it was properly optimized. If you really need fast, so I mean, doing it your original way, like you did in this video, showing how to do it from the hardware level, teaches you how all that stuff works. Calling the ROM call doesn't teach you nothing, and then it restricts you to what the ROM call can do.
Yeah. And I made the statement that, you know, my stuff isn't necessarily the most efficient way of doing it too. I'm just figuring out how to do it. So I'm sure a lot of
But if you don't learn how the hardware works, you never will be able to make it more efficient. You're just calling a ROM call. It's like making an API call in Windows. You're stuck with whatever the API call limits are.
Right, exactly.
This way you have raw control, and that's, I mean, Nick never uses ROM calls. OS9 does not use a single ROM call except DOS to boot. And after that, we shut it off anyway. So, yeah. I did appreciate what Robert was saying, but it was not the point, at least not the point when we talked about it last week, what I was hoping you were doing when you did this tutorial. It was just to show how the hardware works. If you do this, this is what happens.
Cool stuff.
Yeah. Now, of course, that's not all you did this week. So this one, you revisited it, and you kind of did a cross-dissolve. Is that the best way to describe it?
This is the... No, this is the... I think this is the one where...
Oops.
This is the one where I can't remember now.
Just let it play. This is the first one where it fades everything out.
It takes whatever's on the screen and gradually shifts it through the character setting and color blocks and stuff until it turns into a space. You clear the screen, basically.
Okay, yeah. And then what I did was I was watching an 8-bit guy video, and I noticed it doing that same dissolve, except instead of clearing the screen, it was revealing his logo. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. It's the same routine, except it's not clearing the screen, it's revealing another screen. So I wrote this basic program that you see running right now as a simple editor to create a graphic screen, and then when you hit the ACT key, it copies it to E00, which is where the PMO screens start, and then I do a save M out to the hard drive to basically save the graphic screen. And then the next routine that I wrote, and it's funny because I went in, I took the initial screen clearing routine and I modified it to do the reveal, and it worked on the first shot. I mean, when I assembled it, there was an error. I went and fixed that. I was trying to compare the A register to the B register, which you can't do. So I just wound up comparing the A register to the graphic memory, the actual memory location.
You can on the 6309, just so you know.
Okay, you really? Cool. I didn't know that. Well, anyways, after I got it to assemble, I executed it, and lo and behold, it worked on the first
Yeah, that
shot.
never happens.
Yeah, and when I saw it get this far, I'm like,
That's cool.
And I was so
wicked fast too.
Yeah, I was impressed. Oh yeah, because I took the delay out too. The other.
Can I ask a dumb guy question?
Sure.
You know how the cursor flashes between several different hues? When it's would it be possible to actually extend that to make the CoCoTALK, what you've displayed on the screen, flash in that same sort of way?
Not automatically.
With the routine, right? Yeah, with a machine language routine, you could.
Because
you could animate
that cursor is using one solid graphics block, and then just on a time basis, it's replacing it with a different colored graphic block. And so to make all of the whole word CoCoTALK, he'd have to repaint all those blocks each time to make it look like it's cycling through colors, because there's no palette capability in a CoCo 1 or 2.
CoCo 3 you could cheat and use.
But a lot of games use a semi-graphic screen similar to this, and because in assembly language you can blast low res on the screen so quickly, you can make it look like it's flashing through colors. It's fast enough to do that, but you'd have to constantly keep redoing it.
Sure, kind of like the marquee thing that Steve York does in
the data stuff.
Like shooting gallery.
The shooting gallery and marquee, how like the stuff are kind of rotating. Yeah, you'd have to keep redrawing those and offsetting them and stuff. Yeah.
I was thinking about like water effects and things like that. You could look. It would be almost like the sun reflecting off the water. If you could make it flash in the same way the cursor does, just sort of naturally, on the CoCo.
Yeah. No, you can definitely do it with the routine, and this screen is small enough that you can do it pretty quick.
On a CoCo 3, you could do palette style animations because you've got the ability to shift the colors that are already
we just
on
pick
screen.
a color number, and then you just keep changing what color is pointing to it, and then everything on the screen of that color instantly changes with one poke, so that you can do pretty simple.
Yeah, it's cool. So it's like, I'll give you a perfect example to drive my point home when it comes to it's teaching and learning. Sometimes it's better to learn things the hard way and learn it inefficiently to learn it better. But I'm getting ready to start learning assembly, as I've been saying for the past 5 years now. I am so close now. But I would almost rather start learning from you, John, on day one than saying day one, hey, Simon Jonason, teach me your wicked mad ways. You know what I mean? Because he knows things so well and so optimized and so out there that I want to end up knowing what he knows, but I don't want to start learning the top tier stuff. You know what I mean?
It's like trying to learn how to write songs, and somebody just teaches you the tab.
Yeah, exactly. And I always use that example too. Like when I learned how to play the trombone, and once I realized there were 6 positions, I started writing the numbers above the notes. I played by numbers. I never learned how to read music.
There are 7 positions on the trombone.
Okay, well I remember 6. So and it's just
low B natural.
Spoken like a music teacher.
Yeah, this one goes. This one goes to 7.
What's interesting is a friend of mine was taking some kind of assembly language class in college, and I was talking to him about it, and I was like, what are they teaching you? And all they were having them do was just punch numbers into a computer and then hitting execute. And I'm like, well, what are you learning from that?
Right,
you're not going to really learn anything from that. And he goes, nothing. He goes, we've been doing it for 2 months and I haven't learned anything.
Right.
And I said, well, let's do something. And he said, well, what do you want to do? And we settled on displaying a number, like taking a number in a register and displaying it in decimal on the screen.
Okay.
And I didn't even know how to do that. And him and I talked about it together, and he came up with the idea of dividing it by 10 and chunking off each digit individually, and that wound up working. So we wrote a routine to display every number from 0 to 65, 535. And when we went to go execute it, he goes, well, what's going to happen? I'm like, it's going to go zip. It's going to be done counting from 0 to 65,535 in about 2 seconds. And sure enough, it was. We were doing it on a 486 PC.
You couldn't. It was done before you knew it.
Yeah, and he looked at me and he said, "You know what? I learned more by just writing
Yeah,
this simple little routine
and
than I've learned in that class for 2 months." I'm like, "Well, you're never going to learn anything punching in pre-assembled code and hitting execute."
And just
Is there anything left, John? I mean, are there any worlds to conquer on the CoCo that you really haven't you'd like to do? Like, what's your grail in terms
you
of,
talking
like,
about John specifically or the world at large?
Yeah. I mean, I
John
want to know
specifically.
because obviously, you've been able to do all these crazy things. Is there anything left to discover?
Oh my God, yes. I'm like way at I'm just above where Stevie's at. Because, like Stevie said, I've been trying to learn for 5 years. I've been kind of learning.
No, Stevie's been trying to start to learn.
Well, I've started.
I'm
but
fixing to get ready.
At that starting stage. I've kind of been at that starting stage for like 30 years.
Yeah.
And I even said, like, when I modified this code and it worked on the first Git, I was like, I smacked my hands together and I was the happiest camper in the world because I was like, I can't believe I actually, modified some code and it actually worked on the first.
Because honestly, you almost want things to not work because you learn more from your mistakes. If something worked right the first time and you always got everything right, you would almost wonder, am I doing something wrong here? Right?
There's so much more for me to learn when it comes to machine language.
It is nice doing that once in a while because otherwise you keep going, I'm just not learning this. It's taking me 15 tries every time to do something simple. But if you get that one, the one thing that worked first try, it's like I'm getting this. I'm understanding this. You'll of course make more mistakes.
Well,
in the future,
to give John like an analogy, since he's a music guy, right? So think of the CoCo as an instrument, right? So it's got a finite language. It's got the hardware is the same, the language is the same, but everybody's going to use that instrument differently and do different things with it. And so it's, and that's really kind of to answer your question, right? It's like, there's only 6 strings on a guitar, unlike the 7th note on the trombone. But, you know what I mean? Everybody's going to do something different with that guitar. And anybody who plays the guitar has any guitar player ever accomplished everything they want to accomplish? That answer is probably never, right? So
you're absolutely right. That's why I was curious. Everybody sort of has a different maybe not end goal is the wrong word, but just, something that they'd really like to do that they haven't accomplished yet. And that's why I was curious about what John's particular thing is.
Look at it this way, Bo. I haven't completed a full game. I'd like to do that. That's my goal.
That's a great goal.
I'm good at eventually getting to the end of creating a routine. Like, this is a real basic routine. It's like 53 bytes or something when it's compiled and everything or assembled, and so I'd like to, do a full game from beginning to end.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So I'm not anywhere near as good as I'd like to be.
So that's all I'm ever going to do is make games, and eventually I want to learn assembly just so I can make my games faster. But some of the things that I want to learn is, like, right now the only way I know how to do anything is just to use random number generators and compare things, and that's all my logic and AI and I use AI in very large air quotes, right? So there's got to be a better way to program patterns for your enemies to do things, and that's something my brain hasn't even tried to conceive yet. And so I look forward to not only making games and making them run faster as I learn assembly, but then figuring out how to make smart enemies and ones that aren't predictable and aren't completely random and stupid. And so those are some of the goals that would start to unravel themselves for me when I start making games in assembly language too. And for me, it's just a bucket list thing, to do. So
I am pretty good at BASIC. I've been doing BASIC forever, and I wrote the editor to make this screen that you see here. I wrote the editor so that I could quickly make this screen, and I wrote that in one sitting. It was like half an hour, 40 minutes maybe. And it's a full editor. You can move around with the arrow keys and type text and create these blocks. I think I might expand on the program eventually too, but it was just something to whip something together because I needed a graphic screen to dissolve to, and so I made that editor so I could make a quick screen and save it out.
Hey man, I played in a rock and roll band. I knew
A.
Let's see. C.
C.
A minor, F, and G.
Ooh.
Listen, Ron. All you need is 4 chords in the truth, man.
Sounds like a professor of rock.
But you know what? You know what I think about? Like, is like I want to learn assembly. I'm gonna learn assembly. I'm gonna do something just to prove I can. Kind of like John. You have a goal, right? I want to make a game. But then I think about it, like look at like what Nick Marotta does. Look at what some of these guys who are doing things. No matter if I spent from now until the rest of my life, I would never be on that level of somebody like Simon Jonassen or Nick Marotta or some of these just incredible things. And it's not a competition. It's not that you need to be, but that's not even my goal anymore. My goal is just to learn it and do it, to say, yes, this is something I wanted to do when I was a kid. Now I've done it. And I don't know, once I've done it, I don't know how much longer I would spend in assembly. I think once I've done 1 or 2 games, or maybe even 1 game, I might say, okay, done. I did it. I proved that I could do it. And now it's on to something else. Who knows? So, but because I haven't started, I can't tell you where I'm going to go with that. So,
yeah, I'll just mention a quote here from Sixty, Karen, in the chat room here, because you mentioned earlier, it's really hard to learn from somebody that's super technical and understands all the ins and outs, like a Robert Galt or Simon Jonassen, because they're at such a high level. And he goes, damn straight, I always have to stress very strongly that I'm a ruddy, awful teacher. And that people that can teach are amazing. So that's
and I wouldn't say Simon, and I wouldn't even say that Simon's a bad teacher, because I've never been taught by him. I know he's helped a lot of people. What I'm just saying is that if I tried to learn his techniques first in learning the shortcuts, that would not be the best long-term strategy for me. I don't want to learn the master technique first. I want to learn the basics and work my way up to the master level.
Well, Simon's like beyond more than willing to help too.
Oh, absolutely. He's one of the greatest mentors we have right now.
Yeah, he loves to help too.
Yeah, go ahead, Rick.
But if you try to follow someone who's that smart, you end up being a cargo cult programmer where you just throw in stuff because it worked before, and it works this time, and it doesn't really belong there, and it just fills up your computer with crap, but it works.
Yeah.
So you keep doing it.
Yeah, and I will say, Simon, he forces you to try to learn on your own, and I think he won't hand you. Stockmaster was teaching him stuff, and he would give him a hint,
right?
Like, think about it this way, and then let him figure it out, so that he's doing the learning. He's not just by rote going, well, just do this. This is better, type.
Right. That is the Socratic method. Yeah, Ronnie Chung.
Yeah, I used to take programs that were already written, man, and I play with them. And I change this and that, and then
change the byline.
Well, what happened there?
It looked like this CoCoTALK screen.
Yeah.
Now it says Ron Talk.
Yeah.
So like ROM hacks is what you're talking about doing.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Oh yeah, I did. I ROM hacked. I always thought that Space Invaders on the Atari 2600 was one of the ugliest versions of Space Invaders ever made, and so I ROM hacked it one day to make it look like the actual Space Invaders characters. And it was, there were a few compromises I had to do, but you could do it. It was easy. It looked good too at the end.
Yeah. And the next one here is the last one that John did. So this one here, you put up a video done purely in BASIC as a challenge for people to figure out exactly what you did and how you did it. And then, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this right, the person lives in Germany, I believe. Kathy Seit?
Kath Sita, I think is her name.
Okay.
I looked up the pronunciation, actually. so I think it's Kath is her first name, and Sita is the last name. And I didn't mention whether I actually asked, am I doing this in BASIC or assembly?
Oh, yeah.
People were guessing. Who was it? Paul Shoemaker or somebody said you're sticking a screwdriver into the RAM.
That'll do it too.
But yeah, it's an interesting little tidbit I came up with, and Kath totally nailed it. I even mentioned, somebody will probably figure it out, and sure enough, Kath had it figured out. She remembered the memory location. After 30 years, she still remembered the A929, because the CLS routine, the first 3 bytes are load the A register with, or the first 2 bytes are load the A register with 96 or 60 hex, which is the space on the 32 columns.
Okay.
And so if you just poke into A929, whatever character you want,
and then run the CLS command.
Yeah, that's it. And so I was just, I was poking a number and clearing the screen, poking another number. And I was generating two random numbers and then poking back and forth. And
that's one of the things I noticed too when I was working on Kabam for the CoCo VGA, and I was using the semi-graphics blocks, and I had changed that last solid block to be the different bombs and barrels and stuff. When I did a CLS 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I was filling the screens with symbols and not solid blocks anymore because I reprogrammed the semi-graphics characters, which showed me that basically the CLS came out as just stack blasting that byte onto the screen, or maybe not even stack blasting. I'm not sure if it was a loop or so it wasn't an unrolled loop or anything, huh? So
just a loop.
So it's kind of interesting.
Has anybody got the 500 Peaks and Pokes book and put it down next to your CoCo and start punching in a lot of those things and look and see if it really works?
I had the book. I actually don't have it near me, but I do have a physical copy, and I refer to the digital copy quite often when I'm playing around with my basic stuff.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
You're kidding. You can do that?
Right. Yeah, I don't know how I did it back in the day, but I was able to make P-Mode 4 screens look like text screens. You could change it to where it looked like it was, your green and black VDG screen, but it was P-Mode graphics, and if you did things right, they still looked right on the screen.
I disabled the break key and the enter key.
And
I couldn't do anything after a while.
Gotta hit that reset button.
Hit
the reset button.
Either.
Yeah.
Now, I'll mention one interesting thing that she brought up when she was actually talking, like explaining this technique, is that they used to use that for breaking copy protection on some of the old Dragon games in Europe. Because she mentioned that there was if you remember, the microdeal games generally put that picture of Cuthbert and microdeal up in graphics.
Yeah.
And to clear that screen, or to clear some of the screens in the background, they'd call the CLS command in their autoloader, which you normally couldn't get around. So she just patched the CLS routine itself to do a save M once the whole program was loaded. So it bypassed the copy protection super easy. We just load it, run it, and as soon as it went to try to call the CLS call, it just, instead of doing a clear screen, it actually just saved them the game out. So that was their way of getting around copy protection.
And then you could
genius.
Then you could load M the program, change the poke back so it's not save emming anymore, and then resave it again, and you've got the whole program on disk. Yeah.
I thought it was a pretty cool technique. So that was what she was remembering from the CLS commands. Like she knew it inside and out to do that kind of stuff.
That's cool.
That's why she knew. Yeah, exactly.
It's like going to copy parties and finding out some of the stuff didn't copy. What?
I actually asked her.
I remember the days of using spit and image and stuff, and that was a crapshoot. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't.
I actually asked her. I said, "Did you have to look up that A929?" And she's like, "No, I remember that from 30 years ago." And then she cited that why she remembered it was because of that copy protection break. She goes, "But if you asked me what I was doing 10 minutes ago,"
I know, right? Like old movie quotes and song lyrics from a long time ago will never go away. So
yeah.
So next up, Sheldon MacDonald, whom we featured because he did the PSG and GMC versions of his Treasure Island Defense game on cartridge, is now working on, and Nick has been doing this as well on his thing that he's working with Jim Brain on, for doing a Flash ROM bootloader for the PSG cartridge in this case. And eventually will support icon data, long file names, and booting programs other than just ROM images, but he's showing the progress he's made here. It's a little 2-minute video, so I'll just play the whole thing.
Hello, Sheldon MacDonald here. I'm just sharing some progress creating a bootloader for the PSG sound card. For now, the loader's obviously on the SD card for now, but it will be on the ROM card afterwards. So this is just some little bit of progress I have so far. I just put 2 ROMs onto the cartridge for now. And I'm just testing, number 1, that I can actually read the file names on there. And there's actually icon data as well. But the first chunk of this that I'm doing is going to be in text, so I can, work on it and make sure everything's going good. And then I'll show the graphical environment after. But yeah, just this quick little test here. I didn't boot on the PSG card. I actually booted off the SD card, and so this is actually showing me information that's on the PSG board. Okay, so it's pulled up 2 files, and I'm going to just select Megabug, and you'll see that it'll load off of the proper banks where it's currently stored. Cool.
Yeah.
Even got some sound.
Can you go back?
And then, again, loading off the SD. Okay, this time I'll pick my game. I'll press 1.
Cool.
Cool. So that's basically some of the progress I've been getting so far, and I've also successfully written to the ROM banks now and formatted it by sectors, so everything seems to be working really good. Maybe we'll have a loader soon.
Very cool.
Nice.
Now, Nick Marotta, are you still on the call?
Yep, just woke up.
Because you're kind of doing the same thing with the MP3 player card Flash ROM thing with Jim too, right?
Yeah. Basically, it's almost exactly like what Sheldon's doing.
So that'll be 2 different cards that will support this Flash ROM technology where you can update games and add games onto and then just select from a menu.
Ease of use.
And both of them with bundled hardware, so you can actually make a collection of games that support the PSG or support the MP3 player too, so that's kind of cool.
You know what makes you brave when you're going to sit and play with the computer and put some basic stuff together and fool around with it is someone told me there's nothing you could do with your computer keyboard by typing in stuff that's going to ruin it. And I thought, oh, that's kind of like when you go to a movie, it's just a movie. It's not real life. You're not going to
hold my beer.
That's true on the CoCo and most computers, but there is some of the older computers that if you did certain I/O address stuff, you could actually physically damage the computer with a program.
No.
Right.
Yes.
The PET, you could half the divisor to the screen display and half it again and half it again and half it again until the smoke came out.
Yeah, well, I could also. You could probably. I could probably smoke your cassette relay if I wrote some interesting assembly language code.
I'll make a nice buzzer.
Yeah. Just
Yeah, I guess if you did
run it
fast, like
solid
Battle
till it-
Stations uses it to do that fake Morse code stuff, but it's not hammering it that fast.
Right. I'm just saying, if you did it as fast as you
The
could,
Commodore,
it would just-
you could play music with the drive heads, and that would cause them to go out of alignment, possibly.
So movies can hurt you?
Yeah, I've had some that have given me headaches. Yeah,
Yeah, that's true. Someone made me vomit, so obviously.
All right, what do we got here, Curtis?
Next up, a retro computing roundtable. They just, I don't know if you guys watch that show. It's
typically
basically
a
just covering all
podcast.
kinds of retro.
Yeah.
It covers all kinds of retro. There's a lot of Apple accent on it, I guess, because most of the people on the show have grown up with Apple IIs, etc. But the one they picked here, I think Blake was the one who picked it, but he found a CoCo Max, and they go through eBay sales of various bits of retro hardware. Sometimes really hard to find stuff, and the one they decided to bring up this time was the CoCo Max cartridge, which is the high-res cartridge for the joystick or mouse to give CoCo Max full analog resolution that matched the CoCo 1 and 2's high-res screen. So instead of the 64 by 64 you normally get out of a joystick, this is actually 256 by 192. And Blake was getting really tempted to buy it for CoCo Max and CoCo Max 2. So they actually do a fairly long discussion on it, and I was actually in the chat, so I was giving them some corrected pointers and stuff like that from having worked with the hardware myself. But I'm hoping that they'll start. They occasionally cover CoCo stuff every once in a while, so I'll try to bring them up when they do. And I'm hoping that they'll actually start delving into it more. I'm trying to watch a show and getting active in their chat.
They're not always live like this. Typically, it's just a podcast, an audio podcast.
No, it's live on YouTube now. Pretty well. Was it every second Sunday? I can't remember. The problem they have is that they don't pre-announce when they're going to do it. So you get this. If you're subscribed, you get this flag saying "We just started," and then you miss the first couple minutes.
Okay.
So. They've actually said they're going to try to start.
Okay.
They're going to try to start doing taping times like hours ahead, so you get a chance to actually catch it live. But yeah, it's basically every Sunday afternoon or every second Sunday afternoon, and it's a good show. It's an interesting show. Next up, I was hoping Tim was going to be on the call today because he probably could give us some more, because I know he's updated this a few times and I haven't been able to catch all the updates here. But basically, he's going through a bit of a bug and he was trying to fix Arkanoid because MAME was not reacting to the background sound in Arkanoid properly. So, and he was basically, it's having to do with the CoCo 3's Gimme RQ timer, and he does some tests here. And he's tested on the 86 Gimme. I don't know if anybody's managed to test this on the 87. I do know the timers do react a little bit differently between the two. And Sockmaster's kind of documented some of that in the past. The timing difference. So basically, it has to do with setting the timer to 0, which, according to most written literature, will say it'll shut the timer IRQ off. And on real hardware, it does nothing of the sort. It basically will trigger an IRQ as soon as you enable IRQs every time. Like, it's basically a 0 count. It'll just bang as soon as you enable IRQs again after unmasking them. They're just firing.
It doesn't actually turn the IRQ off. It stops the timer.
Yeah, and then basically the timer triggers every time.
Yeah, so if you've stopped the timer, then you're not going to get any IRQs if you've set it up that way.
Yeah, because as he says here, documentation about the CoCo hardware said this should stop the timer interrupt, and that is what MAME did. That is not what the real hardware does. On real hardware, you get an immediate reasserting of the interrupt when the timer value is set to 0. On the second interrupt, the sound system is properly initialized. Real timer values were being written, and samples are being written to the DAC. So basically, he's fixed it in MAME, so I'm not sure when the next release of MAME will be out. That has
it's really, I mean, and this is a testament to, number one, Tim's tenacity to discover this and then not only be bothered by it, but want to know how to fix it. And it just so happens I was in Discord when he was talking about it. Steve Bjork just happened to pop into Discord, and Tim's like, hey, by the way, I noticed that MAME doesn't handle Arkanoid a certain way. Like at the CoCo 2, things sound right, but in the CoCo 3 it doesn't. And Steve says, well, in the CoCo 3 I'm using samples and it's working off of the H sync and this and that. So Steve basically explained how he did what he did for this noise on the CoCo 3 version versus, and Steve just happened to show up, and it's like one of these things. It's what happens on Discord, right? So Tim was talking about it. I noticed this. I'm trying to fix it. Steve just happened to pop in. I was an ear on the wall the whole time it happened, and Tim's like, "Oh wow, that's really useful information. That's going to help me solve this problem." And Tim did it. So we are very fortunate to have somebody like Tim on the MAME development team who is a CoCo champion, that wants this hardware to work the way it does, as well as it does, and continues to work at getting it done. So tenacious T, man. Tim.
Yeah, now he does mention here these tests, and he's included video files in the zip if you download it, plus this program to try it on your own machine. We're down to 86 Gimme, and I think he wouldn't mind some people that have 87 Gimmes to download it, maybe record a video and see if it does anything different or causes any issues. I think the timing interrupt, if I remember, it's 1 cycle off. I think Simon or Nick, you guys might know. You probably play with the timers a lot more than I have.
So I think he said on the 87 Gimme the sound in Arkanoid works fine, and so it was a problem just on the 86. But...
Go ahead, Simon.
It's either 1 or 2 cycles out. You can look at Sockmaster's website actually to see the difference. It's got an explanation of the timer on Sockmaster's Gimme reference.
Okay. Because I did remember there was a difference, and he actually, that's the way I think he detects which Gimme you have installed through software.
Yeah.
Is using that, if I remember correctly.
Another thing we'll do here, I know it's out of context, but I'll just do this because it pained me, because I was building a computer with my son here, and I could hear the YouTube chat, and you were talking about Cathay Cita.
Okay.
Is that the proper pronunciation?
Cathay Cita is Tormod Volden, okay? Tormod Volden, who done the PAL version of Dragonfire. He's just using his wife's profile.
Oh, okay, Tormod.
Oh, okay.
He's using his wife's profile because he doesn't have a Facebook account himself.
Ah, okay.
So,
okay, yeah, because he's also one of the guys involved with NitrOS9. He's one of the gatekeepers.
Oh,
of
so when
the
we see something posted from Torsten Dittel, that's actually Tormod? Is that what?
No,
who's Torsten?
Cathay.
Oh no, who's Torsten Dittel? Then 60's just mentioned too.
let me just work this out.
Okay, not Tormod. Not Tormod.
No. It's Torsten Dittel.
Okay.
That's why it says Deppelvision on the intro. Deppelvision.
Okay.
That's Dittel. So he's just using his wife's profile because he doesn't have a Facebook account himself.
Okay.
Okay.
So I just needed to set that straight because I was sitting there with a water cooler and all kinds of stuff, and I was like, "Oh no, I cannot listen to this."
I'm sure you're not the only person who listens to us that has that exact same reaction.
Yeah,
so.
that's why Bo drinks. I mean,
so, but I said it straight, and I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
All right, cheers, cheers.
Thanks, Simon.
Good to see you, madman.
Okay.
Okay. So next up might be of interest to both John and Stevie here.
All right.
So Keith Chibiakumis, as he calls himself, he, of course, does various assembly language bits for all kinds of platforms. He's done Dragons, Pets, Super NESs, you name it. So he's actually back on doing sprites. These are XOR sprites, so they're a bit easier to maintain, though they're a bit more limited on how they appear type thing. But he does one for the Dragon 32 here, which, of course, works exactly the same on the CoCo 1 and 2, so it applies to both. And goes in explaining how to set up. And he's not doing this as the most optimized routine in the world or anything like that. It's basically, like you said, Stevie, to learn the concepts.
Robert Galt might have an issue with this.
Wait, isn't there some extended color basic call that we can do to do this?
Yeah. Could you stack blast this? I mean, or do compiled sprite like what?
Well, actually,
yeah, exactly.
Yes.
What's the channel name?
Chibiakumis.
Actually.
Yeah, he's done a series of things. He's even done some CoCo 3 specific ones, which you might be interested in, John. So basically, he does this. He goes through and explains, line by line what he's doing. And like I said, you definitely could optimize this if you wanted to get into that. But this is to teach you the concepts.
Right.
He actually sells books and stuff on this too. So I'll just let him.
And we repeat, and that will start the procedure again, allowing us to keep moving, and that's how we end up with our smiley moving around the screen. There we go. And so that's how we've managed to get that, and how we've managed to create those range limits. Now, of course, the idea is that you would take this and potentially make it into something a bit different, make your own little game out of it.
Anyway, so that's a little demo, and he actually has, like he mentioned before he ran this, that he had to slow it down because otherwise it moved too fast and was just all over the place. So
I don't have that problem writing in BASIC. I've never had to slow anything down.
Yeah, do you have a slowdown poke for me?
Yeah, man.
Slow down.
This BASIC is too damn fast.
Anyway, it's a pretty good, and it's just his whole series. And like I said, if you want to learn a simulated program, he covers like 6 to 8000. He covers ARM. He covers 6809, 6502, Z80. He covers machines from Europe, machines from North America, machines from Japan, game consoles, home computers.
All right, how's this guy keep his code straight in his head for a particular machine?
I don't know, because that's beyond my scope. I can't do that.
Wow.
Well, honestly, it's all, for the most part, I don't want to say exactly the same, but it's almost the same,
I mean, the basic concepts are, but I mean, he gets into programming sprite chips and bit planes on machines that have hardware layers and sound chips and then doing raw DAC stuff. Like he's all over the different things. So
there is a lot to know.
Well, once you've looked the stuff up.
Yeah.
So,
once you've looked the stuff up once, you just look at your old code.
Yeah, but I'm like some of the other people mentioned. I can't remember what I did yesterday.
I would imagine that as you start to learn the assembly language, the structure of the language, it's just kind of variations of that for the different processor you're talking to, as far as instruction sets.
For the most part, I mean, there's some processors that have some very different ways of doing certain things that you do have to keep it straight in your head. Like, okay, if I'm on a 680XO or a 6800 series or a 6502, I'm going to do a memory transfer this way. If I'm on a Z80 and or a 6309 or some other ones, you're going to do it a completely different way, different instructions.
Yeah. Well, he has conflated his titles here with the Dragon being a 6502.
Yeah, I should point that out to me. He just typed it in wrong, but
I know, but
he
still,
knows his stuff.
Right at the very beginning, you mentioned 679 specifically. So yeah, but he's done a lot of these. We've covered a few of them before, and if you're into video game programming, like most of his stuff is oriented towards games. And he is planning on doing a cross-platform set of games for a bunch of different machines using all these routines eventually. So I'm really interested if he's going to come up with that, because he's doing everything from, like I said, he's done stuff as far recent, I think, as like PlayStations and things.
Although it was actually
cross-platform.
Yeah, all the way back to pets. Like he's covering the gamut.
I was actually looking for something on sprites on the 6809 sprite movement. So
Yeah.
this will be close enough for me to figure out how to do it on the.
Yeah, this isn't the full masking sprites you could normally use in the game. It's an XOR sprite, which is the same as, say, the cursor on G Shell in NitrOS9, because it basically XORs, which basically means it inverts as it goes over top of other things. Whereas most of the time in a game, you want the sprite to layer over top, which is a slightly different routine. But this is faster and it's easier. You don't have to like save buffers and stuff. You just XOR it on, XOR it off, XOR it on, XOR it off. And it basically fixes the background as it's moving, which is why we did that in NitrOS9, because it's quicker for a slower 8-bit CPU.
David Ladd is leaving us. Okay. And here we go. Canadian retro things. Ken.
Yeah, so basically you got some boards from Mr. Dave 609, who's a member of our Discord. And I think some of it was for Atari joysticks, and some of it's for making your own cartridges, and some of it's for the Atari specifically.
The first part of the note
I'll
is
just let him do the unboxing bit,
instructions
then we'll skip
for
that.
a joystick converter. Making a digital joystick will work on my CoCo computer. And now we have a note from Mr. Dave. It says, "Hey Ken, hope you have fun with these projects. Mr. Dave 6309." I will. definitely will. Okay, first off, we have a little black box. Oh, and it is
That's a nice
an Atari
3D printed cartridge.
cartridge holder. And it is full of all of the components I'm going to need. Then we have a Chinese New Year lucky envelope. Oh, and better than money
What's better than money?
contains circuit boards.
Nice. Multicolored.
So we've got 3 circuit boards, 3 different circuit boards here. So 2 copies of this one.
And Mr. Dave's commenting live saying this is one of Ken's best videos.
Yeah, because he's talking about his stuff.
Because he's talking about Mr. Dave's stuff,
This
yeah.
says Atari 8-bit on it.
Okay.
This is for the joystick converter.
No bias there.
No bias there at all.
Excellent.
It's got Atari 8-bit stuff there too, so it
And,
interests
here
both
we
now.
have
Daddy Burrito says these are Doom key cards. This is what you need to open up the doors and do. Pooyan. Okay, Pooyam on a ROM cartridge.
I would say that this one is probably the color computer cartridge. The red one. And in here we have
But you got the shirt at Kmart.
oh, he 3D printed me 2 battery case covers for my Blip game. Where I looked at a bunch of the handheld stuff that I printed
So fast
for
forward,
me.
you can see what he's talking about.
Ah,
the Blip
okay.
games.
Like a Pong or something, huh? And it fits on perfectly.
Yeah, this first one didn't quite fit as
Yeah,
perfect, but the second one did. I guess he
pretty
did some
good.
slightly better, or slightly different ones just to try because he wasn't sure.
Oh, Ken says they're actually from Walmart, not
There we go.
Kmart. So his shirts. So.
There you go.
Kmart's too upscale.
Just
Oh,
slightly closer look at the circuit boards he sent me.
CoCo
that one
123
says
ROM
Mr.
pack.
Dave 6309
Mr. Dave
and
63.
CoCo 123 ROM pack.
Look at that.
Is there a Dave 62 of
6502?
Yeah.
3 8-bit.
Atari
I think
8
there's a Mr. Dave Z80.
So
That's an Atari ROM cart, I'm guessing?
Yeah, that's what it
time
looked like.
to
Yeah.
set up for building some stuff. So I'm going to be putting parts on both these boards at the same time.
I'll pause here because I'm not super familiar with Atari stuff. Would this be for like the Atari 2600, 5200 game systems, or would this be for like the
It looks
400?
like a
800?
2600 cartridge.
It looks like you've got on the
2600,
left
yeah.
side you've got an Atari 8-bit. On the right side, it looks like maybe a 5200.
Oh, the right side's the CoCo one.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was going
And
to
the
say
left
if
side
they were
does-
if they were both, because there's only one Atari system that's that wide. But yeah.
Sloopy's saying Atari 8-bit computer.
I think
Okay, so this
Atari
would be like the
8-bit
400,
is
800
compatible.
XL series and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it also says Atari 8-bit on the actual EEPROM itself.
Yeah, so it's 8-bit computer, not 2600.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I
think
didn't know if it was
compatible because 2600 cartridges look just like exactly like that.
Are they pin compatible?
Yeah, I highly
I don't know.
doubt that anything Atari 8-bit computer would be compatible with the 2600. They're totally different.
But to answer your question, it's the computer, not the console.
Yeah, it's the computer.
Okay, neat stuff.
Why does it say 8K, 16K though?
Are the different size ROMs it handles, I would guess.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the Atari one said. It did say 8K, 16K
Yeah.
ROM.
Yeah, apparently not. Yeah, I just looked it up. But the cards do look the same, so they're probably close.
Yeah.
So he is, putting the various pieces on and socketing and stuff like that. So, and doing both in 2 separate windows just to get him covered faster.
Putting together some ROMs.
There he's testing the Atari cartridge.
Computer setup, my 8-bit.
Oh, yeah.
This is
There it
my
is.
XEGS
Get to see the smoke
system.
in real time.
No, he actually knows what he's doing, unlike me.
It's a
in
beautiful
there.
machine. There's big pastel buttons
Power
on the
it
front of
on, and
Satan's Hollow.
go.
Nice.
Satan's
Good
Hollow.
game.
I've never played the Atari version of this. I played the arcade version.
It looks pretty good, actually.
The Atari version was was never released. It was a prototype that someone found the ROM when Atari closed or something.
You play this one, both?
No, I haven't played I didn't realize there was an Atari 8-bit
The
version. I saw it.
TRS-80 cartridge.
Oh, so Puyan was never released on a cartridge, so Mr. Dave has put it on a cartridge. Now, the most important question is does it have flashing lights, though, too? That's a mystery.
Well, as you'll see here, it doesn't work right off the bat.
Uh-oh.
Now, since we have Ken in the chat here, I had to skim these because I was kind of busy this week here, but I believe what happened here is that it has to do with the banking between the CoCo 1, 2, and the CoCo 3, the way it works. And for a CoCo 3, it's on the wrong half bank to map in properly.
Look at the look on his face.
It's like me after I try to solder something.
Spent all that time soldering, man.
What? Wow. I'm Puyan without the purple trees. That's all right.
But yeah, it keeps going. Now, he said he talked to Dave on our Discord and eventually, explained that it has to do with the way the ROMs are mapped between the two.
Okay.
Because it kind of flips the banks around, if I understand correctly. I haven't done any ROM programs. I have no idea technically, but basically the way the cartridge was currently set up, it's set up for a CoCo 1 and 2, which means you plug in a CoCo 1 2 works fine, which he does demonstrate. On the CoCo 3, you kind of have to flip around where in the ROM on an 8K bank or something that it actually is situated so that the CoCo 3 will detect it and run it properly. I believe is how it works. Or flip 16K chunks within 32K ROM or something like that. I can't remember the exact details, but basically he hooked it up to his CoCo 2.
With quick editing, you can use an SDC and make it look like it works.
And then boom, there's Puyan.
And he's actually got the splash screen on it too, which is cool.
That's
different.
Working.
I do remember seeing that. Not the
Puyan.
cracked versions around. Most of them don't have that splash screen. A few do, but Zaxxon had one too.
Never saw that.
I have never played this game on the TRS-80. I have played it on, I think, the Apple computer.
Now, one thing I would mention, if you're bothering to burn it into a ROM, I would go through the code and change it to use the other color palette set for the CoCo 1 2, which looks a lot better.
Yeah, but the colors might be all wrong.
There might not be the
places.
green background or whatever, or the blue background for the
well,
sky
I mean,
and the green for the tree.
If you're taking the time to dump the ROMs and everything else here, you might as well just go patch all that up and fix it up properly.
Yeah, but you'd have to patch the whole game. I mean, you might end up with a red sky instead.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Well,
is
I've
that
done it
better?
before. I mean, I've patched entire games. It just takes months or years. It's not a big
Yeah,
problem.
well.
You just shelve the OS9 development and
Yeah.
get to work on the game.
That'll be my side project. No, I'm not doing it.
Okay. Cool.
Well, on a CoCo 3, you can reprogram the colors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say you could just hammer the palette.
Well, that's one of the games you have on your little patch disc, isn't it, Nick?
Yeah, there was, yeah.
What exactly does that mean?
What?
The title.
Was brilling and the siltly toves were mimsy, were the borogroves.
Sure.
Lewis Carroll, I think.
So was that an explanation that I'm supposed to understand?
Yes, I didn't either.
It's the start of some Lewis Carroll or something.
The Jabberwocky.
The Jabberwocky, exactly.
Oh, okay. I just know the Jabberwocky is one of the monsters in Rogue. So.
All right. So what are we looking at?
Oh, this is Jerry Stratton's page, and we've covered him before the last few years. So he has a blog and some code for a basic program to explore through the basic ROMs, and also an explanation about tokenization works with some examples looking at actual basic code, explaining how the tokens work. And then he uses that that compiled basic language that he's done, that you run through, and it converts a structured language like this into regular basic statements. So you can write in a more modern style, longer variable names, etc., like that, and then you just run it through his converter, and it'll actually change it over to run on the real CoCo. And then he does, some demonstration of how the whole tokenization thing works. So if you want to learn how tokenization in BASIC works, it's a pretty good article. And he's got the program to do this. We've covered that before. The other one.
Kind of like BASIC Unraveled.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's good because he hasn't done a really technical one for a while, so that was cool.
A Boro Grove is a thin, shabby-looking fictional bird with its feathers sticking out.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. The
no charge.
Right. Yeah, Barry's been busy in Facebook lately, so
yeah, and this is actually a pretty cool one. So we all know that it's kind of like what joystick port you need to be plugged in for a game. Whatever, it's a Murphy's Law. Whatever the one you need when you turn the CoCo on, it's the other one. So the same thing is with the artifact colors. And on the CoCo 3, you can of course change the artifact colors by holding on the F1 key and hitting reset or power. But the problem is it phase shifts all the colors. So that even P Mode 3 colors, the text screen colors, they all get shifted. That's
like the green becomes purple, yeah.
Yeah. So what Barry has done here is he's made a little program to do the flipping of the artifact colors only for composite and RF, and it leaves the other ones alone. So if you have a game that switches between, say, a P Mode 4 on one screen, a text screen, or P Mode 4 and a P Mode 3, depending what part of the game you're in, normally the colors get all wonk using the F1 trick. Using this little program that he's done, it'll only change the red and the blue on the artifact color mode and leave everything else alone. So none of those odd colors like purple text screens and stuff show up. It'll look like normal, which actually I thought's pretty cool. So if you guys have any games that specifically switch between screens fairly often and you don't want all the ugly phase shifted colors in there, if you use this instead of the F1 key trick and do this as a preload, then run the old CoCo 1 and 2 artifacting game, then your colors will be pretty well what they should be. Which is it was a nice technique that it's so obvious. I don't know why I hadn't thought of it.
And the thing too is that Barry he would be a perfect candidate for the Game On Challenge because he ends up playing games with his daughters a lot, and he posts pictures and stuff about me and my daughters played Buzzard Bait or this and that and the other. So I don't know how active he is on Discord, but he does.
I don't think he's been on too often on Discord.
But yeah, he's into gaming and playing with his kids and sharing the retro hobby of a new generation. So he would be him and his daughters would be a great candidate for the Game On Challenge if we can get him over here.
Yeah, I agree. And then the nice thing in here too, he's put the disk image you can download, right from the Facebook CoCo group, and he's also included the commented source code. So if you want to see exactly how he did it, how to set the palettes up so that you get that mixed mode instead of the whole phase shift thing. It's all there.
Thank you, Barry.
Next up, we have Richard Kelly, who did a little test program here. And this will check to see if a CoCo 1 or 2 is in all RAM mode. And if it's not, it'll force it into all RAM mode and copy the ROMs over, which means you can modify BASIC to your heart's content. Now, we've got quite a few of that. We've got tons of these little programs that kick it into 64K RAM mode and copy the ROMs over to the RAM so that you can run and patch BASIC. But I haven't seen too many that actually test to see, are you ready in this mode and not waste your time? Or if you run a program that wants to modify BASIC and you run it, and it copies it to RAM, patches it, does whatever else. And then you run another program that's also doing that, it'll wipe out all your old changes. So if you had, a patch that sped up something, say with a graphics screen, and another patch that fixed a bug in the P clear command or something like that, one would overwrite the other as soon as you write the other one. This one will just check to see if you're ready in 64K RAM mode, then I'm not going to wipe the BASIC out that's already there. So if you've already patched it, I'll leave it alone. So you can use this as a little program or a little line of code you can put at the start of your program to see if you've already gone and patched your BASIC and you're ready running in RAM mode without overwriting it and possibly wiping out any enhancements you've added. I thought that was a kind of little cool change. That's basically just a one-line
Yeah.
chunk of basic code that adds it in. So also available on the Facebook group. Now, I keep saying I don't normally cover for sale items on the show, and now 3 weeks in a row I've been doing that. But we keep getting these kind of exceptions to the norm thing. So in this particular case here, Raymond Jett managed to somehow, and he put greater than 40, he actually ended up with over 60 of these. These are the original 12-volt controllers, floppy disk controllers, which were designed for the CoCo 1. And it's also one of the controllers that is modifiable to handle high-density disks, 1.2 or 1.44 meg. The newer ones are not that capable, or not as easily capable of doing it. So he's got 60 plus of these, and now they're untested. So he's only selling for $8. You can consider them parts. But I mean, if you replace, if there's any bad parts, and some people have said that actually they are working fine. But basically, they come with the bottom shell of the case, but not the top. The tops are not there at all. And the board is as is. But if you want to patch it, or if you want to, get a disk controller that you can patch to run the high density mods to read high density disks, this is probably not a bad thing. And
Where does one acquire 60 some odd cartridges that
no
are
idea
only
where he
half
got them
shells?
from.
It's like
I have no idea.
controller on the half shell, $8 each, limited time offer.
And I'm sure this will warm the cockles of David Ladd's heart, but he posted this on May 10th, 5 days ago, and over half of those 60 are already sold.
Yeah.
Well, David put in his order.
I don't think he did. I think that's not including David at this point.
I am so excited. I can't wait to get 1.44 megabytes out of my floppy.
Okay.
Alrighty then.
Okay, so next up, this is a person, one of the three people that do this podcast called Digital Soup. Now, Digital Soup is kind of a tech-related variety comedy show. So they cover computers and cameras and music and all kinds of things. And one of the hosts there, I believe his real name is Jason. He's known as the Big Geek on our Discord, so he's joined our Discord fairly recently. He actually dug his old CoCo 3 out because he got this as a kid in 1987, and he actually dug it out. And since then, he's actually got Jason's SCART adapter thing, and he's got the CoCo SDC. I know it's an audio podcast, but he's talking about he might do some videos here too. But basically, he goes through his experience, why when he was running it back in the day, and then getting all this stuff, and getting joined on the Discord and the Facebook communities and stuff. Saying we've been helping him through getting everything up and running again. And he talks about with his other two co-hosts for the first part of the show, and then they start talking about cameras and some other stuff too. So it's definitely it's kind of a comedy oriented, I guess, a variety show type thing. Like they're joking around constantly throughout it. It's like listening to Stevie try to be serious.
I resemble that remark.
Yeah, actually, I think the two of you guys would be quite get along there because you did stand up comedy back in your youth days. And one of the new segments they just added on is they're actually going to be writing jokes or having their Discord chat write jokes that they have to read on the air for the future episodes. So,
all right then.
Anyway, yeah, he's active on our Discord. So I told him I'd plug the show here, and it was actually, I think it's about 10, 15 minutes to talk about the CoCo 3 at the beginning here. So, I mean, it's not completely 100% factual accurate because he's going by memory and just stuff he's kind of discovered as he goes.
Facts are optional in most cases.
Well, yeah, and we know that from you when you did your original videos.
Yeah, facts are such an unnecessary detail to a good story. Okay.
So I don't know if they'll be talking more about the CoCo as things progress. I know he did talk about possibly doing some videos of some of the games and stuff he's got. So we'll see. But I'll keep monitoring, and he's in the chat with Discord, so we can just ask him directly too, I guess. I wouldn't mind having one on the show actually talk about it at some point.
Absolutely.
See if we can arrange that.
Tell them facts are optional. It's like clothing's optional on this show. Facts are optional too. So,
next up,
boring.
Okay, I'll skip that. Actually, I'll do something ahead of time before we get into this. So I've mentioned this before, and Boat knows them too because it's one of the sponsors of their shows. There's a company called Retro Rewind that basically does a lot of Commodore hardware stuff these days. So they do like PET stuff and C64 and VIC-20 and Amigas, and they do hardware boards and stuff. And he wants to get into the CoCo. Now, I did actually help him manage to snag a CoCo 3. So if you want to put the camera on me, I'll just show off. He actually sent me a shirt as a thank you.
Hold on one second. Let me punish our audience by focusing on you. Okay.
Yeah. So he sent me a shirt as a thank you for getting it.
Nice shirt.
Yeah, and then Boat just got one of these too. Now, I don't know if this is part of his normal shipping, but when he sends hardware boards and stuff here, but when Boat and them got some stuff that they showed on their show last night, he sends little candies with it. So I got some bubble gum type stuff. But one of the best was he sent this as one of the candies.
Nerds. That's appropriate. That's appropriate.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Nerds.
That was, remember the guy Glenn something who used to sell stuff out of Canada? He would pack candy with his stuff too. He passed away a couple of years ago. Remember he used to run CoCo and Amiga store.
Oh yeah, Glenn Vandebigler.
Glenn, yeah.
Edmonton.
So yeah, he ran a CoCo store, and I bought a few things from him. And it came. I actually got some Canada that some candy that was a Canadian brand of candy that wasn't here in the States that he shipped with something I bought from him. So
that seems to be kind of common in the vintage computer world. Like people send Adrian from Adrian's Digital Basement. They're always sending him candy from Europe and different places and stuff.
Yeah, I remember one time Retro Rewind is actually in the live chat on Twitch right now saying woohoo. I knew a guy from Switzerland or something, and he's like, yeah, I'm going back to Switzerland. You want me to bring something? I'm like, I was just kind of joking because the only thing I know from Switzerland is like chocolate, right? Like Swiss Miss hot chocolate or whatever. So I'm like, oh yeah, bring her back some of that Swiss chocolate, right? Just being a smart ass. But apparently, they make their chocolate with liquor. So it's like in the chocolate. So even though it's like solid chocolate, it's like got alcohol in it. So he brought me back like contraband that was like liquored up pieces of different chocolate.
You guys don't have that in the States?
No.
You can get the mildly flavored ones that has like a Bailey's Irish cream or something. But you can also get one that's literally a hollow bit of chocolate and it's actually got like a shot of Jack Daniels in it, just straight.
Okay, no, but this was like, they have made some novelty ones where it was like you remember where you used to have like the wax soda bottles with like some juice inside them. So they make some novelty like chocolate bottles with actual liquor inside the chocolate bottle. Yeah, but this was like liquor mixed in with the chocolate when they were cooking it or whatever.
Actually part of the chocolate.
Yeah, like mixed into. So it was solid chocolate pieces with different types of alcohol liquor in the chocolate. Yeah. So I was like, oh, wow, that's my kind of candy,
And boats, too, I would guess.
Yeah, right.
Now, I did want to bring up, because I'm talking with him, because he's got a CoCo 3 now that he got, and he wants to get into doing some CoCo hardware, and they're trying to figure out some projects. Now, one thing...
Real-time clock.
I've been trying to approach, because I don't know what the status is with Richard and Boys in Tech, because Richard had a whole bunch of boards that were quite popular, and he's kind of got out of the manufacturing. I don't know if he would like somebody to take over. He had mentioned about, second sourcing of SDCs might go to somebody else, but I haven't heard anything since. So I'm trying to, get in contact with Richard to see if I can get these two to talk to each other. That maybe they can make an arrangement here and make some of this stuff like a CoCo SDC. And Richard had some stuff that he was planning on doing that he never got to yet that wouldn't be bad. One example I'll give, he was going to do the hardware patch to the sound speech pack. Because right now that thing is hard-coded, or hardwired, I should say, that it only handles 0.895 megahertz. If you got a CoCo 3 double speed, forget it. If you got a Gimme X triple speed, forget it. It doesn't work. And there was a fairly simple patch he was going to do to fix that, and then we could start using those, on various games that are using the extra speed of the CoCo 3, the extra speed of the Gimme X. So that's another example. Or second sourcing like the Boomerang E2 boards or CoCo SDC boards. He's actually got the PIC machines that Ed Snyder does. He actually has 4 of these.
Wow.
And he's got 4 3D printers doing cases and stuff too.
Wow.
So I mean, he's just set up to do all this easily. So I would like to see if we can arrange for him to do some of that stuff, or even if he comes up with some own design. So we were talking on their Discord, because they have their own Discord as well, last night. And one of the people that works with him is doing a hyper accelerated 6502 that runs at like, I don't know, a gigahertz or something like that. It's basically, as I understand it, he'd correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, but it sounds like it's an FPGA drop-in replacement for the 6502 CPU. You don't have to modify the motherboards and the computers. You just pop this thing in, and it has caching and a bunch of other things built in, so that it runs just way faster. And he was asking, would be interest in the CoCo community of doing a 6809 or 6309 drop-in replacement for doing that kind of a speed increase without having to modify the rest of the hardware. Obviously, the rest of the hardware still has to talk slower. Obviously, it'll have the option of kicking it down to normal speed. But they would give an example, like if you want to write a game, but your assembly, like if you're writing an assembler game and it takes you like 1 or 2 minutes to assemble the game every time you want to test something, well, you could crank up the speed to this maxed out thing on the real hardware, and you could assemble it like literally in 1 second, and then kick it back down to the normal 0.895 or 1.78 megahertz, and then play the game to test it, thus cutting your development time down. Or you could write games if you require it. And I know this gets into that gray area where some people think this is pushing it too far. It's not a CoCo anymore type thing.
But screw those people.
Well, I've noticed that the ultra patch version of ETASM, I started using that recently, and it does a bunch of things. Like when you print a page, it uses the full 80 column, 24 lines rather than just the 16 that the 32 had. And when you assemble, it seems to, the original ETASM is kind of like clunk, 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 clunk as it's assembling, and this is like real smooth. So I think they're poking it up to assemble it and then poking it back down before it writes out to disk.
Yeah,
such.
it runs at 1.78 megahertz.
Yeah.
But this would be running like at 1 gigahertz.
Yeah, well.
So it almost sounds like the Gimme X for the CPU. It's just a drop-in replacement. It's pin compatible. So this is the great thing.
Combine the two would be an awesome thing.
Right. So if you're basically able to make a super CPU that's 100% compatible but has bonus features, I don't see anything wrong with that. And those who want to take advantage of that extra performance will, and those who don't. And it's almost kind of getting, well, right now 6809s and 6309s are still mostly available. There will come a time when they won't be. So to have a new source to have those produced, and now this would be something that would be hard to compete with, I'd imagine, because you can get a 6309 for like $5 or less. So to be able to produce an FPGA, I don't know what the cost is, so it wouldn't be competitive as far as a replacement, but it would be kind of like a cool thing for those who are the uber hacker, want to have the coolest, sweetest things in their machines. I don't see anything wrong with making it. I don't know how many people would take advantage of it, but I see no harm in having a CPU that's fully compatible but has more performance for those who want to.
Yeah, and that's kind of my thought too. I mean, even if I'm writing a game that I want to run the stock hardware, because some of the interest for some of us retro programmers is how far could you have pushed the original hardware if you knew all the tips and techniques that you know now.
Right.
And that's the challenge that I like. That's why I tried to speed up Fractals. But on the other hand, when you're trying to reassemble Rogue and it takes literally 4 or 5 minutes on real hardware, I mean, you can do it cross development wise, or you can run it in an emulator and unlock the speed. But this would be locally on your own machine, and you just flick a switch or do a poker or whatever, and all of a sudden, bang, you've done it in a second, and you're still on the original hardware. You kick it right back down to normal speed and immediately test it. That kind of appeals to me. Nick, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't know if it's that easy. Otherwise, Ed would have done it. Remember, he had trouble trying to get the on the Gimme X, getting the 6809 to run reliably at.
The reason he was having problems though is because it was talking to the peripheral chips alongside, like talking to the PIAs and the or the Gimme X or the Gimme itself. Talking to the other chips in the computer. It was the bus communication between the chips. My understanding here is that this is basically buffered right on the chip itself. So the chip itself is running faster, but it's talking to the external at the exact normal speed.
Yeah, so it has to drop down to a workable speed again. Yeah. Which means you can only do
it has to only drop down if it's talking to hardware. My understanding is that you would have the RAM on board with this thing.
Well,
because he says a memory boost as well. So that means to me, like it's kind of like the Gimme X, because Gimme X is running faster, accessing RAM, doing video and stuff like that, because it talks directly to that and bypasses the CPU somewhat. And I think this is doing the same thing, except it's on the CPU side. So the CPU can run at a gigahertz with a gigahertz capable RAM, and it's only when it's talking to PIAs to do sound or whatever else, if I'm understanding that correct. And yes, he said I am understanding correct.
I saw somebody somewhere that had a 6809 project that they were doing, and they actually had disk extended color basic or extended color basic running on it. It was a YouTube channel. I don't have it saved somewhere, but I do remember seeing it was like a project, like a self-built computer, and it had more capabilities than a CoCo, but it was enough like the CoCo that he was able to, run extended color basic.
Well, my understanding is this would be, as far as as CoCo software is concerned, it would just be a normal 6809 or 6309. It would look exactly the same. You just have this option. You can kick it up. Vastly.
Right. It's almost sounding like a modern CPU now, where it's got like level 1 cache built into the CPU now, where it's talking amongst itself. That's the way a modern CPU. The RAM, it's talking amongst itself, because the modern CPU is uber fast and efficient when it stays inside its little vacuum chamber. The minute it has to go out to the motherboard and it's dealing with the laws of physics and resistance and everything else, that's when things slow down. So whenever the CPU can keep working in that vacuum, it's like uber fast. So that seems, technologically like a cool thing.
But the RAM on a CoCo 3 anyway.
Right. Well, this would probably have its own
goes-
RAM. Yeah. That's what my guess would be. Yeah.
It does have its own RAM. He said that.
Yeah, but that's just it. In the CoCo 3, the RAM goes through the gimme. The CPU doesn't see the RAM directly, so you're going to put RAM directly on that CPU. Well, that's now you're going to have incompatibilities. You've got to have basically programs to run in the RAM on the CPU to be on the CPU's RAM, but then anything that talks to the video, which is through the gimme, has to be on the other RAM. So
yeah, well, we're speculating, but he's chatting right now too. Number one, he says he'd like to come on to talk about it, but he's also saying this is based on something that's already been done for a 68K replacement.
Yeah,
and
you
this
need to talk to someone like Jim Brain or to know what the problems are.
Well, it starts sounding a lot like an Amiga, where you've got the Agnes bus and chip RAM and slow RAM, and have that here.
Yeah, well, Frank, since you're in the chat here, would you like to come on next week and we can kind of have like a technical discussion? Some of Nick's questions.
But yeah, I mean, in general, a faster CoCo sounds good to me. I mean, I'm not the guy who's going to develop anything fancy for it, but yeah, to me, more speed is more better.
Well, can you imagine what you could do with Kabam with gigahertz 689 even basic? You wouldn't have to even learn assembly language.
Yeah, that's the Microsoft philosophy. Just throw more hardware at our
More
crappy
RAM and
code.
more
Yeah,
speed,
throw more
yeah.
hardware at crappy code. It'll eventually run the way it's supposed to.
That's distorting it too much.
Distorting the hobby. No, as long as the harmonics are always keeping a perfect sine wave, it's not distorted. So.
Okay, Frank said gladly he'll come on. So, Frank, are you available next week to come on the show? And if you are, is there a certain time would you like to be early on, later on, or does it matter?
Yeah.
I think it'd be a pretty good discussion.
So
topic, and then...
to me, so here's been our hardware dilemma. We've had a lot of different hardware products that have already existed for quite some time. It's been slow adaptation for anything to be developed for them. And so right now, Sheldon MacDonald's kind of pushing that envelope a little bit. He is now starting to develop something that takes advantage of that Ed Snyder's PSG board, right? It's been around forever. Nobody's really developed anything for it. So there's been sound solutions that have been around for. We've had all kinds of hardware augmentations that have already existed that have had limited adaptation and support for. So and I think part of the challenge to that adaptation is that not everybody's a guru when it comes to assembly at all, let alone assembly for specific hardware and new foreign hardware. That's one challenge. Another challenge, I would think, although financially it's less of a challenge, but a lot of these things require a multi-pack, which was a challenge back in the day, and it's a challenge now. So to me, if we need to make sure we're kind of standardizing on a few of these chips, sound chips and real-time clocks, standardize on them. There's 2 or 3 that already exist. I don't think we need to invent a new one. But then find a way to internalize them to where we don't need the multi-pack, and somebody with a CoCo SDC can take advantage of all of these things that exist inside the CoCo and negate the need for multi-packs and extenders and all these things. So I would say take 2 or 3 sound chips, a real-time clock, standardize it on an internal thing that would work, that's compatible with the Gimme X and the CoCo VGA and the Super CPU, and then boom, we're done. Put a fork in me. All right, so.
Just like that.
Well, then, the nice thing about this too is that because it's meant to be a drop-in replacement, that eliminates the having to write special software for the hardware. Basically, you might have a poke to kick the speed up or whatever. And that's about it. I mean, it's a 6809 as far as the CoCo is concerned.
Right.
Something cool about Sheldon, though, is that all of his products are going to be released at McDonald's.
Old McDonald had a farm. And he says anytime. Retro Rewind says he can join us anytime. So
one thing I've noticed, too, is you're right, there's not enough gurus around. And that's one of the reasons that drives me to try and get better at programming so I can contribute more, as opposed to, I see a lot of people out there who are like, hey, so-and-so, you ought to do this.
Right.
And it's like, I can't stand it when I see
that.
Yeah,
don't ask somebody else to do it.
Why don't you do it?
Right. Yeah, and that's the thing, too, is like when I hear us talking and thinking out loud when we say, oh, it'd be, what somebody needs to do is they need to write an extension for BASIC. No, nobody needs to do anything, really. If somebody has made hardware, that's good enough. Somebody's made the hardware. It's up to somebody else to make something for that hardware. Would it be nice if there were extensions to BASIC so retards like me could write to it? Yes. But is that the hardware designer's job? No, they don't need to. It's not their responsibility to do.
I don't think we say retard anymore.
Well, I just did. So this is a vintage show. That was a period correct statement in 1980. So
I mean, that's one of the reasons we're doing NitrOS9 too, is because it's an extensible designed operating system to begin with. You install a driver, you can replace the sound generator from the 6-bit DAC and make one that runs exactly the same.
Oh, NitrOS9, blah, blah, blah. No, you're
but I've
right,
also been trying to optimize stuff like BASIC-9 in the graphics subsystem, because that means you don't even have to change your program. You just install this and all of a sudden your programs run better, run faster.
Yeah. Yeah,
and then we're also waiting.
But you know, at some point in time, it's like in the PC market, it was like, okay, they started throwing out sound cards. There was the AdLib sound card, there was the Sound Blaster, there was the Gravis Ultrasound. You know, these companies said, I'm making a friggin' sound card, and screw you bitches, you figure out how to use it. And then the people like ID Software, who made Doom, and all these companies, they ended up making the support. And you got a little menu. This is one of the questions that Boat was asking. Why can't you just have it ask the question of what you do? Well, because you have to know how to do it and write the software to do it. But almost every PC MS-DOS game of the 90s gave you a config utility that said, what do you have? Do you have VGA? Do you have Super VGA? Do you have an AdLib? Do you have a Sound Blaster? And then the developers had to know how to do it, and they supported it. And so the hardware manufacturers just like, screw it, we're going to make this sound card. And luckily enough, there was enough market for game development where they ended up getting supported. So if anything, hardware choices should inspire developers to want to make stuff for it, you know, and make things.
And it works towards standardization.
It's kind of the chicken and egg thing, though. You know, you gotta have hardware out there, and people have to develop for that hardware.
Yeah,
I do have a question for all of you guys. I mean, do you notice that people, because in the Amiga community, because of the way that the sort of the engines that have been developed for the Amiga, like the Scorpion engine and things like that, they tend to skew towards the higher end Amigas, like the Amiga 4000, just because of the system requirements. You need like an 030, 68000 030, to even make a lot of these games run. In the CoCo community, do you find that most of the development takes place towards the lower end or towards the higher end?
I would say it runs in the middle.
The only real up or lower and higher end we have now is a CoCo 1 and 2 versus a CoCo 3.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, it really is. It's a very sharp dividing line between CoCo 1/2 versus CoCo 2.
I mean, you have now a little bit of the 609 versus 609, like Nick's made a game, or you know, that requires 609. Roger Taylor's made a game that requires 609.
Or 512 versus 128. I think it's a mix. I think some people make stuff. They're like, well, I wrote it so it fits in 128 because most people have 128K CoCo 3 instead of a 512. But I mean, these days it's so cheap to upgrade the memory, even to 2 meg or beyond, that, you know, why would you bother? If I was as a developer, if I write a game and I'm like, well, it's going to require a 512.
So be
if you don't have 512, you know, that's your problem.
Yeah, I mean,
and then that's a sliding target too. I mean, if you talk to Nick, I mean, he was doing 128K games stock CoCo 3, and then he later kicked it up to 512, and now he's actually done a game that required 609, and that was kind of an experiment because he didn't know there's a market even close, like there's enough people who have 609. And actually, his sales on it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Nick, but they're pretty darn near the same as Popstar Pilot, aren't they?
3 Ferraris, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's a bit of a moving target, I think, at this point.
It is, yeah. But don't forget, I have also gone back and done 16K CoCo 1 and 2
Yeah,
games.
Nick's done the semi-graphic stuff.
Did they sell as well, though?
Probably not as much, no, but I still did it. So
yeah.
So I mean, it depends on what your purpose is.
I guess that is my question, Nick. You know, how much do sales figures? Because obviously you're the biggest star in the room. How much do sales figures figure into what you choose to develop for?
Well, it is important. I mean, I have a personal preference for the CoCo 3. I do want the extra power of a CoCo 3, but I do understand that not everyone's got a CoCo 3, so I don't really base it entirely on what sells the most. It's what I want to do.
So it's a consideration, but it doesn't dictate what you're doing.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, if there's 500 people who have a CoCo 3 and are prepared to pay, well, obviously I'll be stupid not to write a game for that. But I think in the CoCo community, it's pretty widespread. There are CoCo 1 and 2 people. with only 16K. There are CoCo 3 people with 2 mega RAM. So it's fairly wide, really. So I tend to do what I want to do.
Yeah, and I would say if I had to guess, I'd say it's probably 60-40 as far as what hardware is out there in the wild.
Probably right, yeah.
But with emulation, it's irrelevant. And my own philosophy is going to be, if I'm going to design or develop something, I'm just going to make the thing that I want to make. I'm not going to worry about who can support it or what can work on it or not. And I'm not going to be like Nick Marotta that can do anything super fancy. But you know what I mean? The whether or not it fits into a particular slot of, you know, most common core hardware, that would not be a consideration for a project I would do. I would make the project that I wanted to do. I'd make the game or hardware that I wanted to make, and just make it and satisfy my own goal of designing that thing. And when it was done, the requirements are going to be what the requirements are, and then people either you run it or not run it, because
so you let the project dictate them.
That would be my philosophy. I would design the product that I wanted to make. And somebody says, well, if I'm going to make a game, what should I base my game on? I'd say make the game that you would want to play, or that would give you a challenge in creating, but find a motivation that is going to satisfy you. Don't think about the end people-pleasing component of it. Make the thing that's going to make you happy, and then if you build it, they will come. You know, so
it might even inspire some people to upgrade their hardware. Say, hey, I really want to play that game,
and that has worked.
And that has been the case. And again, now as Alan Murphy's been posting in our little internal chat here, we're in the hobby market where it's no longer we're making things for money. You know, at some one point in time, things were made for money. So the developers had to support everything because you made the most money if your game supported the most things. Now it's a hobby market, which I do see the distinction. But I am also still of the mind that people will buy hardware if there's a killer app for it. That has always been true. That, you know, Lotus 123 and VisiCalc were the killer apps that made people buy computers when nobody owned computers before. Why do I need a computer? Well, now you can crunch numbers on it. Okay, now I have a reason, right? So if there's a killer app and if you wanted to play, what's one of the next crappy games he just did? Oh yeah, Gunstar, right? So if you wanted to play Gunstar on real hardware and you didn't have the 6009, you might get off your ass and get it done. And that's what I did for Donkey King. I didn't have 32K back in the day, and I'm like, well, hellfire, I'm gonna let somebody open up my computer and slap some RAM in this bitch because I want to play that game. You know, so I think even now people will buy hardware to run software because the hardware is so cheap now. You know, it's so easy to do. And and for me, I don't know how to do hardware myself, but I'll bring it to a friend to do it for me. So we have affordable access to components, and we've got talent to do it for us who are not hardware inclined. I think
and we're seeing that right now because now we've seen 2 CoCo VGA based games come out, you know, within a month of each other. Yeah, and there's like 100 sold that everybody's making like little demos. They're not doing too much with it. Now we've got 2
a couple of like commercial quality products available for CoCo VGA. So. Yeah, when you start having products that support, when you start having a cool piece of software that supports a hardware product, I think that's going to help motivate people to buy that thing.
Yeah, and there's always going to be people out there who whine. It's like, oh, I only have a 16K CoCo 2. Yeah, it's like, well, hey.
I mean, you know, fire up VCC.
Yeah, fire up VCC, or there's the ones that say, listen, I'm a purist and I don't want to do this and I don't really want to do that. Okay, so keep a pure machine and then buy another one that you can hack. Because the hardware is out there and it's not that expensive. So if you don't want to, break the cherry on your Virgin 4K CoCo standard basic machine, don't do it. Leave it pristine and go buy another one. Get an old, ugly, beat up one and hack the hell out of it. So
or get a Mister, and then be able to run everything.
MAME and VCC, XROR, you can run your stuff. So.
Yeah, like I posted that picture of my CoCo 3. It's got 6309. It's got the Gimme X. It's got 8 megs of RAM. It's got a CoCo SDC, and it's like CoCo 3 on steroids is how I posted it. And everybody was like, "Oh, that's great! It's great! It's great!" But here in the chat room, people were like, "Well, how much do you have invested in it?" It's like, less than $600, I think it was. And
I don't think you can really call it an investment, because when you invest in something, you're usually implying that you're going to make more somewhere down the road.
Well, Stevie, if you look at eBay prices
more accurately, how much money have you wasted on that old crap?
But I mean, literally, it was. I think I added it all up, and it came up to be less than 600.
Yeah, unfortunately, the retro hobby is not always.
But I didn't even spend that money all at once. You know, I bought
Yeah.
the CoCo SDC.
And that's how it was with me back in the day on the real CoCo, because I couldn't afford it. So I had my CoCo, I had my cassette player for probably a year before I could save up to get a disc drive, and another year or two before I could get a multi-pack. So, the retro hobby now, based on your budget, you might still stage your acquisitions and upgrades over time too, as your finances allow. So,
yeah, I put that CoCo 3 system together over a period of probably 2 or 3 years. Because I bought the initial CoCo 3, and then I eventually did the upgrade. I bought the CoCo SDC second. I think was the second thing I bought, and then, eventually I got it to the point where it's what it is now. But it's like I didn't do it all at once, and honestly, there's not that much. The most I ever spent at one moment in time was around $250.
Well, I don't think there's any hobby where you're going to get away cheap. Ham radios
and people don't do hobbies as an investment.
No, you're spending money on something you enjoy.
Wrong hobby.
Yeah. My hobby is the stock market, right? So
don't even talk to me about that.
My hobby's slot machines.
Yeah.
Terrible investment portfolio, I gotta tell you. Anyway, Frank says, he'll be on next week, so we'll have him on.
Send him the Zoom info, and we'll do a test Zoom call and make sure all that works.
I know his video and stuff works because he's on the Team Speaker regulars on
ARG Presents.
ARG Presents, yeah.
There you go.
We just have to get him set up for us.
60 says if you bill it, they will demand a real-time.
That's right.
That is absolutely true, and I agree. Anyway, I got 2 other stories before I get to the NitrOS9 stuff because I kind of put them on a little bit early. So
it's all good. We're having passionate discussions here.
Yeah, we're distorting the hobby like nobody's business.
Oh, yeah. Robert Sieg is a busy man. He's distorting the MC10 hobby on a daily basis.
Yeah, and I wish he'd put up a bit more of an explanation. So he says he's doing a 32 by 32 by 9 color, which means he's probably playing with the color set and doing the ones with the extra orange reds.
Yeah.
So he's got a screenshot that looks pretty clear, and then we did the video, and this is on real hardware. He's getting this weird flickering. I don't know if that's just the camera, because if he's in that other color set, it shouldn't be doing that. If he's flipping between, well, actually, I don't think the MC10 can flip between screens, can it?
Well, yeah. Gee, how would you offset it? There's no SAM.
Yeah. So I think it's just a distortion of his camera. But so I'm hoping he gives a bit more details on that.
Distorting the MC10 hobby.
And this is one that 60 Kieran actually pointed out to me a while ago, and then I completely forgot to put it in last week, so I made sure I got it in this week. But Stewart Orchard put up a cool memory testing utility for the Dragon, and he put this up like about a month ago now. It said rather than just testing the memory contents, it actually figures out how long the DRAM can retain the test data before a RAM refresh is needed.
Oh,
so
wow.
you can actually not only test that the RAM's working, but is the refresh fast enough to properly handle things like double speed pokes, etc. here. So it goes in a bit of a more technical explanation here. But that's a pretty innovative RAM tester. I don't think we even have a CoCo version that has done that before.
No.
And I do know there was problems with the original CoCo 3 because some were running with 150 nanosecond RAM, but then the hardware scrolling, particularly the horizontal, actually was running too fast for the RAM chips, and it eventually would screw up and lock the computer up.
I think that was the Mitsubishi RAM versus the NEC RAM.
What was it? Wasn't it also 120 versus 150? Because that's why everybody switched to 120s pretty quick after the upgrade started coming out.
Well, I mean, the tech note from Tandy was if it's a Mitsubishi RAM, replace it with an NEC.
Okay.
And
I remember somebody wrote a tech article that technically the hardware scrolling required 142 nanosecond RAMs, basically. So 150s were marginal. You might get a good batch ran properly, but you might not. And that everybody, all the third-party ones started selling 120s. And Rick, you can correct me if I'm wrong because you were around at that time too. But I believe the 120 nanosecond ones basically solved the problem no matter what brand they were.
That would kill it.
So yeah, that's a pretty cool project. This is like CoCo 1 and 2 level stuff here. So this is making sure like the SAM has to refresh RAM. So when you kick in a full double speed poke, the RAM refresh kind of gets screwed up. The video refresh kind of gets screwed up. But you could technically use this to figure out RAMs that actually would do it properly. And you might be able to actually run full double speed RAM and ROM with the right chips. Or maybe a bit of an extra circuit in there. So and he's got source code and everything else. It's a GitLab project. So you can actually take a look at how he did it. The next one's about ease of use. So
boring.
I'm here. Don't listen to the haters, Curtis.
Boy, that is
Spirit man.
I never listen to them anyway. So
what was he saying?
I just heard it sounds like a fly buzzing or something. Maybe cicadas. I don't know what it was. But... Steve, you can just shut up and eat your nerds candy.
Oh, burn.
So we actually released this on May 10th. So this is I was already a week later than I was planning on, just due to personal stuff, and I actually had a bit of work come in unexpectedly without warning. So it took a bit longer to release it than I was planning on. I had to yank one of the features I had added because it had worked on a couple of games that I tried it on, and then I found on some other games it greatly slowed them down, including Rescue on Fractalus and Cronus Rift. So I actually had to yank some stuff out that I'm going to have to take a different approach on the next upgrade. But basically, this is more of a developer's release. There is an extra game. There's an extra game demo. There's a new calendar, a modified control program. Fred Provenchko did that particular one. He's actually in our chat right now too. But Jeff Tennyson and what was the other one? Walter Zambody actually did most of the work on this one, because this is all developer tools. So there's a whole bunch of Unix stuff that's been ported over, like the various versions of grep and awk and a ton of other stuff on there. So if you guys are into that kind of stuff for development, it's all there now, and it's actually the Unix compatible ones. We did have a grep on there before, but it was kind of a hack CoCo specific version. So basically, this is a developer's release for the most part. There's a new DCC compiler that actually has a better optimizer. So now your C code will compile smaller and run a bit faster using the exact same C source code. So if you just recompile, you'll gain some speed benefit. So that's really cool. And that's a constantly ongoing project. I mean, Jeff's working on all the different parts, the compiler, the optimizer, the make utility, etc. I've actually finally got the music directory sorted by music type. Now, a lot of these are not fully working yet. I did try a couple of the players, and some of them require a MIDI card, which I don't have, so I can't test it. And some other ones just locked up dead and died, like Lyra did, so I'm not sure what's going on there. But the Musica player is working now, and it actually has an icon. So if you go into the music folder, into the Musica directory, you can actually play the 4-voice music stuff like we did, and it actually handles the break key to abort it, so you don't have to let the thing run through until it's finished. Which is what one of the older players did.
So that's like a command line Musica player?
No, it's actually a GUI now.
So if you just double click a Musica file, it will play with the player?
Yeah.
From the G Shell?
You betcha.
Wow. That is quite easy to use.
Yeah. Kind of breaking tradition for all the time. So can I change? No, I can't stop this share. Now, I think if I remember, we'll have to see if this works. I know it does not work properly in Discord. Sharing sound on VCC, the Mac version of VCC, I think, tries to jam it out the speaker, so I'm going to have to turn my mic around. So are you guys seeing G Shell there?
Sir, yes, sir.
There is a Mac version of VCC?
Yeah, Barry Nelson actually he wrapped it up with wine and stuff, but you can actually run it kind of semi-natively. And OVCC, once that Walter gets back to that, he's been kind of distracted with a bunch of the Unix stuff that he's been porting over. Actually should run on the Mac as well.
Okay, so it's the PC version just wrapped in wine. Okay.
So the first one I'll show here is the control panel.
And wine is not emulation. Okay.
Yep.
Colors.
Yeah. So you see that these are like little push buttons. So like RGB is pushed down right now. Right mouse button's pushed down right now.
Pseudo 3D, yeah.
Yeah. And he's got preset colors. So you can pick like a theme and you can add your own themes.
Let's try teal. Let's see the teal thing.
Teal?
Teal's always one of been it's a great color.
Yes, look at that.
Lovely.
There you go.
I like it.
Okay, add transparency next.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, and multi-plane graphic.
Yeah.
It's also, he's gone at this finally updated. This was a complaint because, I mean, G Shell back in 99 or something, I actually added in a separate G Shell palette so that G Shell has its own colors to maintain the 3D look and leave the system palette alone. But the control program, the original one, had no idea this existed, so it would always just switch the colors around and do stuff too. He now actually has it, so you can actually edit the G Shell palette itself or the system palette that most other games and third-party apps use when you launch them.
Nice.
So the presets are basically for G Shell. That's unique to G Shell.
Unique to G Shell. Yeah, that's a nice feature. Again, all this reminds me of shades of Windows 3.1, where you had your different themes like autumn and this and that and the other, where it kind of loaded in your different color stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some pretty nice ones in here.
Blue steel. Ooh, I like that. Blue steel. Ooh, me likey.
And like I said, you can add your own. I think he's got room in there for 20 that you can specify. So if you want to replace some of these with your own.
Okay. It's neat. No, I like that. Just a little, little touches like this.
So I won't save this setting here
Sure.
currently,
Yeah.
but I'll leave it active for the moment. So you can actually do temporary changes like this too now.
Right.
Where you can actually set the palettes for the current session, and the next time you reboot it, it'll come back to the defaults, or you can save them as your new default, so you can kind of fiddle around with it if you want. Next up is a calendar. We've got this ability to launch it both from here in the control panel with calendar. This will run it on a resizable screen if you're on an 80-column G Shell screen, because when you're doing these resizable apps, it'll take the base screen type you're using in G Shell itself, and it'll create windows based on that. So if I switch to 40-column, it'll come up as a 40-column select window. If I'm on an 80-column like I am now, it'll come up as an 80-column select window. We also have it in the apps directory, so you can run it separately, and then that forces it to always be a 320 screen. So it has a bit of a different appearance. Maybe I'll do the full screen version. Yeah.
Mikey's asking if you included his patch for the CoCo 3 FPGA yet.
No, we didn't, and we haven't got the Matchbox or Mr. versions out yet either. So there's still some work to be done. Right now, we've currently got the 6809, the 6309, the Gimme X 6809, the Gimme X 609 versions out. Now, the 6809 version will run on the Mr. It just won't use the extra, 80 by 60 text screen features and stuff like that. So, I mean, it still runs on a Mr. It just won't have the extra features that the Mr. supports.
Ooh, isn't this pretty? It's very pastel-y, very
it's
Easter
very nice.
looking.
Yeah. So the one thing that's been added here, he's got reoccurring. I also got to do some patches to it eventually because he tried to use a special font here that didn't work for some reason. But basically, what he did here,
I'm sorry, Curtis. What is the NFNF up there at the top there?
that means no font.
Oh, I see.
Originally, OS9 level 2, if you had a non-existent font you specified and you tried to print it, would just print periods. But that doesn't really tell you what's wrong, or if the guy tried to print periods or he's trying to hide a password or something. Because, I mean, some programs did print periods instead of text anyway because of the password protection. This way, it's unique. If the font's not loaded, I specified font 10, and I don't have a font 10 loaded, it's going to do that instead. So it actually identifies immediately that's a font issue, not a a high hidden password thing or something.
Now, what would you like to put there if you could?
Well, I'd like to have the font loaded so it doesn't have a problem.
Right. But I mean, what font would you like to have there?
I don't know. I have to take a look at the program. Like, I haven't actually looked at the source for this one. This was actually an old release, 92 or 93, I think.
Oh, okay.
So I've got to disassemble it and figure out what he's doing there. Now, the original one, basically, you'd specify a date, you'd type in some notes for that date, and then it would highlight with a square saying that you've got that selected. But if, let's say, it's somebody's birthday, well, you'd have to put it in every year. You'd have to save it for, today's date, 2021, and then go to 2022 and do it again. So this new one, actually, if you use a text editor, you can set up recurring events. So you can do birthdays or Christmas every year or New Year's every year type of thing. And then it'll actually show up automatically. And then you can add in some special.
We're getting some comments from the Peanut Gallery here. 60's asking about the year 2000 and the fact that there are 39 days in this month. So
in the year 2000. So yeah, you notice that. That's actually pretty interesting. 39. So it screwed up the month and got completely confused.
Oh, 39 days in the month here. So
I'm just going to try something. I wonder
is this like a leap year on steroids?
It didn't do that the last time I ran it, so I got to figure out what's going on. I'm just going to try the resizable one. Maybe there's something problem with that running it individually. No, it's doing it here too. 39. Okay, I'll have to look into that because it didn't do it the last time I tested it.
It makes things interesting.
Yeah. This is a live demo. This kind of crap happens on live demos. Because it normally does not do that.
NitrOS9 empowers your life so much you get extra days out of the month.
Yeah.
So
sign me up, man.
For those always wanting more time to get things done, use NitrOS9. It's the most advanced operating system ever created.
Yeah, it's so advanced it warps time and space itself.
Was this the dreaded year 2000 bug?
This was Y2K in a nutshell right here.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a question. Really try a new date. Maybe I didn't punch in the date when I booted it up here. And it just has whatever random gibberish is in there. That was a problem.
31 days this year. Okay.
I didn't punch in the date when I booted. That's what happened. I just hit enter and it just
You know, see, if you had a real-time clock, Curtis.
Yeah, exactly. You're speaking my language, man. It would be a non-issue. So anyway, to get back to the actual function of the calendar here. So it adds in recurring events, and they have their own separate notes. You still got the notes that you can do in specific days. Like Ron, you probably use the calendar here too. Now, one thing I want to do, Todd Wallace has been doing ICS calendars where you can actually get over DriveWire or later on these network cards that Rick and a few others are working on. So you can actually pull them off of your own, off the web. You can pull in live, events or calendars that are shared between CoCo users or whatever else. And this one here, this version of calendar, the original one was written in C, and we don't have source for it. This one, if I remember correctly, is actually written in assembly, and it's much smaller. It should be not too hard to disassemble. So I'd eventually like to disassemble, then work with Todd to incorporate the ICS shared calendar stuff, so we can actually share calendars between all of us here on the panel, for example.
All right.
And set up, we're going to interview Frank.
So in the near future, we'll be signing into NitrOS9 with our Gmail account, so it can sync our Google calendars and contacts and everything else, right? So
yeah, without all your information being sold off to Google for ad content. So yeah.
Or your iCloud account, depending on what which god you worship. So.
We all know which one I worship.
Well, you're like a walking billboard for the one. So yeah.
I love how John Laury refers to everything as we. It's like armchair quarterbacks. Oh, did you see how good we did in that game? Yeah, we did it. You did a really great job playing that game last week, didn't you? So.
Yeah. Well, hey.
Yes, real-time clock. That's what we need, folks.
Yeah.
When I put a birthday in my contact, it goes to my calendar automatically.
We don't need a real-time clock. Just put an NTP call in your calendar there.
There you go.
This is another new feature in the new calendar. So if you're doing normal stuff, like you punch in a date, you double-click it to fire it up. The original one just basically opened up a text box and you just type in whatever notes you want for that date. This one actually lets you set times and events. So you can actually do a time and then what the event is and add a second time. So if you have multiple things in the same day, you can actually do it. And I can't remember if he's got it implemented in this one. I haven't really tried it too much yet, but there was talks about having alarms fire off so that you can actually have it audibly remind you. You're in another window playing a game or assembling a program, whatever you're doing. It'll actually, beep at you to tell you that there's an event you're going to remember, like you have an appointment, you have to go, on to Discord to complain to Nick about his game or something, whatever it happens to be. So he's actually added the timed events in here too. So that's also new on the new version. And I think print was already in there, if I remember. You can switch between sub calendars. So if you have recurring event calendars, you can make multiple ones. So if you want to make it person specific, you have several people using the CoCo. I mean, this is probably more back from in the day than nowadays, but you could actually have separate calendars for each person, and you can switch between them on the fly if you hadn't logged in as a specific user. So. So that's part of the new calendar.
Now this is running in VCC, and is this the 6309 version we're looking at?
6809 version.
Oh, 6809. So it's not even as fast as it would be on 6309.
Yes, this is the slower version of the two.
Karen's asking if it's got a cron daemon. So is there any type of thing running?
Yes, cron has been in there for a while. I think it's installed right now. Hopefully it is. I know we used it at work, so.
Now the opposite of cron.
Oh no, it's not installed right now. Okay, well, thanks for reminding me, 60. I'll have to find my copy of that and put it back in because we do have a cron.
So is the command to turn off the cron daemon croff? So it's cron and croff.
Or croft? I don't know. Okay, so that covers control panel. That covers the new calendar app. Like I said, the C compilers and stuff, we've got new help built in for some of those too, for some of the new Unix utilities like grep and egrep and sgrep and awk and I can't remember.
Does it have man?
Which one?
Man. It's how you got a manual for things in Linux.
Well, we had the help command from before. Now it is G-Shell friendly eyes now, but you can actually type and get general help topics.
And if you want help on the manual, you type man,
right? Yeah, I had a.
So, like, here's the help for the awk command, for example.
awk.
And the newer help command actually has more prompts here, so a lot of pause.
Oh, yeah. This is very
And it allows you to do
robust.
subtopics and
Yeah, but you're breaking the rules by giving specific examples. Man should never tell you how to actually use.
this
the
isn't
thing
man,
you're
though, so I don't
asking
have to
about.
follow those rules. This is help.
You're never going to learn anything unless we can keep it obscure.
Well, yeah, there's a ton of Unix utilities that are documented in the online documentation that you can download. I'll mention a couple of things before I show a few last things here. There was a bug with MShell. I'd forgotten to copy over a file for full functionality. And I can't remember, I think it was DriveWire related. I can't remember exactly, but that's been added back in, so that should be working okay.
DriveWire, TTL.
The Musica player actually had a hidden option because there's no help built into the thing. But I actually went and assembled it, so I was trying to figure out how it works. And it actually has support for both the speech system stereo sound pack and the Orchestra 90 stereo pack, and actually does play in stereo.
Ooh.
Now, I don't know if it's hard-coded like 2 voices left, 2 voices right all the time, or if that was settable within Musica itself. Because you can also play it through the DAC, the regular CoCo DAC for mono 6-bit output, but it actually does support the 8-bit output and stereo. And actually, I ran it on my CoCo 3 here, and it actually ran in both speakers with separate voices playing. So that was kind of cool. I added in Robert Galt's small footprint icon editor, Icon Gen. I still prefer using Super I because it has a lot more features like shifting and filling borders in automatically and stuff. But if you want a quick and dirty one, it actually loads really quick, so takes less RAM. I installed 09 GIF, which is a little bit slower than Vue, but it is very small footprint too. Like the program's literally half the size, and it has a couple features which are nice. One of the features it has, you can tell it to scale it to the current working area size of the window. So if I had a screen like this, and then I created a screen for a game, say this size, I can tell it to display a GIF, but force it to fit in the screen, so it'll scale it down. So you can use that like an adventure game if you want to zoom up on something. You can print a small picture version of it. The guy clicks like an Interbank Instant, clicks to zoom it up. You can actually make a bigger window, and then just tell it to redisplay the exact same file under that new size, and it'll zoom it up to fit, which is kind of a neat feature that can be used for a couple of interesting things. So that's been installed. And
will you include an iCloud lock feature for this? So if somebody has lost their NitrOS9 feature, they can go to iCloud and lock it out. Yeah, okay.
Authentication being.
I want to make sure if somebody
required.
steals my CoCo, I can lock that SOB out from using it. So
Find my OS9. Find my CoCo.
Find my CoCo. Where is my CoCo? Where in the world is my CoCo?
Actually, nowadays you can do that. Open it up.
Yeah.
You put some Apple Air tags.
Put an Air tag in there, and you're in business.
So I got a list here of the stuff that Jeff has submitted as having some optimizations here. So he's got the new 6809 optimized compiler, optimized this is the C, faster executive, ISO stringizing and token pasting to the defined directive. I don't even understand what it means.
It sounds good.
Yeah, it does. Sounds like chocolate. CHOwn, which of course has changed the ownership of the file, which is something I used to have. I used to have that a different name utility that did that, but I've lost it over the years. But that's in there now, so you can change the owner of directories and files. And it actually properly detects the super user, so it makes sure that you're not changing stuff you shouldn't be able to change.
I always feel like I'm like Michael Jackson when I say Chimon and Chmod. Chimon, Chimon, Chimon. Hee hee. Yeah, it's all Linuxy stuff there.
Yeah. grep, egrep, and fgrep, I've mentioned those before. The older version did work. The newer versions are a lot more robust. So it's actually up to Unix level standards. And I use that a fair bit because you'll tell it to look for a certain variable across 6 pieces of source code, and you can just wildcard.
So is there file system security in NitrOS9? Like
yes.
So there's like ACL based.
Sorry?
Is it like access control list based type stuff where you could lock a folder from a particular user?
Yeah, it's based on user numbers. So basically, like by default, NitrOS9 and OS9 level 2 default you to super user at all times. But if you set it up, if you remember TGB Chris on YouTube, he actually ran where he was logging in his Model 4 and he set up actual user accounts. So if you run login and then the person types in their username and password and you have them defined as user 1.
Okay. So if you create peons, you can then restrict them.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, one thing OS9 does not have that Unix does is groups. You have just the super user, and you have individual users, and that's it.
Okay. So you're either
So that's-
God or mortal. Nothing in between. Okay.
Yeah.
It's sort of like life.
Yeah. Shimon!
And then I've got here the actual list of the other ones they've ported. So they got Awk, they've got Lex, SED, TR, and YACC. They've all been
Yak.
ported over now.
You got Awk and Yak.
Yeah. You guys can explain to me better what those things actually do.
Yet another compiler.
Yet another compiler. Oh, Yak. Okay.
So what exactly does that do? I saw that description, but I have no idea what that means.
It helps you make
Takes the
compilers.
syntax and generates a compiler for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a compiler.
Okay.
All good compilers need compilers, Curtis. You should know this.
See, my gold standard is if a compiler is good enough to compile itself.
Okay,
That's my
right.
goal.
So, yeah, Mikey is also saying that this is a tool for writing parsers and compilers. Yes. Lex is tokenizer. Awk is named because it's awkward to use, Ken Ryder says.
Now that I'll agree with.
This is God Awkful.
So anyway, those are all pre-installed in now too, so that's kind of cool. And then as far as the other things, I'll I won't play the Sierra demo, which is actually a game that I don't know if it's still in progress. It was in progress when it was released. So right now it's kind of a demo, and it's the intro story to the game. That's actually kind of a cool. It's a fairly long intro called Operation Recon. I'll let you guys try that on your own. Download it and try it out. It's in the Level 2 Games Adventure graphical directory, and it's got its own directory in there. The other game I added back in was Sean Driscoll did one called Stranded and Out of Gas, and he did this a couple of years before he did the GUI library for BASIC 09. So it's a text adventure game basically, but it uses the graphics system to pane the different parts with a bit of a 3D look.
I want to see this.
Now, unfortunately, at this time, like a lot of us did back in the early days of Level 2, we didn't realize the most efficient ways of doing things. So to do these types of tricks, all you really have to do is create a string with the escape code sequences to change the working area of the window. And it's just a print or a put to the screen. Now, in the old days when people first got Level 2, we have all this RAM now. We can fork a shell that forks something else, and that's what he did here. So every time he's changing the area that he's printing to, he does a shell display. So that BASIC 09 forks a shell. The shell forks the display command. The display command then interprets the text we're sending to it of the escape codes, executes those to print them to the screen, and then goes way back. So this is literally creating two sub-processes, doing all the task creation, process to creation, path descriptor creation, allocating memory, loading the stuff off disk, and all this stuff just to do basically writing 8 bytes of escape sequences.
That sounds
So
like a
this runs
fork and
dog
awk way to do
effing-
something.
Yeah, well, it was a quick and dirty way because you didn't have to learn anything, but
Yeah.
it was very slow. And a lot of the very early programs in Level 2 did this, and he improved that when he got to his GUI B library. This is one I will eventually decompile and patch to do it the proper way, which will speed it up tremendously. So this is going to run a lot slower than it should. I mean, it functions, but
Hope you guys were all taking notes too, how it forked this and forked that, and all kinds of forking stuff were going on here. So,
yeah, I'm compiling all this into my
history.
well, you can use that. You can use that yet another compiler.
Yeah, that's
to do that, I'm
right.
sure,
Yeah.
but, so.
Can you fork off?
Oh, I can't believe it.
So yeah, for a text adventure game, he actually drew his own little title screen. I believe in CoCo Max 3 or something like that. So.
Stranded and Out of Gas. I've been there on the highway sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah. And apparently this was, originally part 1. As far as I know, he never did a part 2.
Now, I do see some issues with perspective here in the shadowing because you got the guy's shadows to the right, spaceships going forward. So we have multiple light sources. This is like the whole moon landing conspiracy thing. You're standing in a cockpit of your ship. See, I like windows. I like this. This is what I want to do with my adventure. I want to have little sections like this. There's a window on the west wall, 2 chairs here, a control console. To the east is the passageway. Stranded and out of gas. Freeware. You have nothing. Yes, this is exactly similar to what I'm envisioning with my UI for my text adventure. I like this. Thank you for showing me this. Look chairs. There's nothing special about it. And then in BASIC 09, these windows they scroll within themselves.
Yep, that's totally handled by BASIC 09 and the GUI. Basically the graphics driver underneath. You don't have to do any special coding for this except do one escape sequence to say restrict and scroll within this area.
Okay, so you kind of define the boundaries of the box.
Yeah.
And Kevin Holloway's asking what's the link, and looks like Sloopy just posted it at lcurtisboyle.com/nitrous9/HTML. Boom. There you go.
Yep. I will mention one other thing. I was trying to get this out because, like I said, we were running over a week late already. And I promised that I was going to get it out the following weekend, and I was still not ready. So I basically stayed up till 5 a.m. on Monday and finally got it out. And I was so tired, I actually forgot to update the zip with the newer one. So only one went with the updates. The other just put the old 6.0 one again. So I ended up having to redo it again. So if you downloaded that very first day that I posted it, go re-download it because you got the old ones.
Yeah, I've got that version.
And what the official version now is beta 6.1?
6.1.0, yeah.
Oh, I got to fix that now in my title description here on the. Okay.
Or you just say 6.1. That's
6.1.
This also, Bill and I've discussed this, and we've officially decided this is going to be the last beta. The next version is going to be just one of the.
Oh wow, really? So what was the thinking behind that? Because that's a huge maneuver where you're bringing this out of beta into a legitimate release.
Well, one, it's pretty darn stable. I mean, there's some programs that crash. There's been some talk of that on the Discord. Programs that we haven't tested yet because there's so many programs on there. But the OS itself, the core OS is pretty stable. Like my development one here has been literally running for, I think, 5 weeks straight now, and I'm compiling BASIC and doing assembly and everything else, and I haven't had to reboot it once. And I'm running graphic stuff, and I'm running 5 windows at once.
Has it prompted you for any type of updates at all? Because I know sometimes operating systems want to update at
well,
the
that's
weirdest
the other
times.
thing too. one other thing we want to try to do on the next one is Bill and I are going to write an installer program so you can start actually just updating your existing images rather than having to overwrite it. Like we did have that hack this last while where you have the second hard drive image, so you can copy your own stuff on there and keep it separate. So when you install a new version, it doesn't wipe your stuff out. But it still wiped out your settings, like for the GUI colors and stuff like that. So we're going to change it. So you actually run this little installer on the second hard drive, and it'll just move stuff over and try to make it intelligent enough that for settings, like if you have any custom boots with your own drivers, the plan is that we're going to have it so that if a driver update comes in, it'll take whatever your current set of swap boot, OS9 boot files and whatever drivers you customize, or if you're even using just stock ones, it'll split those apart in a temporary directory, overwrite the new ones that have been updated, and then merge it all back together and then put it back to normal. But if you've customized and added your own hardware drivers for a 16550 serial card or a network card or whatever else, it'll actually leave those intact and not remove them by when you do an update. So that's part of the plan there too. The other reason for coming out of beta, besides the fact that it's pretty stable and works pretty good right now, is I was getting a lot of people that are kind of new to it, and they take a look and I mentioned you can try NitrOS9, it's pretty good, and then take a that's beta, I don't want to do that because it's probably going to be unreliable. So it's giving the wrong impression just having the word beta in the title. So I think the next version we're going to the next version, just call it version 1.
Well, how about Gamma? NitrOS9 Gamma 1.
Well, once you release it officially, I mean, this is a what do they call it? The Gold Master. So this is the Gold Master, right?
Yeah, I mean, technically it kind of has been anyway. We've been trying to add features and fix bugs as we go, just like any operating system. But it's like the alphas and the betas. The alphas definitely were alpha because a lot of stuff crashed. Even some of the built-in apps at Tandy sold crashed like crazy. So we did have to do some fixes. There were some bugs in NitrOS9 3.3 that we fixed, like the arc command had a unsigned math to calculate. It should have been signed, so some arcs worked, some arcs didn't. They just drew all over the place. So we fixed a lot of bugs in it, but it's been pretty stable now. I don't see too many things. There's some programs that did things weird that we have to patch. But basically, the operating system itself is pretty darn stable at this point. So yeah, the next version is going to be. I'm not doing a specific schedule on this either, because Bill and I both have a couple side projects we're working on. Want to get done in the meantime, just to take a bit of a break from NitrOS9. But we have a list of things to add. And Jeff and them are still working on compilers and stuff in the meantime. So we might do some interim updates just to the C compiler, just to certain things type thing. But the next major release will be called version 1. No firm date on that yet because I don't know how long these side projects are going to take.
Let me ask you something real quick, Curtis.
Yep.
What has been the life cycle of the ease of use version of this now? What has it been? A year, 2 years?
Since the very first alphas?
Since you started ease of use, when NitrOS9 made it back into your hands,
I think 2017.
Okay, now you're asking to do math. Okay, let's see. Carry the 1. We got 18.
Let me check
Let's
and
see.
just make sure that's
18,
accurate.
19, 20. So we're looking at like 4 years.
Sure. Let me check though. I've actually got the notes on the release dates here. Alpha 1 was November 11th of 2017.
2017. That's almost towards the end. So let's say we got 2018, 2019, 2020.
Those 4 years.
4 years.
4 years.
So you've been working on this new incarnation for like 4 years now, which is an incredible amount of commitment that you've done to this. Now,
We
obviously,
prefer to call it insanity. But yeah.
right. Well, so I guess what a lot of people maybe don't even realize, so the original OS9, which was released by Microware, sold by Tandy. So OS9 was the factory official operating system. NitrOS9 was kind of the brainchild of you and Bill Noble, in the 90s, right?
92 we started.
Where
that
you
one,
basically
along with Wes
said-
Gale and Alan DeCocco a year or two later.
And so you basically said, we're going to take what Microware did, we're going to decompile it, we're going to optimize it for the 6309, and for, I don't know how long it was a commercial product, right? So NitrOS9.
1992, I think we stopped selling it around 96, 97, and then became kind of
So
a
for
freeware.
For about 5 years, this was a commercial product that was you, Bill, Wes Gale, and Alan DeCock worked on. And so...
And then we did it freeware till about 2002, I think, is when we stopped.
Did you
And
have
then we
to
released
pay-
it
did
to
you
the
have-
public.
Did you have to pay Microware or anything, or like how did that work with Microware having?
No, the original versions of NitrOS9 up until about 1.15, 1.6, 1.2, somewhere in there, were actually patch files. So you get this disk and it would just patch the living crap out of the operating system. But that was getting more and more complicated as we went, and more modules were changing. And then we had started adding in new features and totally changing some code, because back then it was 639 only. So it wasn't the original Microware code anymore. I mean, we changed everything basically. And of course, we're adding new features that standard OS9 level 2 did not have, and the 609 version didn't exist, so standard people couldn't run it anyway. So around that point, 1.16 or 1.15 or whatever it was, we actually just started putting it out as a raw product. And now in the current times, when Boise and them took over, when we handed the code over in 2002, they made some arrangements with Microware that as long as it remains a free, non-collecting money, for profit type thing, they will allow us to keep going. So we're basically never allowed to charge for it. Basically,
Now let me ask you a question. Say that you just decided to disregard that. I mean, what is Microware right now? What are they up to these days?
There's NitrOS9
they produce
still exists.
OS9 for ARM, Intel.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you decided to totally put this out as a commercial product, they would come down on you like a hammer because they're still a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, they would want licensing
Right,
fees for
right.
it.
And we've had Alan Badger on our show, who is the head of Microware now, who is still making, and I said NitrOS9, but it's the OS9. So OS9 still exists on modern hardware as a real-time operating system.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he's blessed the NitrOS9 project even recently.
Yeah.
As long as it's
as long as we don't
not
charge
for,
for
yeah,
it,
as
we
long
can
as
keep
it's
doing
a
it, 'cause
not
it's a
for profit.
promotion for them. It's
right,
a promotion
right,
for them.
Right.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. But so where I'm going with this is, there's a history, right? There was OS9, the original. Then there was about 5 years of NitrOS9 as a commercial product. About 10 years of it being an open source product managed by the community at large and a small number of people. So Boise, Tormod, a few
Boise.
people.
Yeah,
So, and this is my take on it, kind of my own perspective. This is probably more opinion than fact, but I'm just trying to process the lens of how I've perceived NitrOS9 myself. I would say that when it was a current product, it was probably more of a hardcore audience than the casual consumer. Is that fairly true? At least,
yeah, it was for the OS9 diehards.
yeah. So it's kind of listen. This is an operating system, right? So it's for somebody to be all tingly and getting excited about an operating system for an old machine. You're kind of a hardcore techie kind of person. So the base audience for OS9 or NitrOS9 for the past 15 years has been pretty hardcore devotees to this system.
I'd go back further than that. Even since the original 1992 conception, it was the hardcore.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a lot more hardcore people.
And
around
from
back
what
then.
I hear before my time in the community, there was the divide, right? There was the NitrOS9, there was the OS9 camp and the RS-DOS camp. So they were kind of divides in the community back, going back 10, 15 years ago. But I've been in the community now 5-6 years. I'm losing count. My hair wasn't gray when I started, or at least it was dyed.
Then you met me and look what
yeah.
happened.
So, and when I got started in the hobby, 0 Fs of mine were given on whatever NitrOS9 was or what it could do, because it was techie, and I'm not techie. I'm the casual guy. You know, I'm not running an old computer for an old operating system. I'm not nostalgic about operating systems. I'm nostalgic about what the operating systems did for me, which was games and entertainment. You know, to me, operating system is a means to an end. It's under the hood. It's what I need to get to the game, because that's my interest. So I gave 0 Fs about NitrOS9 for a long time. And so just to kind of toot your horn, when you got involved and started taking it back into your hands, the original NitrOS9 guy, and started doing stuff with it, I think you've created a new buzz. The ease of use, to me, has created a buzz around what to me was not personally that interesting. An operating system is not an interesting thing to me. I don't get excited about a new update to Windows. I give 0 Fs about what new feature it is, because usually...
I get excited, but in a bad way, because
you know what I mean? So yeah, I always look at it, the operating system is the necessary evil to run the applications or whatever it is you need. And, you know, so most people don't get excited about operating systems, right? Whatever. So, but I think you've generated a new buzz. I don't think when you had to go to a website, you know, nobody was really promoting OS9. Nobody was really talking about what it did or how to use it or what was good about it. You had to have already known, or you had to have been determined enough to want to learn how to use an antiquated operating system. And to me, that was never exciting. There's no way I would have ever figured out how to download it and how to make an image and how to run the image and then figure out how to use it. 0 time would have ever been spent by me wanting to learn that or figure it out. But the fact you've taken time, number one, you know, part of the ease of use is don't worry about how to boot it. It's here. Here's an image. Boot this image. Okay, number one, that makes it easy. I don't have to figure out how to download it, how to...
That was the main impetus for doing this whole project in the first place, thanks to Nick Marotta. Because, I mean, even back in the day, if you wanted to boot OS9, you could buy the level 2 disks from Tandy. You could put it in type DOS, and with basic hardware would work. If you wanted to use anything extra, no disk controller, hard drive, whatever else, you had to custom make a boot file. That lost 90% of the audience right there. That was too complicated. They do it, it would get an OS9 boot failed because they missed something or did something wrong. And that was just a huge frustration to a ton of people. I mean, us diehards did learn how to do that, but that was kind of the snobbery thing, getting in, oh, you guys can't figure that out. What's wrong with your brain? Type of thing. And that's what I want to change, because I tasted my own medicine when I came back after 15 years, because they changed so many of the commands and stuff here that the syntaxes that were muscle memory for me didn't work anymore. And, you know, the help wasn't pre-installed on some of the images for the actual command. So I type whatever, and they would never give me any help. The help was not built in the commands where they stripped them out. I mean, they did everything, you know, for the diehard to, you know, save memory or whatever else, but it made it harder to use. And I helped write the damn thing. I couldn't figure out how to use parts of it anymore. So the whole reason the whole Ease of Use project started was I realized finally after 20 years what everybody else had been going through and trying to tell me all that time, like Nick and a bunch of others, that this is just too damn hard to set up on your own.
Right, because when you think about it, it doesn't matter how good something is. If it's not easy to use or if it's not fun to use, who cares, you know?
Yeah, or you've limited it only to the people that are going to take the extra time.
Right, and so so you've got this section of the community, these uber elitist, you know, techno guys who we know it all, we have the power. I was one of them. Yeah, we're real happy with what we know, and we have this exclusive club where we know it and we're going to do it and screw everybody else. Nobody benefits. You guys love that operating system, but if you love it so much, wouldn't you want more people to start using it too? And that whole mentality of if you don't know it, screw you, you're a loser. You kind of broke that bubble, right? And so I almost, just like you say, beta is almost kind of hindering the perception of the product.
It is literally hindering. I've had multiple people come and say, you know, it's still in beta. I don't know if I want to trust it.
I almost think really, now too, because unfortunately the fact you've called it ease of use, some people have taken that as an opportunity to say, well, if you're making it easy, it's no good. It shouldn't be easy. That's personal preference. But I almost think that maybe drop ease of use at this point in time. Maybe come up with the name NitrOS9 2K1. Right, this is the 2021 version of NitrOS9 or whatever they call it. Like, you know how they do these sports games on the game consoles, like, you know, NFL 2K1 or whatever. But I almost think drop beta, drop ease of use, because this is NitrOS9. This is the first time now NitrOS9 is back in your hands. You know, the original co-creators of it. Just call it what it is. It's NitrOS9 2021 version 1.
I still have to differentiate though, because the quote-unquote official branch of NitrOS9 is still maintained.
Yeah, that version sucks. That version sucks. Screw it.
So I'm going to keep ease of use, because that actually Easy, the word's ease of use part of it actually helps sell it to the people that we're trying to shoot for.
That's
the
true.
diehards will just
Yeah.
do whatever they want anyway. I mean,
Yeah.
same as I did.
But
back
that
in the day.
whole dividing mentality, that elitist, separatist.
This is to break it down.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, you've broken that barrier, and you've got me interested. Listen, I'm never going to spend a lot of time on it, but if I can just boot it up on my SDC and double-click a game and run a game, you've lowered the barrier of entry for me to try stuff out, and that's what gets us all interested in anything, right? What got me interested in the CoCo? That I could boot up a cartridge or I could load up a tape and play a game, and then the more time I spent on it, the more my curiosity got the better over me, and I learned more over time, right? So if you can get people to use something, even in a trivial way, and get them exposed to it and get them to try it, they may, if their interests lead them that path, they may want to spend more time. So the fact that you've even showed me this little screen we're looking at now with this text windowing thing, this is going to lend itself to a future project that's been mulling over in my mind for a while. So I am going to want to leverage this in the future. So so where I was leading with all of this 45 minutes later is I just want to thank you and congratulate you. And I want us all to give Curtis a huge round of applause because you spent the past 4 frickin' years wasting your life on an antiquated operating system for an antiquated computer and just making it freaking awesome. And thank you for doing that. From the guy who's going to use it the least, I want to thank you the most, Curtis, from the bottom of my heart. So thank you for doing that.
Oh,
Now,
no
let
problem.
me ask you a question, Curtis.
Thanks for nothing.
Actually, I was gonna say thank you to Nick too, because
Yeah.
Nick's the one that kind of he kept bugging me about this even back in the '90s. Like, this is too damn hard, and this is so frustrating.
Hey,
You
keep
do
me
one
out of
change,
this.
it screws up, and now he's drawing trash cans. I mean,
Now-
look how the world's changed.
now-
Anyway,
now-
sorry, both go ahead with your question.
Have you thought about what's going to happen to NitrOS9 when the successor to the 6309 comes to light?
World domination.
Yeah.
I mean, because there's going to be something else. There's
Cyberdyne
going to be
Systems,
something else besides
Judgment
the
Day.
6309 in the future that you can plop into a CoCo 3 to make it even faster, right?
Yeah, it depends on how they do it. Like, if they add extra features, I mean, the whole reason we did the 609 in the first place is because it added a whole bunch of extra features to the chip. So we reprogrammed it to do that. And because it's a modular system and the drivers handle all the specific hardware, the programs you write, the user programs, don't care.
Right. Well, so here's
so you don't have to rewrite those. You might have to, tweak them for speed or whatever because they're running too fast.
So what you're opening the door for, and my thought process here, Boat, is that if you have a faster CPU, meaning software can run faster, because one of the complaints about NitrOS9 is that it's not going to run bare metal speed. So somebody like Nick Marotta will probably never develop a game for it because he can write to the hardware directly, bypass the operating system, and make it faster. But again, this is the Microsoft philosophy: throw more hardware at inefficient software, and it runs faster anyways. If you've got a super fast CPU and you've got drivers to take advantage of the 19 different sound cards that are out there and the 14 different real-time clocks and blinky lights and all these things, you don't have to know hardware. You can just develop for a super fast operating system that runs on a faster chip, and you can support any sound chip that exists and not have to figure out how to talk to the bare metal to do that. So I think a faster CPU would make NitrOS9 a more compelling platform to start developing things for, because you don't have to learn hardware as well. Right, you have that abstraction layer of just sending note DEF to sound driver, and it sounds properly on hardware chip X, Y, or Z. Right, so
We already have all that. The Gimme X.
Right, Gimme X is giving
I guess
some
that's sort of
speed.
what that is
And we
anyway,
have-
right?
Yeah.
We have a Gimme X version of NitrOS9 that runs at 2.86 megahertz, so it runs noticeably faster.
Well, and to get to the modular bit, even drivers don't care about the CPU because all of the disk drivers feed through RBF man. So if you fix RBF man, all of the existing drivers still work, regardless of what the CPU is doing.
Yeah, because basically, there's several layers of abstraction. There's the hardware drivers themselves that talk directly to the hardware. So that's where you write for a sound card, you write for the SDC versus a hard ID hard driver or whatever else. So that's one layer of abstraction. Then the file managers, the SCF and RBF file managers, and maybe an NF, a network one later on, they abstract the higher level stuff, like how a file system is handled, like how do you open a file, how do you close a file. The driver is talking about sectors and stuff. It has no idea about files at all. So you got 2 levels of abstraction. Then your programs actually call those, and just you call from BASIC 9, or so you do an F open or an open number path or whatever. So that's the extra layer of abstraction, which is why it's a bit slower than running just basically. We've optimized enough actually for faster than BASIC is, pretty well everything at this point. you'd have to do like Nick does, right core to the metal and assembly to get faster. But the nice thing is every time you do improvements, every program can take advantage of those. If we do speed ups, and then we've done a ton of those, ever since you started for the graphics subsystem, for example, the 6809 is running much faster in certain things than it did even under 3.30. So everybody gains this. Like a BASIC 09 programmer can now write a game that runs faster than you could have done 5 years ago, and without having to change a lick of your code.
Curtis, did I see a DeskMate folder?
Yes, Decimate has to be patched though. It's still crashing.
Yeah. And by the way, some of the stuff I was saying about how the camps were, that's old news. I don't think that has existed in modern CoCo community times, but I've just heard stories of the past.
It still does a little bit, but it's not as bad as it was.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't think there are too many current divides on just about anything, but I just remember hearing horror stories, or not even not horror stories, but just stories of how things were before, before the modern community. It's been around for the past half decade or so. But I want to applaud what you've done, Curtis. Sorry, Jason, were you going to say something?
Did I catch it? You thanked Curtis for wasting the last 4 years of his life.
I did.
Yeah,
He's not even including the previous, 10 that I did the original commercial version. So
that's dedication, man. It really is. But yeah, I don't look at this as OS9 for babies. I really don't, because like you say, you've fixed so many things, you've optimized so many things. So this is.
I mean, does anybody think that at this time? I mean, EOU has turned into the de facto standard of OS9. I mean, hasn't it?
I think for the majority of people, yes.
There's probably some old campers who would resist.
We had one person who came on the board wanting to run native OS9 at one point, but. Yeah.
I mean, the one thing we're trying to do this time too is we didn't focus just like the first version of OS9. We were just trying to speed up everything for the 609 period. That's all we were trying to do. On the EOU, the original, goal was to get it much easier to use for the person that doesn't use OS9 normally, like running modern style GUI type stuff. And now we're trying to balance it between we're adding new features, we're optimizing stuff, we're adding new drivers for extra hardware. And we're also continuously improving the GUI and everything else too. So we're trying to appeal both to, the more user style as well as the programmer style. That's why we like this particular.
Yeah, all those
tools. A whole bunch of C compilers. Yeah. So we're trying to appeal to both camps now at this point. Like
you've got a compiler for compilers, man. Come on.
Inception.
Big Curtis, if you go to GIFs in there, are all the GIF? How can I show? If you go to GIFs, can you go there and show me how to run? How do I run? How do I do play or not play?
You want to do a slideshow?
View. I want to view a GIF that I added in.
It should just, if you copy it to the GIF directory, it should just show up. So when you go into that directory, it should.
Well, it shows up, but it doesn't have an icon.
Did you name it .gif or did you name it something else?
.gif.
That should work.
Because
now, if you copied it,
if I go to a non-GUI screen and I, do view and then the name, it'll come up, but it won't work in the.
Let's take a look at that at Discord runoff to see exactly what your system's set up like, because that should work. I mean, once that extension's been defined, it should work whether you add new ones or not.
You know what it is? I have it on my H1. It's not in the.
Yeah, you'd have to copy the AIF file over to there so that it knows on that drive that extension means that.
So the AIF file is specific to each picture I put in?
No, it's specific to each type of picture, like a GIF versus a VF versus a CM3 or whatever.
And multi-view, doesn't it kind of pick them up as it goes from the base of the drive? So
once
it picks them up to H1.
It picks them up from directories you've accessed. So if Ron went straight to H1 after booting G Shell and he hasn't gone to graphics GIFs on DD where the AIF file that defines a GIF is, it'll have no idea what a GIF means on its own. Okay. So if he went into DD graphics GIFs first, and then it loads up and it does icons like I'm showing here with the music and stuff, and then you go to H1 and access your file, it should work. But if you're starting on H1 without going through that first,
you're creating an association.
That answered my question.
Yeah. Okay.
Gotcha. Yeah, the association's not there if you're going straight to H1.
Yeah, and Karen's pointing out a thing too, is that everything that is mostly awesome about NitrOS9, especially Ease of Use Edition, is because the CoCo 3 has all these extra modes. If you're on a Dragon, there is flavors of OS 9, but you're not going to get these kind of gimme modes and stuff either. So this is kind of, unfortunately, as much as I'm saying we're trying to break down elitism, there is a certain hardware necessity to run this, which would be a CoCo 3, which unfortunately there is no Dragon equivalent of CoCo 3s.
Yeah, well, the biggest restriction there is the amount of RAM, because OS 9 level 1, NitrOS9 level 1 that you're running on a Dragon 64K, the entire operating system, which takes about 20 to 30K, depending on what all you have installed in it, has to share memory with all your apps, too. Like, you have 64K period for everything, so you're limited on what you can do. If I wrote a G shell like GUI, and G shell's 16K by itself right now on the CoCo 3, well, that's, if my boot was 32K with, hard drive drivers and whatever else is to see, and I had another 16K for the GUI, well, I'm now down to 16K left for anything, like programs, screens, whatever. So
because this is kind of driver based, though, and they do have things like the Dragon MMU, which gives you 512K and an MMU, and there are certain...
if you rewrote it for that kind of stuff, you could push.
So because it's driver based and somewhat modular, ease of use could be ported to a Dragon.
But it would require you have more than 64K RAM.
Yeah. So you would need like the Dragon MMU that has the 512K MMU type stuff.
Yeah.
Right. So although this project specifically is not supporting a Dragon, the operating system does lend itself to that portability because of its kind of driver-based modular nature.
Well, level 2 does work on a CoCo 1 or 2 or Dragon if you use Tormod's Mu driver and Mu hardware add-on.
Oh, is that what it's called? I'm calling it the Dragon MMU. Is it the Mu? Is that what it is that has the...
MOOH?
That's the memory management unit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
512K if I remember.
It has that in it, and I think the same technique could be ported to the CoCo PSG as well, because that has a bunch of static RAM and Flash ROM in it as well. So you take a PSG or a Mu and a CoCo VGA, and you can run level 2 on the CoCo 1, 2, and Dragon.
Yeah, there's a bit more restrictions though, because if I remember correctly, the Mu and the CoCo VGA cannot access video RAM outside of 64K, whereas the CoCo 3 definitely can.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not going to be a replacement for a gimme, but it is definitely more than...
Yeah, it's doable, but you have to write the driver specifically for that system. You have to have all of your graphics RAM within the main 64K.
It already does. Well, I know it exists. I don't have a Mu, so I haven't been able to run it. But the way that it's described on Tormod's page, the same thing could work with the PSG or maybe CoCo Flash. I'm not sure about that one. But that same kind of idea is that there are MMUs available for the Dragon and the CoCo 1 and 2. So it is within the realm of reach.
There you go.
Now, a comment from Fred. He said there are some who prefer to continue to do things old-fashioned. They prefer working with the command prompt without a GUI, for example. And that's very true, but that's the reason we're trying to shooting for both camps. That's why we've got the new C compilers and the new make and all that kind of stuff, because you can sit there in the command prompt and do whatever. You don't have to put up G shell.
Nobody's going to stop. There's nothing's preventing you from using the CLI.
You can just go over here and you have your multiple windows set up here to run whatever you want.
Just hit clear.
Yeah. This you can just shut off and never touch it.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Jeff and a few of the other people that actually do these Unix utilities. They don't run
Real men don't need no GUI.
And I used to be one of them. I have to fully admit.
You fancy pants, pansy boys with your GUIs.
Get off my GUI.
Get off my CLI, you Latin loafers, lily boy.
I think Soy Boy is the name you're looking for.
All right. But yeah, you've done a hell of a job, and I'm sure there's going to be people who appreciate it even more than I do, but I wanted to personally thank you. You going to play some music for us, man?
I'm going to try. I don't know how this is going to work here with Zoom.
Nice trash barrel, though.
Play some Skinner, man.
Yeah, I was just saying, good trash can.
Well, twice the size of the printer. I didn't even know it. This is whatever got copied on there by Bill way back when, so... of course, these are copied over from Musica on the CoCo 1 and 2. They're all 8.3 file names, so they're not very descriptive. I don't pick one, Stevie.
Free bird, man. Play some Skinner, man.
No, pick one that's actually here.
Jump from Van Halen. We can't go wrong with Jump.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we had a copyright strike.
Now playing. This song has no title. 6-Bit Dat Pork. Bill Pierce. Yeah. We're hearing it when you turn it up.
Yeah.
I think it's your microphone that's picking it up, yeah.
It is. It's not playing through the. That's the same problem I had before with doing it in Discord. And it does sound better in the 8-bit port.
Yeah. But you get the idea. You can double click a file and play it. It's getting more and more like Windows 3.1. By the year 2029, this will be like Windows 3.11.
What's Bright Eye?
Turn around, Bright Eye.
Is that Turn Around Bright Eyes?
Could be. I don't know. Let's see.
It's not called Bright Eye.
No.
I'm just waiting for OS9 for work groups.
Yeah, when we can play hearts on it, you have fully achieved glory.
Yeah, can we set the hot dog stand first thing? That was so brutal. Black, yellow, red.
Is it playing?
No.
I stopped it there. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's actually the sound of silence.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a Simon Garfunkel, isn't it?
And when you get the after dark toasters flying across the screen and all that kind of stuff, and the dog biting through the wires and the wallpaper and all that good stuff.
I actually, we did originally plan to have screensaver hooks in the original, but now with the LCD monitors, I don't know if it's worthwhile doing anymore.
Not Clippy.
Solitaire. You got to have solitaire.
Solitaire, free cell, hearts, all that good stuff.
Other than those have been on there since like beta 1 or something. So.
So the takeaway from this is 6.1 is there, and the next release will no longer be called beta.
Correct. And there's no set time, because Bill and I have a lot of big plans, but we also have a couple side projects we want to get finished first. And just on the way out here, I'll just play you a little bit of this new...
To play us out.
I had to draw this icon myself.
4th hour.
Thank you, and good night.
Like enough RAM here.
So this is firing up a VDG screen.
CoCoTALK, you can just pop in and pop out all day long.
That's right.
I bet you I currently have I was doing some testing, and I bet you have VCC set for 512K, and I bet you I'm out of memory now.
Out of memory. What an issue.
Yeah.
Out of RAM.
Forgot.
Yeah. I should have reset that first before I started the demo. Whoops.
It's all right.
Now you can run this on a 512K machine. It's just that I've got the calendar running and a few other extra shells and stuff here. So
just take
that's enough of a demo for now. So
yeah.
So is that the green screen of death?
Yeah,
indeed.
Well, the funny thing is you guys have been saying the description that people use for OS9 and NitrOS9 is that it is a Unix-like operating system. I've been hearing that for decades, and the fact that you've got all these Unix utilities now ported over to it only further solidifies that statement. You know, when you're running Unix level commands on the Unix-like operating system, that's a testament to that statement. You know. Good stuff.
So we've got a lot of stuff planned. We want to do further Gimme X support. We want to start supporting the sound cards. We've got some more optimizations. I got more additions to G Shell I want to do. There's the optimization of the Sierra engine I want to do. Coronis Rift I'll probably do a not quite as extensive as Rescue Fragments, but I will do a patch to speed it up on the 639. And you know, there's just a ton of stuff. We got a list of about 50, 60 things we plan on working on.
And you got a lot of people. It's kind of, it's also reminding me when you start mentioning the other people you have working on this, like Jeff Tunison, Deke, and Jason Cyril's helping you work on the documentation. So you've kind of assembled a team.
Fred Provenchko has been doing stuff like the new control panel.
Like you've done to this, kind of like what I've done with the newsletter, where I've gathered more people to help. And it's no longer 1 or 2 people working on it, right? And
well, it's a little bit different because you basically sloughed off all of that, and we're still doing some stuff on our own. But
what's it written in? C?
Eh?
What is OS9? What is NitrOS9 written in? C?
NitrOS9, the operating system is all assembly.
Oh, assembly. Okay.
The utilities, like some of the Unix utility stuff, that's all written in C. And there's some other utilities written in BASIC 9. There's 1 or 2 probably written in Pascal or Forth or whatever too.
A hell of a job, Curtis. Thank you for your continuing efforts.
Yeah, sorry this one wasn't as game-centric as some of the previous releases. We just added a couple, but...
No, there's a spit ton on there. That's the great thing about this, is it's a huge image of so many things to play around with, just to poke around with. Just double click away and try stuff out. And you don't, if you are more of the hardcore command line OSE type person, it's there, right? Just close down G Shell and just type away, right? Command away. So for those of you who are the diehard, it's there. It's under the hood. It's always there. And for those of you who are the casual, just curious people, what can I do? What can I click on? It's kind of like Windows 3.1 was a gateway to using the computers, because not as many people use a computer when you only had MS-DOS, right? Because I don't know how to type. I don't want to type in CD space this to change directory. But the minute I can click on an icon, so computers became more popular with a GUI, right? And so for those who, and luckily I was able to use a PC at MS-DOS because I learned on a CoCo. I learned how to type dir on the CoCo. So, dir wasn't a new command to me. But as more and more people got exposed to computers who did not have previous backgrounds, menu systems and GUI systems just lowered the barrier to entry to get people using the machines. So that you have that piece to help people who are casual jump in and try it. And then everything else, if you're a developer, the tools are there, right?
Yep.
So,
and constantly getting improved. Like the tools are getting improved, the GUI is getting improved,
and
the actual underlying OS is getting
you've fixed so many things, you've optimized so many things. So it hasn't been just putting some graphical polish on the same old thing. You're actually improving, like you mentioned, BASIC 09 runs faster, so you're optimizing things. And so you're taking even the existing NitrOS9 project that's been around for a decade, and you're making that better too. So there's a lot going on in here, not just a new GUI and a lot of icons. It's just there's improvements, and it's continuously being improved, and you've got a team of people working on this. And so bravo to all of the ease of use team and the beta testers and the users and everything else. So
yeah, a big thank you to all the people that did the development tools this round here, because that was a huge amount of work for all of them. And Bill and I were not directly involved with pretty well any of that. I mean, Bill tested a fair bit of it. I didn't get a chance to, but this was very much turning it into a community effort. It's not just Bill and me anymore.
Mm-hmm. Cool. And Jason, you've been in and out. Did you have anything you wanted to talk about? Project updates or stories to share? Anything like that?
Oh, you're going to put me on the spot. Yeah, I'm just usually in here with a smart aleck comment. Just continuing to work on what I'm working on, with the Joey High-Res and those kind of things. And just real life's getting in the way of a lot of that stuff, but it is slowly catching up on that stuff.
Now, I'm not sure if you were treated to hearing me play the ukulele earlier. Did you get to hear me play the ukulele? Because I can play it again.
If I say I already heard it, then you won't play.
Yeah.
Stevie always with the threats.
That's right. I spent
significant. I heard it already,
and I spent significantly more than $5 on this one. So.
Oh, it was at least $10, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So.
Walmart special.
That's it. Okay. All right. Well, anyone else? Maybe we'll run the outro and then we'll come back for final thoughts. Does that sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. Yep. I'm going to press the outro button. This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at CoCoTalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to CoCoTalk@CoCoTalk.live. Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click on the Patreon link on our website, CoCoTalk.live. CoCoTalk would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Alan Murphy, Bill Noble, Brian Joyce, Brian Weasler, Curtis Boyle, D. Bruce Moore, Danny O'Connor, David Ladd, Eric Canales, Grant Leedy, James Diffendaffer, Jason Reichert, Jim Brain, Ken Reichert, Mark Bosley, Mark Overholzer, Mikey Furman, Mr. Dave 6309, Nick Marentes, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Paul Fiscarelli, Richard Lorbieski, Rick Adams, Rick Hewlin, Rob Inman, Ron Delvaux, Samuel Gimes, Sloopy Malibu, Steve Bjork, Terry Steggy, Tom C., and many more. Please help support the CoCo community. A list of various contributors and resources are available at imacoconut.com. That's imacoconut.com. The original CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. The new CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2020 by D. Bruce Moore. Both are mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. CoCo forever, people!
Singing boat competition though, like you guys do. So.
Well, nobody needs another
right.
singing boat competition.
Well, that concludes another quality episode in the can. CoCoTALK episode 212.
What show are you watching?
Well,
In the can, indeed.
In the can, I was referring to the toilet or the garbage can that Nick Marotta's designed for us. Thank you, Curtis Boyle, for that update on ease of use beta 6.1, the final beta. Thank you, Frodo. Thank you, Kevin Holloway. Torsten has been here, and Frederick D. Provenchko, Tom Eric Gunderson, Sloopy Malibu, James Jones, Nick Marotta, Rick Yu, and James Jones, and Kevin, and Samuel Gimes has been here. Ken Reichert has been here. El Can Brizon has been here. Oh, this is some guy. You want to be followers? Follow me here by blah blah. Screw you. Okay, Sixy was here. James was here. Mikey, he likes it. He likes it. Mikey likes the snoozy newsy. Mike Craig was here.
I think he's still snoozing.
Yeah. Explore VR. Ben Drakes and Retro Rewind CA has been here, and Sloopy Malibu with the links. Hot on the links. And Ken Reichert and Retro and Buck Owens has been here. All kinds of people have been here. As we scroll back, Frodo, Erico has been here. Mike Craig, L. Curtis Boyle, Wide World of Retro, and all kinds of people are here. So thank you for watching, and long live the CoCo and the Dragon and the MC10 and the Alice. And I've said this for years, NitrOS9 is one of the most advanced operating systems ever invented. And what makes it...
It's almost as good as a ukulele.
Yeah, what makes it so good, as Nick Marotta would say, ease of use. It's the most advanced operating system ever invented, right? So...
It's the only operating system name ever to come out of a joke.
That's the funny part, though. Like, Nick, basically, you know, there's a saying, if you build it, they will come. If you bitch about it, they'll fix it, right? So Nick Marotta has been bitching about OS 9 for so long that finally we started making it better, right? So
unlike Microsoft.
Yeah, why don't you bitch about all kinds of other stuff, the economy, the environment.
Nick has some bitches about Windows 10 because one of the updates actually breaks the way VCC handles sound on his machine.
Oh, yeah, we gotta love the Windows 10 updates, huh? All right, well, thank you, audience, as always, for being here. Thank you, panel. Any final thoughts, anyone?
Be here next week. Frank will be on from let me show off the shirt here again, from Retro Rewind to talk about that, some possible hardware projects for the CoCo, including an upgraded CPU that runs way faster, and maybe doing some
real-time clock, sound chip, blitter. We need a blitter. We need a sprite chip. We need a sound chip. We need a real-time clock. We need a flux capacitor, a quad inline multiplexer, frequency division modulation, upscaling tuner defibrillator. You name it, we need it.
These are Unix commands you're talking about.
DriveWire, TTL.
Hey, Stevie, you want a Sprite chip? I want a Cherry Coke Zero.
Dear God, help us all. Nick Marotta, any final thoughts from you?
I'm really glad that you and I have something else in common now, Stevie.
That's right. We have, well, you've got the gorgeous hair, but you've got great taste in musical instruments. I've always said that about you, Nick. I always said that about you.
Uh-huh.
I've been talking about NitrOS9 being incredible. The ukulele, one of the most impressive instruments ever invented. MC10, fabulous machine. NitrOS9, incredible operating system. Ron Delvaux, thank you for being here. Thank you for all you do. Boat of Carr, thank you for being here. John Schaller, Curtis
Always
Boyle.
a pleasure.
Thank
Always
you.
a pleasure.
Rick Hewlin, thank you for being here. Jason Reichert, not so much, but Mark Bosley, thanks for being here. Nick Marentes, thanks for staying awake part of the time. Alan Murphy, thank you for you. Audience, thank you. Say goodbye, everybody. We're going to press the button.
Goodbye,
See you all next week.
everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Goodbye.